Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was son of Iron Man? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. July 30th, New York City was a mess. But then it had a right to be, Tony Stark thought. It had taken 8 months to clean up after the September 11th, 2001 attack, and that had only involved cleaning up 2 buildings and the surrounding area. 2 months after an alien invasion that had damaged almost half of Lower Manhattan, it felt like they'd barely begun the cleanup. Tony had thrown himself into the cleanup effort after only a day or two to rest and recover from the fight, his Iron Man armor proving useful for more than just stopping the aliens as he cut the debris into manageable pieces before being loaded into trucks and hauled away. He wasn't the only Avenger helping out. Either not far away, Steve Rogers was helping load the trucks that would haul the debris away for recycling or other disposal. Tony had no idea what Barton and Romanoff were up to, probably super-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. spy stuff, and Banner thought it best not to leave his lab, but he was glad that Rogers, at least, was helping rebuild the city. Tony finished cutting the last girder down to a manageable size and picked up the pieces to carry to a truck. He'd put in a solid 6 hours so far and was considering calling it a day, at least as Iron Man. As Tony Stark, he'd be visiting other crews this afternoon and offering what encouragement he could when Jarvis spoke. Sir, I've received an alert on the priority search protocol you established last month. Tony's heart clenched with a sudden need to know whatever it was Jarvis had finally found. But the load of twisted metal he carried required his full attention. Give me a sec, Jay. He didn't acknowledge Jarvis quiet, of course, sir, choosing instead to focus on getting what had once been part of a staircase into a waiting hauler. Once that was done, Tony moved a little away from everyone else and said, "What did you find, Jay?" The view in his heads-up display changed to a newspaper article dated the day before. The article reported a car crash on the M25 motorway near Little Whinging, Surrey, that had killed both drivers involved, a lorry driver named Jonathan Wilder and a woman named Petunia Dursley, who'd been driving a sedan when the lorry driven by Mr. Wilder had crashed headfirst into the driver's side of her sedan. Dursley's teenage nephew had been injured in the accident and was recovering at St. Peter's Hospital in Chertsey. Chertsey? Where the heck do they come up with those names? Why did this trip the protocol? Tony asked. According to your notes, Lily Evans Potter had a sister named Petunia Evans. Jarvis said. The name Petunia is unusual enough that I added it to the search parameters. A cursory search based on this article revealed that Petunia Dursley was known as Petunia Evans before she married. From there, it wasn't difficult to find that her nephew's name is Harry Potter. Tony's heart clenched. Harry. He swallowed once, hard. Are you well, sir? Jarvis asked. Your pulse and respiration both increased sharply. Yeah, Jay, I'm fine. What's Harry's condition? He was riding in the rear seat on the passenger side of the sedan. He has contusions over most of the left side of his body, 2 cracked ribs, a fractured left clavicle, and a broken left wrist and ankle. He is being monitored overnight due to a concussion. Send them a copy of the DNA test results, and order whatever Harry needs, a private room, specialized care, whatever. Then get me everything you can find on Harry and the Dursley woman and her family, Tony said. London's, what, 5 hours ahead of us? Sir. And how long's the flight? Approximately 7 hours. Tony did some calculations in his head. Get the jet ready. I want to be in the air by 7 tonight. No sense getting there when he should be sleeping. Tell the hospital I'll be there tomorrow morning. Do you want a car as well, sir? With a driver, Jay, I don't want to be bothered with driving on the wrong side of the road with weird road signs. I imagine not, sir, Jarvis replied. I'll have the London flat readied for you. Thanks, Tony replied. Also, when you're dealing with the hospital, arrange for someone to meet me when I arrive. I'll give a DNA sample so they can run their own test if they want. Very good, sir. Jarvis hesitated. Shall I inform Ms. Potts? No, I'll do it. Tony winced internally at the direction that conversation would likely take. Pepper was still caught somewhere between rage that he'd been so ready to sacrifice himself and, yeah, he freely admitted that he could be a selfish and self-centered jerk sometimes, but he wasn't enough of a jerk to let an even more arrogant, pompous, and self-righteous World Security Council nuke New York City, and relief that they'd both survived. Pepper wouldn't be happy that he was jetting off for London for a while, especially when he wasn't ready to tell her why just yet. But under the circumstances, Tony couldn't see any other choice. With a last glance at the news article, Tony shut down the HUD and gave the command to retract his faceplate as he scanned the work site for the foreman, Ben. He found Ben beside one of the trucks, apparently telling the driver something. As the truck pulled away, Tony engaged the flight thrusters and flew the 60-odd feet over to Ben. "Calling it a day?" Ben asked, taking off his hard hat to wipe sweat from his forehead. "And maybe a bit longer," Tony said. "Something's come up and I have to go out of the country for a while." "We'll be sorry to lose you," Ben said. "I'd figured it'd take at least another month to get to where we are. But between you and Captain Rogers, we're making great progress." "Yeah, well, happy to help and all that," Tony said. Ben hadn't thanked him exactly, but his manner was close enough to it that Tony's reflexes were kicking in. "I'll be back to help as soon as I can, whenever you can," Ben said. "And if you can't, that's okay too. It's really not. Everyone should be helping however they can," Tony countered. Ben just gave him a look that was oddly and uncomfortably reminiscent of Pepper. "You already helped a lot by making sure there was still a city to clean up. Go take care of whatever it is. The rest of us will keep on keeping on here." Tony offered him a nod, then turned to scan the crowd of workers for Rogers, who wasn't hard to spot, as he was heading toward where Tony stood with Ben. Tony strode forward to meet him halfway, out of Ben's earshot and somewhat distant from most of the rest of the crew. "I've got to head out of the country for a while," Tony said by way of greeting. "Problem?" Steve asked. And yes, Tony thought of him as Steve, thanks to a lifetime of hearing his father refer to him that way. "Maybe," Tony allowed, mulling the situation over once again. "Avengers problem?" Tony snorted. "Personal." "Ah." Steve hesitated, his expression nervous, then said, "I don't mean to be rude or nosy, but if it's bad, do you have someone to go with you?" Tony waved it away. "Jarvis is always with me, and he's great," Steve agreed immediately. "But he does have limitations." Tony scowled at Steve. "Limitations? Like what?" "Like he can't buy you a drink and let you cry on his shoulder if you need to." Steve grimaced. "I'm sure he could put in the order and all, but—" "And no offense intended, Jarvis, but it doesn't seem like it'd be the same as having someone to clap you on the shoulder or pour you into a cab." "No offense taken, Captain," Jarvis replied. "And he is quite correct, sir, that I am unable to join you in the physical sense." "Meat space is overrated," Tony muttered. "Perhaps," Jarvis said. "But you do occupy it in a way I do not." "I would have offered for Howard," Steve said, "because he was my friend. But I'm not," Tony pointed out. "Not yet," Steve corrected. "But until then, let me pay it forward, that's the term, right?" Tony hesitated. It would be good to have a meat space companion, and with Pepper back in California, Steve Rogers was likely the best person for that job. But it's personal. The words were out before Tony considered them. "And I don't have the best record when it comes to sharing personal stuff." "I'll keep your confidences," Steve said. And then he laughed quietly at what Tony was sure was the absolute shock on his face. "I told you on the carrier that I'd seen the footage. But now I've read the stories around it. I won't tell anyone anything about whatever this is. Promise." There was no doubting the sincerity in Steve's tone, and, really, the thought of Captain America breaking a promise was laughable. "Fine," Tony said. "Be at the tower by 6, so we can get to the airport on time." July 31st. At way too early in the morning for a day when he didn't have classes and wasn't stuck at Privet Drive, Harry Potter lay in his bed at St. Peter's Hospital, breathing shallowly so his ribs wouldn't hurt as much and idly watching the BBC breakfast program. It wasn't exactly stimulating, but the hospital didn't have a wide selection of books and his textbooks were out of reach at Aunt Petunia's house. Aunt Petunia, they'd told him she died in the accident, and he wasn't certain how he should feel about that. He wasn't grieving for her, exactly, but without her somewhat moderating influence, who knew what Uncle Vernon might do? Harry didn't want to imagine the worst case, if only because the worst wouldn't happen since Hedwig had flown off a few days before, so at least she wasn't trapped in her cage at Privet Drive. But what about the best-case scenario? In the best case, Harry supposed Uncle Vernon would throw him out. But then where would he live? Harry's vault at Gringotts had a lot of money in it, and it would certainly be enough for him to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for the rest of the summer, if Tom the barman agreed. But what about next summer, and the summer after that, and all the other summers until he graduated and found a job? Just thinking about it was making his head hurt worse, and he wished for one of Madame Pomfrey's pain relief potions. However bad they tasted, they worked much better than the paracetamol the hospital had given him. Harry looked up as an orderly brought in his breakfast tray and slid it onto the bedside table. At some point around dinner last night, he'd been moved into a private room, which was great, if a little puzzling. There was no way that Uncle Vernon would have paid for a private room for him, much less the upgraded meals he seemed to be getting, and he wasn't well enough known in the Muggle world to rate a private room. Still, he thanked the man for the meal and used his good hand to push himself to a more upright position so he could eat with less difficulty. The movement sent a twinge of pain through his chest and he gasped, then breathed slowly and shallowly while the pain subsided somewhat before lifting the cover from the tray. He was halfway through his porridge. He really wanted a full English, but with one hand in a cast, manipulating the knife and fork wasn't something he was ready to try just yet, when the advert came on the telly. It was for a solicitor firm, Devereux Peck, that specialized in personal injury cases, and Harry smiled as the solution to his problems appeared on the screen before him. He'd have to move quickly to talk to them before Uncle Vernon could. Uncle Vernon would probably try to sue on Harry's behalf as his guardian of record, just to take whatever money Harry might be awarded away for himself. But that shouldn't be difficult, as he was stuck in hospital another day and didn't have a funeral to arrange. The advert ended, and Harry grabbed the pencil they'd given him to place his meal orders and scribbled the number to Devereux Peck on the serviette. He'd call later, after business hours started. For now, he'd finish his now lukewarm porridge and the fruit cup that came with it. By the time he finished, it was after 8. Maybe that was early enough for the solicitor's office to be open? He had nothing to lose by trying, so he grabbed the phone the nurse had politely hung from his bed rail and punched in the number. "Good morning, Devereux Peck. We can help." The woman who answered sounding caring and almost motherly, or what Harry thought motherly would sound like if it came in a quieter package than Molly Weasley. "I hope so," Harry said, startled by the greeting. I was in a car accident the day before yesterday. My aunt died in it, and I'm afraid my uncle's going to take whatever compensation I could get for himself." "I'm sorry for your loss," she said. "Now, let me take your name and age." "My name's Harry Potter and I'm 12, no 13, he said, remembering that today's my birthday. There was another pause. "Wishing you happy birthday doesn't seem appropriate under the circumstances," the woman said. "No, it's fine," Harry replied, and the pause this time seemed somewhat awkward. "Well then," the woman said finally, "would you prefer a male attorney or a female attorney?" Harry paused. "Does it matter?" "Only for your comfort," she said. "All of our solicitors are quite competent." "Then no, I guess. Normally, we'd want you to come to—" Harry lost the rest of what the woman was saying thanks to a commotion outside his room. When he looked toward the source of the disturbance, his mouth dropped open. Tony Stark stood outside his room, having an animated discussion with the doctor Harry had seen yesterday. "I'll call you back," he told the woman on the other end of the call, and hung up, too interested in what was happening outside his room to pay attention to the person on the phone. After a minute, the doctor, a dark-skinned man with curly hair called Dr. Menskoll, came into his room, leaving Tony Stark outside with a cheerful "Good morning." "Good morning, sir," Harry replied dutifully. "How are you feeling?" "I'm fine. I could list all the injuries that suggest you're not fine, as you put it." The doctor grinned as he slipped the ear tips of his stethoscope into his ears and pressed the round disc against Harry's chest and back. "Your lungs sound right, which isn't a surprise, but it's always good to be certain, isn't it?" "Yes, sir." It was a safe response, even though Harry agreed with the sentiment. Dr. Menskoll's smile faded. "I understand it was your aunt in the car with you?" "Yes, sir," Harry said, wondering why the doctor brought it up. "Do you live with her?" "And Uncle Vernon and my cousin Dudley," Harry said. "Or I did." "What happened to your parents?" "They died when I was a baby." It was true, if incomplete, so he added, "My aunt and uncle told me they were killed in a car accident." And, come to think of it, wasn't it poetic justice that Petunia had died the same way? Harry felt ashamed at the thought, even if it might be true. That's not entirely true, Dr. Menskull said and held up a hand to keep Harry from protesting. What were their names, your parents? James and Lily Potter. Well, Dr. Menskull glanced back toward the door, where Harry could see Tony Stark and another man tall and blonde where Stark was average height and dark waiting and watching. Dr. Menskull cleared his throat. There's no easy way to say this, so forgive my being blunt. James Potter was not your biological father. Harry's stomach seemed to have fallen out of his body. Well, what? James Potter was not your biological father, the doctor repeated. I have DNA tests that prove it. He's not. Then who dash? And it hit him. Harry jerked his gaze back to Tony Stark and the connection snapped into place. Tony Stark is my biological father? Yes, Dr. Menskull began, but Harry glared at Stark. Where were you? Harry shouted at the man standing in the hall. Where were you after they died? Stark came into the room. I didn't know they died. Why, you didn't know? Harry hated how small his voice sounded. How weak. He'd defeated Voldemort 3 times. And killed a basilisk. How was this what terrified him? Dr. Menskull cleared his throat again. I'll leave you to sort things out. Thank you, Doctor, the blonde man said, as Harry seemed to be stuck in a staring match with Tony Stark. I still have to report. The doctor broke off as Stark waved a hand. I think Tony means you should do what you have to, the blonde man said with a wry grin. Right. When you're ready to leave, just let us know. Harry barely noticed Dr. Menskull pulling the door shut behind him when he left. Stark blew out a breath. You want to hear the story? Yes, please, Harry said, still quietly, but at least he didn't sound pathetic. Okay then. Stark pulled a chair up to Harry's right side, angling it so that he faced Harry. I was at a quantum engineering conference at Cambridge back when Hawking was still teaching. Brilliant man. Too bad his body failed him. Right off track. Sorry. Harry couldn't help laughing. It's okay. You just reminded me of my best friend. She babbles sometimes too. Stark looked offended. I don't babble. Yes, you do, the blonde man said, but he was smiling. Sometimes. Stark huffed at the man, then turned his attention back to Harry. One night, a few of us were sitting around, talking, and there was this girl, beautiful, vivacious, intelligent. We hit it off. Spent a lot of time together when we weren't attending panels. I fell a little more in love with Lily every time we talked. And then she introduced me to her husband. Harry couldn't help wincing at that. The blonde man, who was leaning against the wall to Stark's other side, did as well. Stark waved away any awkwardness. Long story short, James was sterile, some kind of exposure at his job, I think. He paused, frowning. I would have sworn I remembered it all perfectly, but I don't remember that. Anyway, James was sterile, and Lily really wanted a child. Well, James too, but I think it was Lily wanting one that made him agree. Agree to what? The blonde man asked, saving Harry the trouble. Sperm donation. They'd been looking for someone who looked enough like James that physical resemblance wouldn't be a problem, and who was smart enough to satisfy Lily. For a while. Stark blew out a breath. I was glad to help out, on the understanding that as long as they were okay, I'd never see you again. But if anything happened to them before you grew up, I'd take you in. And that brought them back to, so where were you? This time, Harry managed to just ask the question, rather than shout it. They died when I was 15 months old. I didn't know, Stark replied, looking angry for the first time since Harry had seen him. But Harry didn't think Stark was angry at him. I swear. She promised me they'd name me in their wills. But nobody ever contacted me. Harry's throat felt like it had swollen 10 times its normal size. Pushing words past it seemed like far too much work. Stark appeared oblivious to his reaction, his expression still set in an angry frown. Harry glanced at the blonde man, whose expression was full of sympathy. Tony? He asked. How'd you find out about Harry now, then? A couple of months ago, Stark began, something happened. The other man snorted. Aliens invaded and you flew a nuclear weapon into a wormhole. I guess that could be summed up as something happened. Rogers, Stark said in a tone that held a hint of warning. Sorry, the other man, Rogers replied. And he did sound at least a little sorry. That was just the biggest understatement I've ever heard. Stark just gave the other man an exasperated look and turned back to Harry. Like I said, something happened. It made me think about a lot of things differently. He blew out a breath. I realized that I wasn't the same person who'd made that agreement with Lily. I couldn't just forget or ignore that I had a son out there somewhere. Lily had assured me she and James could provide for a child, but I had to check for myself. It had been 13 years, and as we found out in May, literally anything could have happened in that time. So I had Jarvis search for her, you. Harry swallowed, and it felt like he could talk again, so he said, "Who's Jarvis?" Stark pulled a phone from his pocket. "It's an acronym, just a really very intelligent system. It's what I named my AI, though calling him an AI is rather like calling a computer an adding machine. Say hi, Jay." A voice with a London accent. Harry couldn't place it any closer. Responded, "Hello, Mr. Potter." Harry blinked, then snorted when he saw Stark's amused expression. Still, manners made him say, "Hi, Jarvis." When Jarvis came up empty on the first pass, I set him to passive searching so I'd be notified if any of you showed up. Stark continued, "There was a news report about your aunt's death, so here I am. But how'd you know my name to search for me? I mean, I get knowing my parents' names, but how'd you know mine?"
Stark smiled.
"I've always known." He pulled an envelope from his pocket and offered it to Harry. "She sent me this." Harry took the envelope from him, noting the neat handwriting on the front. Was that his mother's handwriting? And how it had been neatly slit open. From it, Harry pulled a letter and a photograph. His breath caught when he saw the photo. It was of him. Well, him in his mother's arms with his father's arms wrapped around them both. He waited a moment, but the photo didn't move, and he gave himself a mental kick. Of course it wouldn't move. They couldn't send a magical photo to anyone not in the magical world, after all. He studied the picture closely, smiling as he realized that his parents in the picture looked just like the parents he'd seen in the mirror of Eriste back in first year. The mirror must have read his subconscious memories of them and used that to frame its image. On the back of the photo, in the same neat handwriting, he saw an inscription. Henry James, Harry Potter, July 31st, 2000. 1547 hours.
3,42 Kilogramm, 50,8 Zentimeter.
"May I see?" Rogers asked quietly, and Harry passed the photo to him and unfolded the letter, which was written in the same neat script. "Dear Tony, I just wanted to let you know everything went as smoothly as anyone could hope, and both Harry and I are doing well. Everyone says he looks like James, which means he looks like you, except his eyes, they're green like mine. I'm enclosing a letter from us to him. It's a morbid thought, I know, but James has taken on a somewhat risky project. If the worst happens, please give it to him. Be well, Lily." Beneath that note there was another, this one in somewhat sloppy handwriting. "The thanks are from both of us. He's amazing, James." Harry's eyes burned, and he quickly put the letter aside so he wouldn't stain it with his tears. He didn't know how long he sobbed, let alone why he was crying. Was it anger or grief, or even joy at having something tangible that his parents had left for him, even if James wasn't his biological father? When the tears subsided, Harry realized that Stark Tony, father, dad, was holding him and rocking him gently. Rogers picked up the box of tissue from the side table and offered it to him. He blew his nose loudly. "Yeah," Stark said when Harry had dried his eyes and looked up at him, "so I suck at being comforting." Harry couldn't help laughing a little. "I suck at accepting it, so I guess we're even." That made both men laugh, at least briefly, and Stark sat back. "Do you want their letter now?" he asked. Harry's instinct was to say yes, but he could almost hear Hermione chiding him. "No, I don't want to risk it getting lost or left here." "You heard the doctor," Stark said. "We're springing you from this joint. That is, if you want to live with me?" "Oh God, yes." Then he frowned. "Where do you live?" "Si has an apartment here in London," Stark replied. "For bedrooms, living room, dining room on one floor, workshop and game room on another, plus a rooftop garden and a tennis court." "Wow." Harry couldn't help exclaiming at the description. It sounded like paradise to him. "I'm relocating over here while we get to know each other and get things sorted out," Stark continued. "This is new to both of us, and I don't want to just uproot whatever life you have here." We'll have to figure things out together. Wow, Harry repeated, staring at the man who was his father. Nobody's ever offered to do anything like that for me before. Stark ducked his head, apparently embarrassed. Yeah, well, get used to it, kid, because from now on you're my #1 priority. Harry could only smile.
So stark, Dad?
No, Harry wasn't ready for that yet, said. You okay with going to the apartment? There are flats over here, Tony, Rogers said. Stark waved that away. Tomato. Well, yes please, Harry said. Then he laughed. You could probably say we were going to some dark alleyway in America and I'd still think it was better than being here. Stark laughed at that. No alleyways, even if we go to America. Any place you need to go before we go there? A sudden dread settled in Harry's gut, and he swallowed hard before he said, my aunt and uncle's house in Surrey. I need to get my school things. If Uncle Vernon hadn't already destroyed them. It wasn't long before Harry was dressed, in clothes that looked 3 or 4 times. Not sizes times, bigger than he was, and Tony forced himself to save questions about them for later as they got Harry out of the hospital and into the car. Of course, Tony mused, Dr. Menskoll was certain Harry had been neglected, if not actually physically abused, so maybe ill-fitting clothes was just one more aspect of it. Still, he'd have to ask, once they were settled in for the night, during the 90-minute drive to Little Whinging, and, really, where did the Brits get names for their towns? Tony came to one inescapable, inevitable conclusion. His son was hiding something. Tony didn't know what or why, but the way Harry spoke about his school only in generalities, the way he paused before he answered every question, and a nervousness Tony hadn't seen when they were talking about James and Lily Potter all supported his conclusion. The question was, what was he going to do about it? If Harry were anything like him, or Lily, for that matter, pushing him would only make him retreat into himself and set back the fragile trust they were beginning to build. He'd offered the letter from James and Lily again, but Harry shook his head, and Tony understood. He wouldn't want to read something so emotionally charged in public, either. Then Rogers asked, how are your grades? Generally speaking, about half as, a few ES, and 1 Harry replied absently, and Tony and Steve shared a look. Okay, that's nothing like the American grading system, Tony said, so you'll have to explain it. I mean, to us, an A is the best you can get. Harry laughed quietly. A is for acceptable. E is for exceeds expectations. And O is outstanding. Our is ranked A, B, C, D, F, Tony said. So, sounds like mostly CS, a few BS, and 1A? Probably, Harry said. Are you doing your best? Steve asked, and he managed to do so without an accusing tone to it, which Tony wasn't sure he could have managed. Don't know. Maybe? How can you not know? Tony demanded, and hoped it sounded more incredulous than accusatory. Apparently not, because Harry flinched a little. Harry swallowed and looked away, out the window of the car at the passing buildings. I wasn't allowed to do better than Dudley, he said finally. So I stopped trying. Even after I went away to school. It was as much the matter-of-fact tone Harry used as the words that made Tony feel a little homicidal. Thankfully, Steve picked up the conversation while Tony got his impulse under control. If you're slightly above average without trying, I'm sure you'll be near the top of your class when you start trying again, Steve said. But even if you're not, as long as you're doing your best, Tony will be proud of you. He's right, Tony said immediately. I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't like for you to outshine both of your parents. But you're you, and as long as you do your best, that's what matters. I will, Harry said. Promise. When they turned into Privet Drive, Tony focused on not snorting at the drab sameness of the houses along the street. Should have named this area Stepford, he muttered, only to be met by twin expressions of confusion. He gave an exaggerated sigh. Right, we are having a movie marathon at some point. Then he was focused on helping Harry out of the car. Not that Steve Rogers needed much help, but Tony could at least hold the crutches they'd given Harry, and up the drive to ring the bell at number 4. The door opened to reveal a portly man in a black sweater vest, dark gray shirt, and black trousers. We're not at home to visitors, he said gruffly. There's been a death in the family. I know, Tony said. I'm sorry for your loss, but that's partly why we're here. He gestured over his shoulder, and the man's gaze followed. His expression morphed into a scowl, and his complexion turned ruddy faster than Tony would have thought possible. "You," the man all but snarled. "Did you kill Petunia with your freakishness?" "Boy," Tony could only hope his own anger wasn't as visible as this man's. "Vernon Dursley, most likely." "That's a serious accusation," Tony said, pleased that the words came out evenly. "Unless you have actual evidence to back it up, you should drop it right now." "Or else what?" Dursley sneered. He gave Tony a once-over, clearly conveying his opinion of Tony's Black Sabbath t-shirt, jeans, and leather jacket with a disdainful sniff. Before Tony could formulate a suitably scathing reply, he heard Steve's voice. "I don't like bullies," Steve said, and his voice sounded somewhat farther away than it should have. So Tony risked taking his eyes off Dursley to glance toward where he thought Steve's voice had come from. Steve was at the far end of the drive, petting a large black dog, though his gaze was fixed on Vernon Dursley. "I joined the army because I don't like bullies, and Hitler was the worst bully I could imagine," Steve continued. "I'm starting to not like you." "Starting to?" Harry muttered, only not quietly enough, because Dursley's face got even redder. Dursley opened his mouth, and Tony was morbidly curious as to what might come out of it. Instead, a voice echoed from upstairs. "Dad, the freak's bird is back, and it bit me. Don't hurt Hedwig," Harry shouted, and started for the door, as quickly as the crutches would let him. "I'll help," Steve said as he passed Tony to follow Harry into the house. Dursley didn't want to let them pass, but a glare from Steve made him step aside. Dursley thrust a pudgy finger at Tony. "If my boy gets an infection from that bite, I'll sue." "You do that," Tony said, keeping the anger from his tone by sheer willpower. "My lawyers would take that case for free. Now, since they're seeing to Harry's pet, why don't you show me where the rest of Harry's things are, and we can arrange for whatever won't fit in the car to be picked up." A look of vicious glee crossed Dursley's face. "He doesn't have any things. I threw them out." "Were these things that you and your wife had bought him, or things that he bought with his own money?" Tony asked. His pulse was racing, but he'd slipped from the white-hot anger he'd felt when Dr. Menskoll first told him about the neglect. Harry had apparently suffered into a simmering rage that kept him thinking clearly and speaking calmly. "What difference does it make? The freak's not welcome in my house any longer," Dursley said. "Not that he ever was, mind you, decent people don't need to be around freaks like that. But he's Petunia's sister's brat, no family of mine." Despite the man's manner, his words made Tony want to smile. He didn't, but it was a near thing, having that recorded, and Jarvis had surely recorded it. For later use was a gift he hadn't been expecting. Tony blew out a breath and regarded Vernon Dursley with as much calm as he could muster. "I understand you've just suffered a terrible loss, and for that, I'll make you an offer. If Harry's things are still in the trash, haven't been picked up yet, I won't ruin your life. We go our separate ways and try to forget each other's existence." Dursley huffed, and Tony held up a hand to quell whatever he was about to say. "If they're gone or destroyed beyond repair," Tony continued, "buying whatever company you work for just so I can fire your butt is the least of what I'll do to you." "Now, see here," Dursley began, only to be interrupted by an uneven thunk step. Tony shifted so that he could look past Dursley and into the house, where he could just see Harry making his way slowly downstairs. He had a backpack of some kind slung from one shoulder, and given what Dursley had said about Harry's things, Tony wondered what might be in the backpack and how, not whether Harry had hidden it from his uncle. Steve was only a step behind him, one hand extended ready to catch Harry if he missed a step. Tony felt a surge of gratitude for 1940s manners, though probably technically earlier, assuming Steve had learned them when he was a child. When Harry finally made it to the door, Tony said, "Your uncle said he threw out your things." Harry just shrugged, as much as he could, thanks to the crutches and broken bones, and his expression suggested he wasn't surprised. "They might still be in the bin," Tony prompted, and Harry looked up with an expression of such hope that Tony's heart almost broke. "Come on, Harry," Steve said. "I'll help you look for them." Once they had made their way to the side of the house where the bins were kept, Tony found himself scowling at Dursley. If he didn't know Dr. Menskoll would be reporting the signs of abuse they'd seen in Harry, he would be more than a little homicidal where anyone with the name Dursley was concerned. As it was, he could dismiss the man for now. He'd have Jarvis monitor Menskull's complaint, and if there were the slightest indication that it wasn't being treated seriously, then he'd indulge his homicidal tendencies by hiring the most vicious family law attorneys he could find in the UK and pointing them at Vernon Dursley. But before he could even consider that, he needed to be absolutely positively certain about one thing. So he cleared his throat, drawing Dursley's attention. Just to be clear, Tony said, "You're giving up guardianship of Harry Potter and you don't want him back in your house? I never want to see that freak again." Dursley all but spat. "Freaks like him shouldn't be around decent people. Take him, sign him up for the army, dump him at an orphanage, whatever you want. I don't care." Tony just stared at him, alternately bemused and baffled by the man's words. "And you think you're one of the decent people he shouldn't be around? God help you." He turned away from a spluttering Vernon Dursley, idly wondering if the man would be stupid enough to lay a hand on him. Apparently not, as Tony approached the corner of the house where Steve and Harry had gone. They were already on their way back, Steve hefting what looked like a steamer trunk on one shoulder. "That's it?" Tony asked, unable to conceal his surprise. "One trunk? It holds more than it looks like," Harry said. "If you're sure." Tony frowned, but reminded himself that if Dursley hated Harry so much, he wouldn't have bought him many things. That, at least, was something Tony could easily rectify. As soon as he knew what Harry liked, it didn't take Steve long to stash the trunk in the trunk. Tony chuckled to himself at that. Even if the Brits called the trunk of a car the boot. He offered to stow Harry's backpack, too, but Harry refused to part with it, even to put it in the trunk with his trunk. "Your uncle Steve," began hesitantly. "Hates me," Harry said with the same nonchalant acceptance that he might have said the sky was blue. Or, Tony amended with a glance out the window. The sky was a somewhat cloudy gray, which he hadn't expected in July. "Does he have a reason?" "I'm sorry to ask." But, Harry shrugged. "He always has. My aunt was my mother's sister, and they didn't get along at all. They never wanted to take me in after my parents were killed. But there wasn't anyone else." "That's no excuse," Steve began, but stopped and ducked his head. "Sorry. The only thing I hate more than bullies are people who abuse kids. The worst kind of bullies because there's nothing that can be done about it." Tony blinked, whether at Steve's statement or Harry's wide-eyed expression of shock. He wasn't certain, and cleared his throat to draw Steve's attention. "That's one of the things that's better now," he said. "Certain people, doctors, law enforcement, teachers, and others are required to report suspected abuse." But Steve broke off again. "Dr. Menskull's reporting it," Tony replied. "I don't know why nobody else did." Then his eyes narrowed as a thought occurred to him. Or did they, and it got covered up for some reason? Harry shrugged his good shoulder, winced, and settled back in his seat, closing his eyes as he did. Steve started to speak again, but Tony waved a hand to catch his attention. When Steve looked at him, he shook his head. Steve frowned, and Tony gave a silent sigh. "You have a cell phone yet?" he asked. "Fury gave me one." Without being prompted, Steve pulled it from his pocket. "Yeah, that paperweight's gotta go," Tony said. "Make a note, Jay, we're getting Rogers the current Stark phone. One for Harry, too." "Okay, Harry must be asleep." He didn't even twitch at Tony's words. "Done, sir," Jarvis replied. "Until then," Tony said, "what's your number?" Steve recited it, probably had memorized it the first time he'd heard it, and Tony added him to his contact list. The number would probably change when the phone changed, but until then it stayed where it was. Tony typed quickly and hit send. Don't bug him about it. Probably sensitive about the whole mess. Yes, as long as his uncle doesn't get away with it. Harry. Tony offered the other man a tight smile. He won't. Yes, Harry had dozed or slept most of the way from Privet Drive to wherever they were now. He hadn't realized just how tired he'd been, both physically and emotionally, and not for the first time since the accident. He wished for a pain relief potion. Maybe even some Skeel Grow, no matter how nasty it tasted. Shifting in his seat, he craned his neck, looking at the city around him. Docklands, Stark said from where he sat across from Harry. Dad invested fairly heavily in the redevelopment of the area, including building the Stark Docklands Tower. Harry nodded as though he had any idea what the other man was talking about. He only occasionally heard part of the newscasts Uncle Vernon insisted on listening to, and since he hadn't gone into the city proper other than on occasional trips in primary school, he had no idea what Docklands actually meant. Still, it wasn't Privet Drive, so it was all good. The car pulled into an underground parking garage, and Harry let Rogers assist him out of the car and over to the lifts nearby. Behind him, Stark gave orders to have Harry's trunk brought up to the residential floor, whatever that meant, and then came to join them. "Hungry?" he asked as they stepped into the lift, which had opened just as Stark arrived. "Wait, what am I saying? You have to be hungry, teenage boy. Stuck in the hospital with certainly good for you but horrible tasting food. Pizza? I've never had it," Harry said absently. "That is a travesty," Stark declared. "Jay, order us some pies. Anyone got a preference? Could be interesting to try the English interpretation of a New York-style pizza," Rogers said. "But I'm not picky. One New York-style, one with everything," Stark said, then looked at Harry. "Unless you have allergies?" "I don't think so," Harry said. "I have placed the order, Sir," Jarvis said. "They estimate half an hour for delivery." "Thanks, Jay," Stark said as the lift doors opened into an entryway that was larger than Harry's bedroom at Privet Drive. "5-cent tour," Stark said, breezing past Harry and further into the flat. He pointed to the right. "Kitchen, breakfast bar, and dining room that way. Living area straight ahead, and 4 bedrooms with en-suite baths to the left. Far left bedroom's mine. Either of you have preferences for the other?" "I can sleep anywhere," Rogers replied. "Harry, wherever you want," Harry replied. "I don't want to be a bother." Which, he reflected, was a silly thing to say, since the man's life had been uprooted because of Harry. "You're not a bother," Stark said fiercely, and Harry turned to stare at him. "I've upended your life," Harry protested. "No, this," he tapped his chest, where Harry could see a faint blue light beneath the black t-shirt he wore, "and how I got it upended my life. The alien invasion a couple of months ago upended a lot of people's lives. You no offense, kid, but you're, what do the Brits call it?" He paused, frowning thoughtfully. "A spot of bother," Rogers supplied. "Or that's what Peggy would have called it. Then again, she called the Blitz an inconvenience."
Stark laukit.
Sounds like Aunt Peggy. Before Harry could wonder, let alone ask, what they were talking about, a brisk, almost impatient, tapping sounded. Harry turned as quickly as he could, hampered by crutches and casts, and by that time Rogers was in a defensive stance in front of him. Harry boggled, and Stark stood with his arms out, which made Harry frown. What did the man think he was doing? Then he saw the source of the tapping, a white owl pecking on the window. "Hedwig!" he exclaimed happily and hobbled his way across the room. "Harry?" Stark asked. "Do you recognize this bird?" "She's mine," Harry replied, pressing his hand flat against the glass. "Or I'm hers. I'm not quite sure how it works." Hedwig flapped her wings such that the tip of one of them smacked the glass opposite Harry's hand. Harry grinned at her before turning back to the others. "Is there a window where she can come in? Or someplace she can land?" "Garden on the roof," Stark said, looking nonplussed. Harry turned back to Hedwig. "Hear that, girl? Garden on the roof. I'll be up there in a minute." Hedwig made some kind of noise in response, then soared away. Harry turned back to Stark. "How do I get to the roof?" Stark gestured over his shoulder. "Elevator's back there." Minutes later, Harry emerged into the July afternoon, and a landscape garden like those he'd seen on the covers of some of Aunt Petunia's magazines. To one side, a latticework gazebo held pride of place, and Hedwig perched on its railing. To his surprise, there were 2 other owls with her, each of them with a package and a letter tied to their legs. A large tawny owl shook its feathers and stuck out its leg imperiously. "Bossy," Harry murmured as he removed the letter and package. Then he looked up at Stark. "Is there a bird feeder or someplace it can get water?" "There's a bird bath somewhere," Stark said, sounding somewhat perplexed. "This is only the second time I've been to this apartment, and the last time was in December, so I didn't come outside." "Help yourself, then," Harry told the tawny owl, and it flew off. He moved to the second owl, which had fallen over, apparently unconscious, to lay on the railing. "Oh, Errol." Harry shook his head and removed the parcel and letter from the Weasley family owl. Then he took the owl and carried it to the table in the gazebo. I'll get you some water soon. The owl opened its eyes and gave a soft hoot before apparently passing out again. Harry shook his head again and turned back to the final owl. Hedwig. He reached out to stroke her feathers. After the accident, I was afraid you wouldn't find me. She gave a sound somewhere between a bark and a growl that he interpreted as, of course I can find you. Stupid human. Harry chuckled. I'm sorry to have doubted you. Let's see what you've got, then. It wasn't long before he had the package she'd carried laid out neatly beside the others along the rail. She nipped at his ear affectionately and took off from the railing, but keeping her flight low, doubtless looking for the birdbath. Harry turned his attention to the packages and letters before him, only then remembering that, yes, today was actually his birthday. I've heard of messenger pigeons. Roger's voice broke into Harry's thoughts. They were used during the Great War. But I've never heard of messenger owls. 2 reasons for that, Stark replied. First, you really don't want a bird of prey as a messenger. They can do serious damage to you if they object to the idea. Second, for birds of prey, owls are too dumb to do the job. An annoyed shriek came from the far side of the roof. He didn't mean you. Hedwig, Harry called, and got a slightly less annoyed bark for his trouble. Harry turned in time to see the rather astonished expression Rogers was giving Stark. I've gotten used to you knowing a lot of things, Rogers said. But how do you know that? Stark ducked his head. Whenever Aunt Peggy chose my punishment, she made me copy out articles on subjects I was absolutely not interested in. And then she graded my penmanship and made me recopy it if it wasn't good enough. One was on homing birds. Rogers looked like he was mentally filing that away for future reference. So, Stark said, ambling over to where Harry stood, that begs the question, who's actually using messenger owls? He picked up each package in turn, clearly testing their weights, and fixed Harry with an intensely curious look. More interestingly, how are they managing to carry things that equal or exceed their body weight? Harry looked down, thinking furiously. He'd been so caught up in happiness at seeing Hedwig again that he'd completely forgotten that muggles like Mr. Stark and Mr. Rogers weren't supposed to know about magic. But Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had known. And Hermione's parents, he'd met them at Diagon Alley last summer. Maybe it was okay for family to know? It would have to be okay for family to know. But what if he told Mr. Stark and Mr. Stark decided he didn't want Harry around anymore? Harry wasn't comfortable calling him Dad yet, but he still didn't know how he'd take it if Mr. Stark threw him out because of magic. Harry. To his surprise, it wasn't Stark who spoke, but Rogers. I was picked on as a kid a lot. I get it, you know? That it can be hard to trust people. You don't really know either of us. And that makes it even harder. I hope you'll try to trust us. It's just Harry swallowed hard and looked back at Stark. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but you need to know, and I don't know what to do. That's rough, Stark said, and Harry thought he heard genuine sympathy in the man's tone. So I won't push, if it's something you're not supposed to talk about. Rogers snorted a laugh, and Stark grimaced. I'll try not to push. Harry laughed a little, too, relieved that nobody was yelling because he hadn't directly answered the question. Anyway, Stark said, the packages remind me that today's your birthday. What would you like to do? What? Harry asked, and he hated how his voice broke. Simple question, Stark said. How do you want to celebrate your birthday? I don't know, Harry admitted. I never have before, really. That, Stark declared, is a shame. So, tell you what, you go ahead and open your packages and the capsicle and I will figure out something to do to celebrate. Capsicle? Harry frowned at the unfamiliar word, but he nodded without questioning it. Maybe he'd have figured out what to do by the time they were finished. As the 2 adults moved away, Harry picked up a package. The neat handwriting told him it was from Hermione, and he opened it eagerly. Inside was a birthday card, his first ever, and a chatty letter about her summer, including that she and her parents were in France and that Hedwig had just shown up, as though she knew Hermione wanted to send Harry a birthday present. The present itself turned out to be a hefty box with broomstick servicing kit stenciled on it in gilt letters. Harry grinned so hard his cheeks hurt. Trust Hermione to pick her gifts with care. That thought made him frown as he realized he didn't know when her birthday was. He'd have to find out, and in the meantime he'd have to think about what he could get her that would show as much thought as the servicing kit did. The next package he opened was from Ron. Besides a birthday card and letter, there was a clipping from the Daily Prophet. Harry smiled at the picture of the entire Weasley clan, all 9 of them in front of a pyramid, waving madly at the camera. The accompanying article described how Mr. Weasley had won the annual grand prize galleon draw and were using the prize of 700 galleons to pay for a family trip to Egypt. Harry set the clipping aside and picked up the gold-wrapped package. When he opened it, he found what looked like a miniature glass spinning top. Another note from Ron proclaimed it a pocket sneakoscope, which Bill Weasley said was sold to gullible tourists and wasn't actually good at detecting untrustworthy people as it was supposed to do. Both Hermione and Ron had mentioned going to London for supplies during the week before term started and invited him to join them. Ron was even getting a new wand to replace the one he'd broken the year before, and that ultimately had been destroyed when Gilderoy Lockhart tried to cast a memory charm on Harry and Ron. Those letters just brought Harry's dilemma back to the forefront of his mind. How could he tell Mr. Stark that he had to go to London, well, a specific part of London, as he was already in London proper for his school supplies, and not say anything else? Very firmly, Harry told himself not to think about that now, but rather focus on the last package. The untidy scrawl on the brown paper told him it was from Hagrid, who had gotten Harry the first present that he remembered receiving. That said present turned out to be Harry's familiar owl. Hedwig was simply icing on the cake. He tore off the top layer of paper and saw something green and leathery beneath. Before he could finish unwrapping it properly, the package gave a great shudder. Whatever inside it snapped loudly, as though closing a jaw quickly. Oh, Hagrid would never send Harry anything dangerous on purpose, but Hagrid had a different idea of what might be considered dangerous than other, normal people. Harry poked tentatively at the package, and it made that snapping sound again. Fantastic. Shifting his weight onto his good leg, Harry hefted a crutch in his right hand, ready to defend himself if necessary. With his free hand, he grabbed the rest of the wrapping paper and pulled as hard as he could. Fell. A book. Harry barely had time to register the gold lettering on its green cover. The Monster Book of Monsters, before it flipped onto its edge and scuttled along the gazebo railing like some weird, demented crab. The book flopped off the railing, landing too close to Harry's feet for his comfort, though one ankle was in a cast, and maybe that would offer some protection, and then skittered across the roof toward some kind of hedge. Bother, Harry muttered. He thought for a moment, then dropped the wrapping paper and undid the belt he wore. It was long enough to wrap twice around his waist and still have a fair bit hanging down from the buckle, so it should be long enough to contain the monster book. Of course, that meant his trousers fell down to his ankles. With a groan, he pulled them off, not certain how to react when they slid over his cast without catching. Then he set the crutch aside and cautiously approached the hedge where the book had retreated. Here, book, he sing-songed quietly as he dropped to his hands and knees to look into the darkness under the hedge. What seemed like a pair of eyes reflected the midday light back at him. There you are, Harry said. Come on now, let's get you out of there. He reached for it, but the book snapped shut on his hand. Ouch! The book scuttled back and forth, apparently looking for a route around him. Harry closed his eyes, took a breath, and released it. When he opened his eyes again, he felt more like he did during a Quidditch game, because this really wasn't all that different, was it? He had to catch something, only this time the object was skittering rather than flying. Granted, the book bit back, but still. The book seemed to be quivering, whether in fear or anticipation he couldn't tell, and Harry feinted a left-handed grab, which sent the book flapping toward his right, and Harry lunged to grab it. He caught it by the cover, and the rest of the book started slapping shut and open on his fingers. Calm down, book, Harry gasped as he wrestled to get it shut without his fingers caught inside. Finally, he had it clutched against his chest. He reached out blindly and found the belt. A minute later, he had the belt double, maybe triple wrapped around the book and was fastening it tight. Right, that's you sorted, Harry said, allowing himself to relax and take pride in his work. The book still shuddered, probably in anger at being trapped, but at least it wasn't attacking him anymore. Now he just had to figure out how to keep his trousers up. Using his crutch for stability, he leveraged himself to his feet, wincing at a little more pain than he'd had before, and looked around for his trousers, and saw Stark and Rogers at the gazebo, pizza boxes and drinks respectively in hand. I was going to suggest we have pizza and talk about whether to go on a bus tour of London or maybe hit the Science Museum, Stark said. Now, I think we're going to have pizza and talk about whatever that is. Discussing what to do with a 13-year-old for his birthday with Steve Rogers was, Tony reflected as he leaned back in his seat at the dining table, almost an exercise in futility. Steve hadn't been out of the ice long enough to have learned what was available, though he had suggested an amusement park, a movie, or maybe a zoo, which Tony had to admit weren't bad suggestions in and of themselves. They were just old-fashioned except for the movie. Then again, Rogers had been a young man when movies hit their stride. What was it like? Tony asked as he and Steve sat waiting for the pizza to arrive. Taking it outside would be a natural intrusion on Harry's gifts from his friends. What was what like? Steve asked. The movies, Tony said. 1939 was a fantastic year for movies. Doubt we've had as good a year since. Gone with the Wind. Stagecoach. Goodbye, Mr. Chips. Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. And, of course, The Wizard of Oz. I know you've seen that one. You caught the Flying Monkeys reference. I was broke, Tony, Steve said. Poor at times, but broke almost always. There's a difference? Tony asked. Genuinely asking here. Poor isn't likely to change soon, Steve said. Broke means you're temporarily out of money. Okay, I get it. As much as I can, anyway. We were never either of those. Steve raised an eyebrow and Tony shrugged. Accident of birth. I'm not going to apologize for it. I don't expect you to. I'm just, surprised in a way that you recognize it. Tony smiled without mirth. Someone told you I'm an insensitive jerk, didn't they? But he waved it away before Steve could answer. Back to the question, what was it like, seeing those movies? Steve took a sip of coffee as he appeared to consider the question. I remember The Wizard of Oz most, for a lot of reasons. Mostly the change from black and white to color. It really was like entering a new world, like seeing everything with new eyes. I had a similar feeling watching Star Wars the first time they made the hyperspace jump, Tony said. It was a hold on to your hats, it's going to be a wild ride kind of moment. Star Wars? Steve asked, and Tony sat up so straight so quickly he was surprised his spine didn't protest. Oh, my God, he said. You haven't seen Star Wars. Not yet, Steve said. There are a bunch of, I forget the term, but recordings of movies in the apartment. Oh no. No. Your first experience of Star Wars will not be on a television, even if it has a 72-inch screen. You'll see it in a theater just like the rest of us. Jarvis. Yes, sir, came the immediate response. Survey the employees at SI what movies are best seen for the first time on the big screen. Make a list of the top 25 most frequently chosen, and we'll find a theater to show them. You don't have to go to all that trouble, Steve protested. It's not just for you, but I do it just for you too, and not just because Dad would have wanted it, Tony said and rotated his coffee cup between his hands. I get the feeling Harry hasn't seen a lot of movies either. It'll be good for you both to have someone to share the experience with. Steve just sighed and took another swallow of coffee before saying, we can't get that arranged in time for his birthday today, though. So, any decisions? A bus tour of London, Tony said. That's as much because of his broken ankle than anything else. Or, if he really wants, the Science Museum or maybe the VA Museum of Childhood. How about letting him pick the museum? Steve asked, and Tony couldn't help grimacing. He'll probably pick something completely boring. It's his birthday. Shouldn't he get to pick what he wants? Tony gave an exaggerated sigh. Fine. Just don't complain to me when you're bored. I won't. Steve grinned. Jarvis spoke before Tony could pick up the thread of conversation. Sir, the pizzas have arrived. Great. Send them up in the elevator, and I'll grab drinks from the fridge. Tony frowned. I wonder what he likes. He's too young for alcohol, Steve observed, and Tony shot him an incredulous look. What? I wasn't even thinking of alcohol, Tony said, and was somewhat surprised to find that was true. Though, by all rights, he could think of alcohol and no one would blame him. Having an injured, previously abused 13-year-old dropped into his life was a better excuse to drink than he'd ever had before, but he'd decided to cut way back on alcohol after his too close, for comfort brush with death by palladium poisoning. He'd die eventually, but it wouldn't be from poisoning of any kind. Point me toward the icebox, and I'll grab a selection. We call them fridges these days, Tony said. He jerked a thumb toward the kitchen. That way. Big silver-colored thing, top door. By the time Tony had retrieved the boxes from the elevator, 3 pizzas plus a cinnamon dessert thing and a chocolate chip cookie the size of a medium pizza, Steve had pulled an armload of drinks from the fridge and was crossing to join him. Are there stairs to the roof? He asked. Not just the private elevator? Have to be, Tony replied as they stepped into said private elevator. He elbowed the button for the roof and said, Fire code regulations. Jarvis can show you at some point. The elevator doors slid open, and Tony started for the gazebo, surprised to see a pile of opened packages, but no sign of Harry. Just as he was about to call out for his son, Harry's voice came from a few feet away, down one of the paths laid out on the roof. Calm down, book, Harry said, somewhat breathlessly, and Tony flicked a glance at Steve, who looked as surprised and confused as he felt. 2 steps brought him within sight of his son, whose bare legs were pale in the early afternoon sunlight. What had happened to his pants? Tony looked around and saw a pile of dark fabric not far away. Frowning, Tony forced himself to focus once more on Harry, who was struggling to wrap something. A belt? Maybe around a book? Yes, a book. A book that was struggling mightily against being bound, if Tony were any judge. Finally, Harry sat back. Right, that's you sorted, he said. After a moment, Harry leveraged himself to his feet and turned around, only to freeze when he met Tony's gaze. I was going to suggest we have pizza and talk about whether to go on a bus tour of London or maybe hit the Science Museum, Tony said. Now, I think we're going to have pizza and talk about whatever that is. A few minutes later, they had the boxes open on the table under the gazebo, and the drinks, cans of more flavors of soda than Harry had ever seen before, distributed. A still unconscious Errol had been carefully moved to one side, and Harry had called Hedwig to come get a bit of whichever pizza she liked. She'd then flown back to wherever she'd been before, and the 3 humans settled in to eat. Eating pizza directly from the box felt a little bit naughty, if Harry were honest. Certainly Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon would never have eaten pizza directly from the box, even if they'd ever eat pizza at all, which Harry wasn't certain of. There were 3 types of pizza. One was something Rogers called New York style, with a thick crust, sauce, and heaps of melted cheese. The second was a thick-crusted rectangular pizza with everything, whatever that meant when it came to pizza, that Stark called Detroit style. Finally, there was thin-crusted pizza with pepperoni and cheese that Stark seemed to prefer. Harry was determined to try all 3, though the slices looked very big. We'll get a Chicago-style deep-dish pizza some other time, Stark said, licking a bit of sauce from his finger. How many types of pizza are there? Harry asked. If you're talking toppings, it's not an infinite number of combinations, but it's a big number, Stark replied. If you're talking styles, Chicago, Detroit, New York, St. Louis, Neapolitan, and Pepper introduced me to an abomination called California pizza. Abomination? Rogers asked, saving Harry the trouble. All fancy and frou-frou. Stark took another bite of his Detroit-style slice. Pizza's not supposed to be fancy. How do you make a pizza fancy? Harry asked once he'd finished swallowing his New York-style bite. By putting toppings on it God never intended, Stark declared. Like scallops, caviar, zucchini, which last is a travesty. They all sound like travesties to me, Rogers said. I'd like to try one, Harry offered, just to see if I like it or not. Rogers pointed at him with his slice. Good attitude. So, Stark wiped his hands on a paper napkin. Now that we've all had our first slices, what did the book do that required you to get half bare and wrestle with it? Harry swallowed hard before looking down at the pizza in his hand. It's a secret. You're a wizard. Harry jerked upright, gaping at Steve Rogers. He barely caught Stark's splutter, choked off as it was by a bite of pizza coming back up instead of going down as he spat it out. Wizard, Stark said. Seriously, Spangles? Seriously, Rogers replied. How did you know? Harry asked quietly. I met a couple during the war, Rogers replied. Hydra was looking to recruit some, and that wouldn't have ended well for anyone. The Howleys and I teamed up with a team from the IWC. No, ICW, right? Harry nodded, unable to form words at that revelation. The war that killed my parents? No, Rogers replied with a grin. A bit further back, the Second World War. How is that dash? Harry broke off as realization hit. Oh, Steve Rogers. Captain America. Rogers blinked. I'm surprised you know that. Harry ducked his head. When Dame Margaret Carter died, the Telegraph's obituary had photographs from the war. Rogers looked sad for a moment, then appeared to put that aside.
Dame?
Which order? Dame Commander of the Order of the Bath. 4 things she did after the war, Stark replied immediately. Also the Distinguished Service Order for what she did during the war. She was my godmother, he added, and Harry nodded his understanding, surprising as the revelation was. But back to wizards are real? Really? Weren't you the one wondering about the physics of owls carrying packages? Rogers asked, amused. Magic explains it. Stark still looked dubious, and Harry said, I've got my Hogwarts letter. You can see that if you like. Oh, and the things Ron and Hermione and Hagrid sent me. They're magical, though the book can be vicious. Let's see. Then, Stark replied, and Harry finished the last of his slice before wiping his hands and picking up the presents he'd stacked in the chair next to him and passing them over to his father, who took them with an expression of open curiosity. Sneakoscope? Rogers asked. Does it help you sneak around? The reverse, actually, Harry replied. Ron said it's supposed to light up and spin when there's someone untrustworthy around. Stark looked across at Rogers. Gotta see how it reacts to fury. The comment meant nothing to Harry, but Rogers grinned. Stark moved on to broomstick servicing kit. For real? Stark looked up at him. You fly a broomstick? And play Quidditch? It's a sport. Teams of 7. All on brooms, Harry said. Are you good? Rogers asked, and there was honest curiosity in both his voice and his expression. Harry hated bragging, so he tried to keep to the facts. I'm the youngest Seeker in a century, won every game I've played. Seeker? Rogers asked. 3 chasers, 2 beaters, a keeper, and a Seeker, Harry explained. The game doesn't end until the snitch is caught, and it's the Seeker's job to find and catch it. My father, played chaser. You're gonna have to tell me all about the game, Stark said. But why'd you belt up this book? Because it was running away? Harry said, and the book twitched in Stark's hands. Stark yelped and tossed the book to Rogers, who caught it neatly and put it on the chair next to him before sharing a grin with Harry. He could get used to this, spending time with adults who didn't expect anything of him. It's for one of my classes, Harry said. I've got my book list, if you want to see it. Sure. Stark held out his hand, and when Harry handed the letter from Hogwarts over, he rubbed the parchment between his fingers. Parchment? Do they make you write with quill pens, too? Unfortunately, Harry said. I lost points on my first essays because my penmanship was horrible. It would have been better with a biro, but they're not allowed. Good Lord. Stark frowned at the parchment. Listen to this, the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 3. Okay, nothing unusual there. Or nothing unusual if you're talking about books for magical schools. But Unfogging the Future, by Cassandra Vablitsky? He looked up, his forehead creased in concentration. Didn't she found the Theosophical Society? You're thinking of Helena Blavatsky, Rogers said. Right. Stark looked back down at the parchment he held. Home life and social habits of British Muggles, what the heck? Muggles are people who don't have magic, Harry said. Do they intend to insult us? Stark asked, but it seemed to be a rhetorical question as he skimmed the other 2 parchments. Hogsmeade? And then Harry realized that Mr. Stark might be willing to sign his permission slip. Uncle Vernon certainly wouldn't have. There's a magical village near Hogwarts, Harry said. I'd like to be able to go with my friends, if you wouldn't mind. Stark set the parchment aside and grabbed another slice of pizza. He took a bite and chewed, and Harry suspected it was to give him time to think before he answered. I don't have enough information to say yes or no, he said finally. I've literally known about magic for, half an hour? I have so many questions. Harry knew he must be staring, because Stark broke off with a grin. No, Harry, I don't expect you to answer all of them, he said. There's got to be someone we can talk to about it all. Maybe this deputy headmistress person, Professor, he glanced over at the parchment. McGonagall? How do I get in touch with her? Hedwig can take a letter to her, Harry said. Probably not until tomorrow, though. She must be tired after flying all the way from France. France? Rogers asked. How do you know that's where she was? Because she brought my present from Hermione and just saying, my present felt wonderful and Hermione's in France. Gives us time to write our letters to her, Stark said. How long before we could expect a reply, if Hedwig leaves tomorrow morning? Harry considered it for a moment. Tomorrow evening at the earliest. Maybe a day or two after. How about we invite her to brunch on Saturday? Stark said. Keep it informal? I don't know that Professor McGonagall can be informal, Harry blurted, and both men laughed. So Stark said, show me what you can do. Harry blinked owlishly, and gave his owl a silent mental apology. I what? Magic, Stark said. Show me some magic. We're not allowed to do magic outside of school, Harry said. Not until we're adults. Well, that's stupid, Stark declared. How are you supposed to get any good at it if you can't practice? I do, Harry said. Sort of. How do you sort of practice magic? Stark asked. I use a pencil to practice the wand movements, and I'll remind myself of the incantation. Good start, Stark said. Start a list things I want to talk to the professor about. Item 1. Allowing students to practice outside school. Item 2. I want to tour the school and interview the teachers. I have begun the list, sir, Jarvis answered, and Harry could only stare at his father. His luck just might have turned good. At least for a little while. That's great, Roger said, pulling Harry's attention back to the present. But how about we get back to the important stuff? Celebrating Harry's birthday. Tony hated shopping. With a passion. With a fiery passion. But the fact had been staring him in the face since they'd gotten to Privet Drive. At the hospital, he'd thought Harry's overlarge clothes had been brought because they'd be easier to get on and off over the casts on Harry's wrist and ankle. Then he'd seen Harry's cousin, Dudley, who was possibly even larger than the clothes Harry had. Vernon Dursley's attitude had simply cemented the ugly truth in Tony's mind. Harry had never had clothes that came close to fitting him from the Dursleys. So, once they'd finished the pizza, and he'd managed to push thoughts of magic out of his mind, Tony focused on the practicalities. You need clothes, he said, and Harry winced. These will do, he said. My school uniforms fit still. No, Tony said flatly. You deserve clothes that fit, at least. Harry frowned. What else besides fit? That make you look your best. Tony waved a hand. If you care about it, we'll get a consultant to help. Harry looked a little overwhelmed. Steve shot Tony a glare before speaking to Harry. Let's start with clothes that fit. I know how it is, you wear what you have, no matter that it's too tight or too baggy, because it's all you have. But Harry, it's not all you have anymore. Harry swallowed. It's a lot to take in. Tony was lucky, Steve said. He grew up with things most people take for granted, enough food and clothing, and a safe place to shelter. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does mean that he doesn't always understand those of us who didn't. And I throw money at a lot of problems, Tony admitted. Because I'd rather pay someone to handle the things I'm not interested in so I can focus on the things I am interested in. Like what? Harry asked. Clean energy, Tony answered immediately. And protective equipment for our soldiers. Dad built weapons, and I get it. When you're facing the threat of Nazis and then the Soviet Union, you need the biggest, baddest weapons you can find. But the Soviet Union's gone. War's different these days. And our soldiers need things to help them fight today's wars. Those things include weapons, Steve pointed out. You still have to fight back when somebody attacks you. Fair enough, Tony admitted. But those are things other companies can do as well as SI. Nobody else can do clean energy like we can because nobody else has arc reactor technology. That all sounds complicated, Harry said. It is, Tony said. It's also not really relevant to this discussion. Sorry for the distraction. No, it's interesting, Harry protested. And educational, Steve replied. Tell you what, Harry, since I need to get caught up on the last 70 years, and you're interested, we can read about it together. Okay? Harry smiled, tentatively at first, but then with more conviction. I'd like that. Great, Tony said. Jarvis, order 2 copies of the 5 best-selling and best-reviewed books on terrorism and modern warfare. Harry's jaw dropped even as Jarvis replied, yes, sir. Is this another time when you pay someone to do what you're not interested in? He asked. Tony grinned. Yep. So clothes. What size do you wear?
Harry Blues het.
Don't know. The school robes won't have the same size labels. Let's get some basic measurements then, Tony said. Stand up and take your clothes off. Harry looked around, wide-eyed. Here? You're 50 stories up, Tony pointed out. Nobody will see. You will. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Tony started to respond, but Steve's minute headshake made him stop to think about his words before he spoke. Jarvis can scan you for your measurements, but you'll need to be in one of the public areas. The private rooms don't have cameras, just audio keyed to his name. So you do believe in privacy, Steve offered, amused. Mostly, Tony said. Harry took a breath and let it out slowly. His brows creased in thought. After a moment, he appeared to come to some conclusion because he squared his shoulders and said, Okay. He slipped out of his chair, muttering something that sounded like Gryffindor courage, as he let his trousers fall to his ankles and then pulled his t-shirt over his head. Skinny was Tony's first thought. Not just slender, but skinny. His second thought was scars. A wave of anger passed through him but was quickly gone. He'd be more angry if he didn't know that Vernon Dursley was going to get a visit from the British equivalent of Child Protective Services in the near future. I have the necessary measurements, Jarvis said after a moment. What style of clothing do you prefer, young sir? I'm just Harry, Harry protested. Tony bit back a grin and saw that Steve was doing the same. Very well, Master Harry, Jarvis said. And Tony would have sworn there was a hint of humor in the words. What style of clothing do you prefer? Harry just looked aggrieved as he started putting his clothes back on. Whatever fits is fine. A couple of button-up shirts, Steve said. And trousers that aren't jeans. Hey, Tony protested. Jeans are comfortable and functional. And fine for every day, Steve replied. But not as versatile as the ones I'm wearing, whatever they're called. Chinos, Tony said. What are your favorite colors, Harry? My house colors are red and gold, Harry said immediately. But red draws a lot of attention. Blue, maybe? And I like green outside of school. Just the basics for now, Tony said. Dark gray chinos, 2 pair of jeans, a blue button-up shirt and 8 t-shirts in the colors he likes. Sneakers, 2 black. Socks, underwear. And a couple of pairs of sweats, 1 size larger, to go over the casts. Then he focused on Harry. You can look at clothes online, or, he couldn't help the grimace, we can take you shopping. I'll take him, Steve offered. You probably have meetings and things to deal with. What else do you need? Tony asked. School supplies, right? Can we get those tomorrow? I'd have to go to Diagon Alley, Harry said. Tony just raised an eyebrow, and Harry added, It's the magical shopping district in London, off Charing Cross Road. You feeling up to that today? Steve asked. You're looking a little tired. Harry wouldn't meet either of their eyes when he said very quietly, I would like a nap. That sounds like a cue to show you your bedroom. Tony got to his feet and only hesitated briefly before picking up the servicing kit and the sneakoscope. Without a word, Steve picked up the belted-up book and the cards and letters Harry had received. 3 minutes later, the elevator opened onto what Tony called the quiet floor. That one's mine, Tony reminded them, pointing at a door in the far left corner of the elevator lobby area. Time for your final choices. I'll take the far one on this side, Steve said. Make it easier for Harry if he has a closer room. Take your pick of what's left, Tony said to Harry. After a moment's hesitation, Harry started toward the closer room on the left. Tony felt a wave of love, Bride, something between the two, maybe, well up in his chest at the thought that his son wanted to be close to him. Harry stopped in the doorway, and Tony almost ran into him. What? He asked. It's quite large, Harry said. It must be twice the size of my room at Aunt Petunia's. Maybe 3 times. And that view. He hobbled across the room toward the window wall. Tony and Steve followed, carefully putting Harry's gifts down on the dresser. Jarvis, now that Harry's picked a room, have someone bring his trunk up, Tony said. Done, sir. Alrighty then, Tony said. If you need anything, just let Jarvis know. Where will you be? Harry asked without turning away from the window. Downstairs, probably, Tony said. Jarvis will know and bring you there, or, conversely, let us know and we'll come to you. He blew out a breath. I know it's your birthday, but given the circumstances, are you okay putting the celebration off for a week or so? Harry did turn from the window at that. Celebration, at least a birthday dinner, cake and ice cream, Steve said, and Tony frowned, but then admitted that too much of a celebration might overwhelm Harry. Maybe when your friend gets back from France, Tony said, we can invite her and her family. He didn't miss how Harry's expression brightened at the idea. And Capsicle and I haven't bought you presents yet. You don't have to. We want to, Steve assured him, and Harry smiled tentatively before turning toward his bed. Do you need help? I don't think so, Harry replied. Okay then, Tony said. Have a nap, then come find us. We'll watch a movie or something, order dinner in. Then tomorrow we'll head out to Diagonally or wherever you said. Diagon Alley, Harry corrected as he sat on the edge of the bed and toed off the 2 large sneakers he wore. Yeah, that impulse made Tony stride forward and help Harry take the rest of his clothes off before settling his son under the covers. Sleep well, Tony said. With any luck, and an expedite fee proper-sized clothes would be here when Harry woke up. He rose and left the room, pulling the door quietly shut behind him. He turned to go to his workshop floor but paused at Steve's assessing expression. What? You're taking this really well. That I have a son? Tony shrugged. Like I said, I knew about him even if I wasn't involved. Magic. Tony snorted. Aliens. Beings who claimed to be gods. It's not that much of a stretch. Besides, sufficiently advanced technology and all that. Steve blinked. I don't understand. Arthur C. Clarke, Tony said. British science fiction writer. He said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So it's not really magic, just technology we don't understand. Steve raised an eyebrow. But you want to understand it? Oh heck yes, Tony couldn't help exclaiming. Which is one reason I want to go to that alley place. See what books they have on how it all works. Steve chuckled. Only you. Tony shrugged. Dad too if he were still alive. August 1st. Steve had visited London once during the war, if you counted a stopover between New York and the Eastern Front as visiting. He hadn't had time to see the sights then, though, so this morning, just as dawn crept over the city, he pulled on a t-shirt, track pants, and running shoes. His morning run, planned with Jarvis' assistance, would take him all the way to Buckingham Palace and back, passing the Tower of London, the Houses of Parliament and Big Ben, Westminster Abbey, the Tate Gallery, Trafalgar Square, and St. Paul's Cathedral along the way. The route would take almost 2 hours, and he'd still likely be back before Tony and Harry were up. Certainly before Tony was awake. He acknowledged Riley, as the other man had spent much of the night in his workshop working on who knew what. He paused at the door to his room. Jarvis? Please alert security that I'm taking the stairs down. Done, Captain. Thanks, Steve replied and turned toward the emergency exit. 50 stories later, he pushed open the door to the alley behind the London version of Stark Tower. He turned toward the main street, only to be stopped by an excited yip. He turned and saw a large black dog sitting by the trash bin, tongue lolling and tail wagging madly back and forth across the sidewalk. Hey fella. Steve bent to scratch the dog's ears. Something about the dog seemed familiar, but he couldn't place it. He put that thought aside and addressed the dog as though it were a person. Pretty sure you don't want to try to keep up with me, but if you're still here when I get back, I'll make sure you get a meal. The dog yipped again and licked Steve's hand. Good boy. Steve rubbed the dog's head again and then set off. Much to Steve's surprise, the dog met him 2 blocks from Stark Tower and Steve slowed his pace so it could keep up as he finished his run. Guess I owe you a meal, he said, scratching the dog's ears. Be right back. Steve headed in the main doors, and the dog tried to follow him. No, Steve told him, holding up a hand, palm outward. Stay. The dog whined, but sat near the door, his expression clearly showing he didn't like the order. Steve made his way to the employee cafeteria and selected a couple of hamburgers and hot dogs, and a heaping pile of pancakes for himself. Once he paid for them at prices he would have expected in 1940 rather than 2020, which made him appreciate Tony's consideration for his employees, he headed back downstairs to the dog, who hadn't moved from where he'd left it. Good boy, Steve said. Let's get out of people's way while we eat. Huh? He led the dog, or more accurately, herded the dog back around to the alley where he'd first left the building and, setting the to-go container with his pancakes on a lidded trash can, placed the burgers and hot dogs on the ground. The dog didn't quite lunge for them, but it was close. I have no idea why the cafeteria has hot dogs and hamburgers this early in the morning, Steve told the dog as he patted its shoulder as it ate, but I'm glad it does. You probably like those better than oatmeal or eggs. The dog didn't stop eating, but its tail wagged madly. Grinning, Steve picked up his carton of pancakes. He leaned against the wall, opened the carton, and began to eat. At 7:45, Tony stumbled into the kitchen, past his son who sat at the dining table in his new pajamas with a book open before him, and was that really a quill pen in Harry's hand? Or did Tony need coffee? That was a question that answered itself. So Tony crossed to the coffee station and poured a mug of steaming coffee. He added enough cream to cool it to drinking temperature and took a long swallow. Half the mug later, Tony felt awake enough to say, "Hit me with it, Jay." "Good morning, sir," came Jarvis' prompt response. "Miss Potts requests that you call her at your convenience, but not earlier than 2 p.m. London time, on a matter of importance but not urgency, to do with a motion before the board of directors. Project CA-21B has been crated for shipment and is en route to the airport now. It should arrive and be set up by 6 p.m. Sounds good, Tony said, pouring a second mug. And Spangles? Captain Rogers left at 5:52 for a morning run, Jarvis reported. Tony grimaced. He returned at 7:39 and proceeded to the cafeteria where he purchased pancakes, hamburgers, and hot dogs. Tony paused with the cup halfway to his mouth. "Odd breakfast choice. If you'll look to the screen, sir," Jarvis said, in a tone even drier than usual, "you'll see that he wanted the hamburgers and hot dogs for another purpose." Tony glanced up at the screen where he saw Rogers leaning against the alley wall eating pancakes, while a large black dog gobbled at the hamburgers and hot dogs on the ground before him. Tony took another swallow of coffee and saw Harry frowning at the screen. "Something wrong, Harry?" Harry started and turned to him. He broke off, obviously hesitant. "Whatever it is, you can tell me," Tony said. "Or ask me. I promise I won't get upset." He pursed his lips. "Okay. Maybe I'll get upset, but I won't hate you or not want you around anymore. Promise." Harry hesitated a moment longer before saying, "Isn't it, rude? Intrusive? That Jarvis keeps track of Captain Rogers?" "Jarvis keeps track of everyone at SI, to some degree or other," Tony replied. He topped off his coffee mug and came to sit across from Harry. "And it's a little intrusive, but everyone who works here is informed that they'll be monitored for security purposes. After the mess with Romanoff and S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm taking no chances that SI will be hacked again." Harry blinked at him, and now that Tony was sufficiently caffeinated, he saw that yes, his son was holding a quill pen and said, "I didn't understand half of that, but okay, I get it that as an employer you have a responsibility to the company. But what about Captain Rogers? What about me? If I may, sir?" Jarvis said. "Go for it, Jay." "I am aware of everyone who enters and leaves the building," Jarvis said. "This is a basic security protocol. I do not actively monitor anyone who isn't an employee, but there are certain phrases or actions that will alert my subroutines and draw my full attention. In Captain Rogers' case, he asked my assistance in planning a jogging route for him, so I knew where he was going." "What about me?" Harry asked. "Per Sir's instructions, I am monitoring you more closely. For security reasons only," Jarvis said. "At this time, few people know you are Sir's son, but that news will get out, and when it does, there will be, I believe the term is a media frenzy." Harry actually shrugged. "I'm kind of used to that." "What?" Tony asked. "When I first went into the magical world, or really went back to it, everybody recognized me." "That's not really an answer," Tony said. "How and why did they recognize you?" Harry frowned. "I'm not really sure. I mean, I know my parents died fighting a dark wizard, and that he was somehow defeated that night, but I don't remember it." But, Tony prompted when Harry hesitated again. "But there are books that talk about it," he said. "Hermione said I'm in modern magical history, and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Maybe they have pictures? Do you remember anyone taking pictures of you at any time?" Tony asked. "No," Harry said, and looked down at the book in front of him. "Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon never took pictures of me. And I didn't go many places but their house and school, a park or playground sometimes, but I guess someone could have taken some then. But you're famous in the magical world. They call me the boy who lived." "Well, that's horrible," Tony said, and Harry looked up at him, obviously startled. "You're the only one who gets that," he said. Really? Tony held up a hand. I'm not disbelieving you. I'm just surprised. Harry shrugged his good shoulder. Some big myth, legend, maybe. Nobody knows what happened that night. Whatever anyone writes is just speculation. And I can do that on my own. True enough, Tony conceded, then nodded at the paper in front of Harry. That your letter to Professor McWhat's-her-name? McGonagall, Harry corrected. And yes, I dictated mine last night, Tony said. Someone will bring it up when you're ready. Sir, Jarvis said. Captain Rogers offered to help in any way he can. Would you prefer if he went to pick it up to minimize the young sir's exposure to other people? Tony considered the question. He couldn't keep Harry secluded forever, and he didn't want to, not after how he'd been treated by those wastes of flesh called the Dursleys. But he didn't feel comfortable letting too many people around Harry yet, at least not until he understood magic better. Magic. Despite his words to Steve last night, Tony's head still warped when he tried to think about it. He looked to Harry to get his opinion, and found his son staring at him, wide-eyed and open-mouthed. What? Tony asked. You're asking Captain America to be your postman? The question startled Tony into laughter. I hadn't thought of it that way. But yeah, I believe Jarvis said, reproof coloring his tone, that the captain offered the service. Still, Harry began, but Tony shook his head. We accept with thanks, he said. When Harry was about to protest, Tony leaned forward. I just want you to have a little more time to adjust before we out you to the world. The fewer people who see you, talk to you, the better right now. It won't be for long, I promise. Harry took a breath and appeared to summon all the courage he had before he met Tony's gaze squarely. I don't have a lot of experience trusting adults. Not good experience, anyway. It took him a moment to subdue the sudden burst of anger that flared in his gut. At the Dursleys and at every other adult who'd failed Harry. But Tony managed to smile and said, then we'll work on getting you some. Harry smiled bashfully and thankfully before the moment got too maudlin. The door to the stairs opened and Steve came through, looking freshly showered and shaved to judge by his still damp hair. Good morning, Steve said, sounding way too cheerful for this time of day, as he crossed to the table and put a sheet of paper and pen on the table beside Tony. Your letter. Thanks, Cap, Tony said, and waved his mug toward the kitchen. Coffee's on, probably more to your liking than the cafeteria stuff. You give your employees substandard coffee? Steve asked. Of course not, and thanks for the vote of confidence, Tony said without any real heat. It was a valid question after all, even if the doubt that prompted it hurt. I just like mine stronger than most people do. Figure you might too. Ah, Steve looked abashed. Sorry for implying otherwise. No problem, Tony said and read over the letter. When he finished, he nodded to himself. The tone might be on the brusque side of businesslike, but at this point he didn't care. He signed his name and looked up at Harry. Is yours ready? I think so, Harry replied. And I wrote to my friend Hermione too. I hope that's okay. Of course it is, Tony assured him. We both have some life changes to make now. But that doesn't mean I want you to leave all your friends behind. Harry ducked his head again and mumbled a thank you. What now? Tony asked. We take these up to Hedwig? And then what? Harry smiled and it was full of pride. She'll take them to Professor McGonagall. And then she'll take mine to Hermione. Tony thought about that for a moment, then said, well, let's get up there. The sooner she starts, the sooner we'll have an idea how to proceed. Minutes later, Tony led the way onto the roof garden and over to where Hedwig perched on the gazebo railing. He'd caught a flash of her white plumage as the elevator door opened, and now she sat waiting regally for them. You, he told her, are one beautiful owl. And it was simply the truth. Snowy owls were always his favorite owl. Not that he saw many of them outside of nature documentaries that he sometimes turned on in a last-ditch effort to get some sleep after working all night on a project. Hedwig ruffled her feathers and gave an approving bark. And she's smart, Harry said, hobbling up beside him. That's even better than beautiful. Harry reached out to stroke Hedwig's feathers, and she nipped at his fingers. Tony's first instinct was to help his son, but Harry was smiling and Tony allowed himself to relax. Maybe that was a sign of affection between them? We've got some letters to Professor McGonagall, Harry said. And then I have a note for Hermione. Are you rested enough to take them? Hedwig hooted and held out her leg. Harry started to attach the letters and Tony had a thought. Just give her the ones to your professor right now. Hedwig barked indignantly. And why was Tony applying human emotions to an owl? And Harry looked up with a frown. I don't mean she can't take the one to Hermione. Did I say that right? Tony hurried to assure his son. Just that she should stop back here before she does. I'll have something for Hermione, too. What? Harry asked. Tony grinned. Birthday present. Hers isn't until September, Harry said. But yours was yesterday, Tony said. And it's a present for you, too. He grinned at Harry's baffled expression, then looked at Hedwig. So, I wasn't ready for a pet owl, but I can adapt. What do you want? A perch? Hedwig barked. Okay, I don't know if that's a yes or a no, Tony said. How about this hoot for yes, bark for no? That work? Hedwig hooted. Tony grinned. Great. Perch? Another bark. So I guessed right. Tony privately congratulated himself for that before asking. Nest? A double bark. I think she'll make her own, Harry offered. If you'll let her, I mean. Sure, you bet, Tony said. Wherever you want on the roof is fine. Okay, how about this? Is there anything you need from us humans right now? Hedwig barked. Okay then, Tony said. We'll make sure there's always water in the bird bath, and I'll have someone install a button that you can tap if you need our attention for anything. Can she come inside sometimes? Harry asked. She always stayed in my room at my uncle's house. I assume she's housebroken? Tony asked and got rewarded by an indignant hoot from Hedwig and a glare from his son. He shrugged both off. Question had to be asked. Jarvis. Get someone to add a call button for her. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied. And I shall order a perch and stand for her as well, just to be thorough. Great, Tony said. What about this little guy? Steve asked from where he sat at the table inside the gazebo, stroking the feathers of the great gray owl that had come with Hedwig and promptly fallen unconscious on arrival. It was awake now, finally, and obviously enjoying the attention. That's Errol, Harry said. He belongs to my friend Ron's family, and he's not. Ron said he's ancient. Shouldn't he be heading back to them, then? Tony asked. He probably will, Harry said. As soon as he's fully recovered. Right, Tony said. Jay, have some of whatever we have that's good for owls brought up for Errol. And Hedwig, too, if she wants any before she leaves. Hedwig made a preck sound and took off, banking so that she whacked Tony's head with her wing as she soared into the sky. Tony glared after her. A bark would have been fine. He shook his head and turned back to see Steve and Harry both grinning madly. I think she likes you, Harry confessed. Of course she does. I'm very likable, Tony replied, and ignored Steve's quiet snort. So a dish of water and, what do owls like to eat? Hedwig loves bacon, Harry replied. But probably any meat would be good, especially if it's raw. Gee? Tony asked. I've already requested bowls of water and raw meat to be brought up from the cafeteria, Jarvis replied. After the breakfast rush is over. Okay then, that's settled. Tony rubbed his hands together. Today I get to see a magical, what? City? Town? Street, his son replied, then frowned. Or several streets, I think. Neighborhood. Maybe? That's disappointing, Tony said. Maybe it's good to start small, Steve offered. Have you met me? Tony demanded. And your father, too, Steve shot back without heat. I know it's not in your nature to take things slow, Tony. But this is a lot to take in, for anybody. I think he's doing quite well, Harry said. Certainly better than... He broke off, his expression uncertain. Better than most, probably, Steve finished diplomatically. Especially with Hedwig, you treated her almost like one of the family. Because she is, Tony replied, and was rewarded by Harry's bright smile. Okay, so where are we going today? Diagon Alley, Harry replied. Off Charing Cross Road. And where are we going once we get there? Steve asked. Gringotts, Harry said promptly. It's the Wizarding Bank. I need to get money for my school things. Pish. Tony waved that away. I'm pretty sure as your father it's my duty to pay for things like that. They only take galleons, Harry said. And Tony blinked.
¿Good encargos chips?
He asked, perversely pleased that Steve looked just as puzzled as he felt. Harry laughed. Actually laughed, long and hard, and Tony hoped that he'd hear more of that from his son as time went on. Gold coins, he finally gasped. Tony hadn't expected that. Then again, what could he have expected from a magical world? Then let's see how much you have, and if you need more, there's got to be a way to convert dollars or pounds to gallons. Galleons, Steve offered gently. Right, that. Tony grinned. So everyone fed? Then let's go. When the car dropped them off not quite half an hour later, Tony looked around curiously. Charing Cross Road was one part of London he'd never seen before. It was famous for its bookstores, though other types of shops were dotted here and there, and Tony frowned when he didn't see anything that looked like it might be magical. So far, not impressed, he muttered, and felt a hand tapping his shoulder. What? He looked up to see Steve pointing across the street. There, Steve said, between the record shop and the bookshop. Tony blinked, and suddenly there was another shop between them. The sign proclaimed it the Leaky Cauldron. If you aren't magical and don't know it's there, you won't see it, Harry explained, eyeing the traffic coming both ways. Do either of you see a pedestrian crossing? We passed one a block back, Steve said. No light, though. He led the way, followed by Harry, and Tony brought up the rear, the odd thought that he and Steve were positioned somewhat like a protection detail barely registering in his mind. Inside, the pub itself was dark, even after enough time had passed that Tony's eyes should have adjusted, and rather shabby, and a low murmur of conversation paused briefly as the double handful of customers looked up. A few frowned, though Tony couldn't guess why, but after a moment, conversation resumed. "Or, Mr. Potter," came a surprised voice from behind the bar. Tony glanced that way and took in the older, bald barman. "Have a little accident, did you?" "Not quite so little, Tom," Harry replied. "Killed my Aunt Petunia." "Sorry about your aunt," Tom said. Harry nodded a thanks as he hobbled closer. "Not so bad as all that. I got a new guardian out of it. Tony Stark is my guardian, and Steve Rogers is a friend of his. This is Tom. He owns the Leaky and has always been nice to me." After the introductions were acknowledged, Tom said, "Looks like the accident banged you up a bit, too. Didn't it?" "2 cracked ribs, a fractured left clavicle, and a broken left wrist and ankle," Harry replied. "And a lot of bruises." Tom's gaze flicked from Tony to Steve and back before settling on Harry. "You're getting good care, I take it?" "It's okay, Tom," Harry said as he made it to the bar. Tony a half step behind him and Steve another step behind him. "They know. And this is the best Muggle care available." "Well," Tom said, "I'm no healer, but if your guardians don't mind, that is, I fixed up a fair few customers who got a bit rowdy of a night. I could fix you up, I reckon." Tony understood immediately. The barman was offering to use magic to heal Harry. By the look on his face, Harry wanted that, and badly. "Please?" Harry asked. Truthfully, Tony hated the idea of someone casting a spell on his son, but this was apparently part of their world now, so he blew out a breath. "If you're sure, Harry." "Oh yes," Harry said immediately. "They're just simple fractures, at least according to the x-rays." "They let you see your x-rays?" Steve asked, astonished. "I asked," Harry said. "And it was kinda cool, except they were my bones, you know?" Then he turned back to Tom the barman. "When can you do it?" "Right now," Tom replied. "Let's just get you someplace more private." The summit's small, though. Steve held out his hands even before Tony looked toward him. "I'm happy to wait out here." Steve turned away as Tom the bartender led Harry and Tony into an adjoining room and took a seat at the bar, angled so that he could see both the door where Harry and Tony had gone and the main entrance. "Beg your pardon," a voice from behind him said, and Steve turned to face an elderly man. Steve would have guessed him to be in his 70s or 80s, but given how much longer Steve knew magicals could live, the man could have been a couple of decades older. "Yes?" Steve asked politely. Was that really Harry Potter? Steve couldn't miss the emphasis on Harry's name, no matter how quietly the other man spoke. That emphasis heightened his senses and instincts. "Yes, why? My granddaughter would love his autograph," the man said. "Do you think he'd sign one for her?" "I don't know," Steve answered honestly. "I'll ask when he comes back, though." "Thanks," the man said. "Can I ask, why would your granddaughter want his autograph?" At the man's flabbergasted expression, Steve added, "I'm a friend of his new guardian, we're both American, and not familiar with the British magical world yet." Woulda thought it made the papers across the pond, too. The man took a long swig of his drink. Something sweet and a little spicy, according to Steve's nose, and set his mug back down on the bar before turning on his bar stool to face Steve directly. Back when he was a wee lad, a dark wizard attacked his home. His parents, rest their souls, were killed, and the dark wizard attacked Harry. His killing curse backfired, somehow, and Harry lived while the dark wizard didn't. Ah, Steve said, mentally filling in a few blanks while raising a lot more questions he doubted this man could answer. I see, he said. Thank you. If I wanted to know more, maybe read the newspaper accounts, where would I go? Daily Prophet offices, the man replied. Halfway down Diagon Alley. Thank you again, Steve said with a smile, and as he turned back, Harry, without casts on ankle or wrist, emerged from the back room, Tony following close behind. You're sure I can't compensate you for your time? Tony was asking. Won't hear of it, Tom replied. It's the least any of us can do. Tony frowned, but Steve caught his eye before he said anything else. How about we do Harry's shopping and then have lunch here? Sounds good to me, Tony said. How about you, Harry? Whatever you want, Harry replied. Remember to get some bruise balm at the apothecary, Tom said. It's the only thing that really works. I will, Tom, Harry said. Thanks, Harry, Steve said, and the boy turned to him. This gentleman wondered if you'd sign an autograph for his granddaughter. Harry blinked, looking almost as startled as Tony did. But why? Harry asked. I don't remember doing anything. That doesn't necessarily matter to him, or anyone else, really, Tony said. A lot of people like having that connection to fame. Just so you know, Steve added, he did answer a couple of questions for me. Harry stepped closer to him, Tony following closely, and lowered his voice. You think I should? I think you should make your own decision, Steve said. Just remember, it's easier to turn down one if you turn down all, Tony said. If you sign for some people but not others, people will wonder why, and maybe have hurt feelings. Not that I care about that, but you might. Harry's expression tightened. I think I'd rather not. Maybe if I sign something to be sold for charity. Maybe. But otherwise, no. Fair enough. Steve turned to the man he'd been speaking with. Harry said he doesn't sign autographs, but thanks your granddaughter for her good wishes. The man nodded, not apparently upset, and Steve turned back to his companions, meeting Tony's questioning gaze head-on. We have a lot to talk about, was all Steve would say in public, though, and Tony nodded once, sharply. So, Tony said, turning to Harry. Where now? Back here. Harry led the way out the back of the pub into a small walled-in courtyard that held nothing but a trash can and a few weeds growing up between the cobblestones. Harry pulled a stick. No, it would be his wand, Steve reminded himself, from the back pocket of his trousers and crossed to the trash can. Wait, Tony said. You carry your wand in your back pocket? Harry turned to him, blinking. Where else would I keep it? I don't know, Tony replied. But it's a weapon, right? A tool, at least. You wouldn't stick a gun in your back pocket. Not if you've got any sense, anyway, or a screwdriver business end first, so why would you carry your wand like that? Harry looked as though he'd never considered that before. Maybe they have holsters or something, and you just didn't know about them? Steve suggested gently. Is there a shop we can go to and ask? Ollivander's, I guess, Harry said. Is where I got my wand. Hagrid didn't mention anything about a holster, and I didn't know enough to ask. Well, now we do, Tony said briskly. What we don't know is why you brought us into this courtyard. Harry grinned. I was about to show you. He turned back to the wall where the trash can was and tapped a brick 3 times with the tip of his wand. The brick wiggled in place, then shimmered, and then dissolved into an archway large enough for the 3 of them to walk through side by side. Through the archway, Steve saw a bustling street filled with people going about their business, which appeared to be shopping, judging from the sign Steve could see. The apothecary Tom had mentioned and something called quality Quidditch supplies among them. Diagon Alley, Harry said and stepped through the archway. Steve and Tony were close on his heels. Most of the people wore robes similar to an academic's robe, but here and there were people dressed in what Steve would consider normal clothes. Several of the people wearing robes also wore pointed hats that reminded him of the one the Wicked Witch of the West had worn in The Wizard of Oz. They strolled down the street, and Steve felt like he'd stepped back in time, even further than when he'd gone into the ice, maybe as far back as the Victorian age, judging by the styles of lettering on shop windows and the not-quite gas lamps that lined the street. You getting all this, Jay? Tony asked, turning in a slow circle with his cell phone in his hand. Steve assumed there was a camera in the phone and Tony was recording everything they saw. "I believe so, sir," came Jarvis' quiet reply. "Where do we go first?" Steve asked, hoping to pull Tony's attention back to his son, where it should be. "Gringotts," Harry replied. "The bank, right?" Steve asked. "Right. You'll see it about the time we get to quality Quidditch supplies." Steve tried not to gawk as he steered Tony in Harry's wake. Tony, of course, was gawking enough for both of them. They made the first turn in the road, and a massive stone edifice loomed over the street. Steve could barely make out Gringotts Bank before his head started hurting. Okay, the headache was more figurative than literal, thanks to the abomination of neoclassical architecture that was the bank. A rounded front that oddly reminded him of the Flatiron Building in New York contained 3 stories, each of which had a rounded front roof that was supported by Doric-inspired columns which stood at odd angles that should not support the weight of the balconies they held up. Steve could only assume Tony was having even more difficulty accepting what he saw, as Steve was offended more by the lack of artistic and architectural unity than anything else. Tony would be offended by the violations of engineering and structural integrity, plus whatever laws of physics might be being bent, if not outright broken. Harry didn't hesitate at the steps to the bank, but rather strode up the steps, apparently unfazed by the 2 uniformed and very armed guards flanking the doors. Guards, Steve realized belatedly, who weren't exactly human, but rather shorter even than Harry, with a swarthy complexion and very long fingers and feet. To his surprise, the guards bowed as the trio passed them. Uncomfortable with the idea of bowing to anyone, Steve decided just to nod and smile at the goblin. Inside was a vast marble hall that Steve itched to sketch. Long counters lined the walls to left and right, making a corridor of sorts. At least 100 goblins sat behind the counters, dealing with customers, writing in large ledgers, weighing coins, and doing whatever else might need to be done. Harry crossed to the nearest free goblin. "Good morning," he said. Tony followed, but Steve hung back. When Tony turned, frowning, Steve said, "Finances are private. I'll wait here or in the magical menagerie a door or 2 down." Tony only had time to say, "See you there," before a goblin was leading Harry toward one of the numerous doors set in the walls of the lobby. Tony hurried to catch up. Steve debated whether to wait here or the menagerie, and decided it really wasn't a choice, so he turned to the door. Tony caught up with Harry and the goblin who was leading them just as the goblin opened the door, into a narrow stone passage lit by torches. Narrow railway tracks lined the floor, which sloped steeply downward. "What's this?" Tony asked. "The way to the vaults," the goblin snapped back before whistling a loud, sharp note. A cart hurtled up the tracks toward them, an actual cart like a mining cart as opposed to the roller coaster cars Tony was used to, and the goblin gestured them inside. "You're shitting me," Tony murmured to Harry as the goblin clambered in beside them. The cart hurtled away before Harry could answer, and Tony, who loved flying and the aerobatics that came naturally in the Iron Man armor, found himself grateful he hadn't had breakfast as the cart rattled through a maze of twisting passages. Finally, the cart careened to a stop beside a small door set in the wall. Harry hopped out almost before Tony noticed the tasteful plaque beside the door that read 687. The goblin stepped forward and unlocked the door to reveal stacks of coins. Gold, silver, bronze. Idly, Tony wondered what the current price of gold was, but let the thought drift away as he watched his son step into the vault and scoop a few handfuls of each type of coin into a pouch that Harry had produced from somewhere. He turned to the goblin. "I don't know how to ask without sounding rude, but is this the only vault Harry's entitled to?" The goblin gave a disdainful sniff, as if Gringotts would discuss their clients with strangers. "Oh, sorry," Tony grinned easily, deliberately refusing to be baited. "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tony Stark, Harry's biological father." The goblin shot him a narrow gaze, his lips pursed. "We will see, human. We will see." Harry finished inside his vault quickly, and rejoined Tony and the goblin. "I think I got enough." "Good enough," Tony said, and turned back to the goblin. "I need to talk to someone who can confirm that I'm Harry's biological father, and then talk about transferring money and investments." Chim. It was as much a growl as an acknowledgement, and the goblin secured the vault behind them, offering Harry his key back before climbing back into the cart. Tony and Harry followed, and another gut-churning ride later, they were back at the main floor of the bank. "Wait here," the goblin ordered and disappeared behind another door. Harry sidled closer to Tony. "What were you talking about earlier? Investments and transfers? It's my job to provide for you," Tony said, "and to make sure that your money is put to good use until you become an adult and can start managing it yourself, so I need to make sure that I can do that." Harry appeared to mull that over in the few minutes before the goblin returned. "This way," he said in a slightly more polite tone. Slightly. Thankfully, no more e-ticket rides awaited them. Rather, they were led into a Spartan corridor lined with doors. The goblin paused at a door labeled Bogrod and knocked briskly before opening the door. "Master Harry Potter, sir," the goblin said, "and Mr. Tony Stark," Tony supplied. A moment later, the goblin inside called out for them to enter, and Tony kept a hand protectively on Harry's shoulder as they did. Although, to be fair, in this place Harry was probably better equipped to protect him than he was to protect Harry. Behind a mahogany desk sat a goblin, who must, Tony realized, be sitting on a high stool or chair of some kind, because the desk looked like he could sit comfortably behind it, who looked up as they entered. "Master Potter," he said.
Mr. Stark.
"Please, be seated. How may Gringotts help you today?" "Who are you, exactly?" Tony asked. I saw Bogrod on the door outside, but I'm new to this. So is that your name or your title?" "I am Senior Account Manager Bogrod," the goblin replied. "It was my pleasure to work with James Potter and his father Fleamont before him. I had assumed I would work with Harry Potter once he came of age, but that was before you claimed to be his biological father. I've got proof." Tony pulled a copy of both DNA test results from his pocket, along with a copy of the letter from James and Lily Potter, which reminded him their letter to Harry was still on the table by his bed where he'd left it the night before. He'd have to give it to his son when they got back to the apartment. He slid the paperwork across the desk toward Bogrod, who took them and gave them a cursory once-over. "These appear to be in order," he said. "You won't mind if I conduct our own verification, I trust?" "I won't know if I mind until you explain exactly what that entails," Tony replied. Bogrod actually chuckled. "Very wise. All I need do is cast a spell on the both of you. It should not hurt, and it will reveal your relationship to each other, if any." Tony glanced at Harry, and Harry nodded, so Tony looked back at Bogrod. "Go ahead." Bogrod waved a hand, and a shower of colors streamed between and around him and Harry. Tony tried to be a disinterested observer, as when watching a fireworks display, but that fell by the wayside when a band of red wrapped around him and Harry, and then streaks of black showed up within the red band. Bogrod said, "Blood family but not emotionally close." "I just found out he's my father 2 days ago," Harry said, "and while I've known I had a son, I only knew where he was for the last couple of days," Tony added. "I hope we'll be close, though." Harry quirked a smile. "So do I." "It's strange, though, having someone who cares." Bogrod's surprised expression morphed into a scowl, and then into bland professionalism so quickly Tony almost missed it. "Well, your claim is verified, Mr. Stark. You wanted to speak of investments?" "Yeah." Tony leaned back in his chair. "I saw Harry's vault impressive stacks of gold there. But, in the non-magical world, gold is a hedge against inflation, to preserve wealth already earned. What if Harry wants to build more wealth? How does he do that with a pile of gold? Is that the only vault in his name?" Bogrod smiled. "If I hadn't already confirmed your relationship, those questions would have almost convinced me. You sounded quite like Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter just then. Both of them were far more interested in their finances than most." "My mum?" Harry whispered. Bogrod's expression softened. "Oh yes, I used to joke that Fleamont Potter made the fortune and Lily Potter preserved it. I spent many an hour discussing such things with her." "Would you share some stories, too?" Tony asked. "Harry doesn't remember her, and I didn't know her that well." "I'll be glad to," Bogrod said. "If perhaps you'll share the story of how you came to be this young man's father but magic still recognizes him as a Potter." "Deal." Tony agreed immediately, and hoped Steve would forgive them for taking a bit longer than he'd expected. Minerva McGonagall prided herself on being both efficient and effective. She designed routines that worked for her and made certain each day's work was planned before she went to bed the night before. Disruptions to her routines were unwelcome and dealt with as efficiently and effectively as she knew how, until the arrival of a snowy owl one morning a month before the start of term. A very familiar snowy owl, in fact. "Good morning, Hedwig," Minerva said, suppressing a smile as the owl offered a leg so she could remove the letter she carried. She removed the message briskly, then reached for the container of owl treats she kept at her desk. They weren't often needed, as her mail came with the students at breakfast, but during term breaks owls came as they would. "You're welcome to rest a bit at the Ollery," she said as the bird took the treat gently from her outstretched hand. Hedwig hooted briefly and took wing once more. "Well, Mr. Potter," Minerva murmured as she opened the envelope addressed in a scrawl that was only somewhat neater than Potter's first-year handwriting had been. "What have you to say this summer?" She pulled out the sheet of parchment and frowned at its weight. It wasn't until she opened the parchment itself that she realized a second envelope was concealed within. The second envelope read only, "Professor McGonagall," in a script that reminded her of a book. Loyalty to her students, and especially to one of her lions, compelled her to read Harry Potter's letter first. "Dear Professor McGonagall, I apologize for the messiness of this letter, but my aunt and I were in an auto accident the day before yesterday, and I have several broken bones that make writing awkward and uncomfortable, especially with a quill. My aunt, who was driving the car, did not survive. I was very frightened when the hospital staff told me that Uncle Vernon hates me and only put up with me because of my Aunt Petunia. I was afraid he would throw me out, or worse. Not that I want to imagine what worse might be. Fortunately, my biological father arrived. He'd been looking for me, but obviously not in the magical world. He checked me out of hospital, took me to Uncle Vernon's house to collect my things, and not a minute too soon, as he'd already thrown them in the rubbish bin, where Uncle Vernon said he never wanted to see me again. That feeling's mutual, for sure. Anyway, my father, Tony Stark, brought me to his apartment in London to recuperate. I have casts on my left wrist and ankle, 2 cracked ribs, and a fractured clavicle. Without magic, it will take 6 to 8 weeks for everything to heal. Will you please come to the Stark Docklands Tower on Saturday at 10 a.m. to formally introduce Mr. Stark to magic? If Madame Pomfrey could come along and heal my injuries, that would be great. Looking forward to seeing you Saturday. Respectfully, Harry Potter. Minerva read the letter a second time, and a third, one phrase burning itself into her memory. My biological father arrived. How could that be? Harry Potter was the son of James and Lily Potter. Everyone knew that. Aside from Minerva's absolute certainty that Lily would never have cuckolded James, Minerva herself had been at the boys' welcoming ceremony and then, a couple of weeks later, his naming ceremony, and at both of which James Potter had looked as proud and happy as any new father could be. So what in the name of magic was going on? Perhaps the other letter offered more answers. So Minerva opened it and withdrew the single sheet of paper, almost as heavy as parchment, and unfolded it. An embossed logo in blue-red Stark Industries, London Docklands, and beneath it was more of that book-like script. Dear Professor McGonagall, I write to you today to invite you to my London apartment for brunch this coming Saturday at 10 a.m. to discuss my son, Harry Potter's, schooling. Those words must have surprised you, but they are true. Harry Potter is my biological son. The hows and whys are private, but the fact remains, he's my son, and since James and Lily Potter died, he is now in my custody. Harry told me he's been attending a special school, of which you're the deputy headmistress, and I would like to discuss how he's doing in class with you, as well as plans for his continued education. If Saturday at 10 is inconvenient, please let me know of a time and date that work better for you, but at your earliest convenience, as it's not long before school starts and arrangements must be made before then. Whatever time you come, please bring all of Harry's transcripts with you, as well as syllabi for next year. I look forward to meeting you in person. Beneath the printed text, the name Tony Stark was scrawled in blue, and at the bottom of the page, an address told her, presumably, where his apartment was. Minerva blew out a breath and ordered a pot of tea from one of Hogwarts' house elves. When the tea appeared a few minutes later, she opened her bottom desk drawer and withdrew a bottle. She added a splash of Glengoyne 18 to her cup, returned the bottle to its place, and then topped off her cup with tea. If it were later in the day, she'd have the dram neat, but on principle she refused to have uncut scotch before dinner. If she hadn't set that personal rule long ago, first the Marauders and then the Weasley twins would have seen her liver damaged beyond even magic's ability to repair. Minerva took a sip as she pondered her course of action. If it were any other student besides Harry Potter, her path would be clear. She would accept the invitation, explain the situation to the new parent, and be on her way. Why, then, did she hesitate when the student in question was Harry Potter? Another sip of whiskey-laced tea brought the answer, and with it, a flush of shame. She hesitated because of Albus Dumbledore. Part of her wanted to rush to him immediately and report this fascinating new information, which had yet to be proven. Not that she thought Harry would lie, but she didn't have any idea about this Tony Stark. And even if Mr. Stark had the best of intentions, anyone could be misled. And that thought decided her. There was no point in disturbing Albus until she'd verified the information. Satisfied, Minerva reached for parchment and quill to pen her reply. Tony supposed he shouldn't have been surprised that Steve was waiting for him and Harry when they finally left Gringotts. The goblins were efficient in a somewhat vicious manner that scarily reminded him of Pepper Potts at her worst. Or maybe best, he wasn't entirely certain about that. Have fun on the magical mystery tour? Tony asked. I'm sure that's a popular culture reference I don't get, Steve said wryly. But yes, I enjoyed looking around the magical menagerie. It was a record album, Harry said, by the Beatles. Aunt Petunia loved them. There was no break in Harry's voice when he spoke of his aunt, and Tony couldn't help but wonder when the dam would break. Harry might not have loved his aunt and uncle, and honestly, if Petunia Dursley were anything like her husband, there wasn't much to love. But Harry had still spent 12 years of his life with them. He was bound to grieve sooner or later. I'll put it on the list of things to get me current in this century, Steve said. Maybe we can listen to it together? You have a list? Tony asked, genuinely curious, and Steve shrugged. More mental than physical at this point, he said. I've been a bit preoccupied so far. Tony snorted at the understatement. He'd been, or rather Pepper had been, peripherally involved in making sure Steve got all the back pay he was entitled to, and he knew that was just the tip of the iceberg of what Steve had been doing. He'd also been cramming on modern military tactics and combat styles, which he felt was a necessity given the Chitauri invasion, and Tony couldn't disagree, and trying to squeeze in reading modern history as well. Tony respected him for it, even if he thought Steve was focusing too much on the military side of things. Tony was drawn from his musings when Steve asked, "Did you get some magical money? Galleons or whatever?" 1,000 or so for walking around money, Tony replied. Why? Because I want to go there, Steve said, pointing at a shopfront across the street. Tony looked where Steve indicated and saw the Daily Prophet newspaper, Harry said, a bit like a cross between the Times and the Guardian. Why do you want to go there? Tony asked. Because I figure we should get caught up on recent magical history, Steve said. And there's an ice cream shop next door to it, so Harry won't have to be bored silly while we stop in. Tony regarded his father's friend, and his too, he realized with a start, seriously. Steve's expression was far more serious than his tone and words suggested, and something inside Tony tensed up at that realization. I would have thought you were tired of catching up, he said lightly. But, hey, if that's what you're into, would you mind waiting for us at the ice cream place, Harry? I don't think we'll be long, so order us something, too. Harry nodded, and the three of them crossed the street together, separating as Tony and Steve headed for the offices of the Daily Prophet. So what are we really doing here? Tony asked. I thought we could order copies of every issue since Harry was born, Steve said. Then we'd know what everyone else does, and that might give us an idea of what we're walking into with that meeting Saturday. Makes sense. And it would give him a bit of understanding about the world Harry was living in now. Tony breezed into the office to find a small reception room, sparsely furnished with a couple of Victorian-looking, and therefore uncomfortable-looking, chairs to one side and a reception desk in front of him. It was odd not to see a computer monitor on the receptionist's desk, but the woman sitting there looked up with a smile that faded somewhat as she took them in. Tony gave her his best media-friendly smile. Good morning. Can you direct me to the morgue? The receptionist had a round face, and all its lines seemed to come from smiling, so it was something of a puzzle to Tony how those lines all came together in puzzlement. Morgue? Maybe you call it something else this side of the pond, Tony said. The place where you keep copies of all your back issues. Puzzlement turned to suspicion. Why? Because I want to buy copies, Tony said. Every issue since January 1st, 2000. Her red lipsticked mouth formed a perfect O. Every issue. And we'd like to pick them up this afternoon. Steve put in, preferably shrunk in such a way that an underage wizard can unshrink them without difficulty. Right, what he said. Whatever he had actually said. Tony would ask him later. The receptionist blinked. And again. I can help you with that. She cleared her throat. Let me do the maths. I'll help, Tony offered with a grin. Is what I do. After all, engineering is just applied mathematics and physics. There are 4,597 days between January 1st, 2000, and today. At what is it, 5 nuts per issue, though really these are copies, it should be much less, but whatever, I'm trying to be fair, that's almost 23,000 nuts, which is what, about 47 galleons. And you sometimes run 2 issues a day, right? For simplicity's sake, how about we just double it? 94 galleons. Round it up to 100 even, if I can pick them up when we're done school shopping? The receptionist had paused, poised over a piece of parchment, and stared at them. That might have been a bit overwhelming, Tony, Steve said. Not everyone's a genius at math, applied or otherwise. Okay, let's make it easy then, Tony said. He dug into the pouch he'd gotten from Gringotts. Bogrod was a surprisingly helpful fellow, and pulled out 50 gold galleons. Here's 50 galleons. He put them on the receptionist's desk. I'll bring 50 more in a couple of hours, and you have the copies. Shrunken, Steve put in. Right, shrunken, Tony nodded. Ready for us then. Okay. The receptionist seemed focused on the stack of gold in front of her. In a way, Tony couldn't blame her. It wasn't a sight many people ever saw. After all, probably not even in the magical world. Right then, Tony said. See you in a couple of hours. Come on, Spangles, let's see what Diagon Alley has to offer. Since the morning wasn't that hot, despite it being the 1st of August, Harry chose a seat on the patio at Fortescue's with his 2 scoops of chocolate and peanut butter ice cream in a bowl, like a sundae. He'd ordered the same thing for Mr. Stark and Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Fortescue had promised to bring them out as soon as the other 2 arrived. Harry took a bite, grateful for the cooling charm on the bowl that meant he didn't have to hurry to eat the ice cream before it melted. He was also grateful for the opportunity to, however briefly, review everything that had happened at Gringotts. He'd only understood about half of what Mr. Stark, or should he call him Tony, if he couldn't call him Dad yet, and Bogrod had talked about, but the gist of it seemed to be that Tony wanted to make sure Harry earned as much money as he could without taking crazy risks doing so. Harry thought that was a great idea, even if the specifics were over his head right now. Tony had promised to find a tutor who could explain what Harry needed to know, and Bogrod had agreed that was a good idea. Bogrod had also agreed with Tony's suggestion that the money Tony had put in trust for Harry, $1 million a year, every year on his birthday. Harry had no idea what to do with that kind of money, remain in the Muggle world. Diversification, Bogrod had called it, and Tony promised that the tutor would explain that to Harry as well. An even bigger shock than the amount of money in Harry's Muggle Trust Fund, though, had been Tony's questions about James and Lily Potter's wills, especially the absolute certainty that he, Tony, was supposed to have been contacted in the event of the Potters' deaths. He'd asked Bogrod whether he had any knowledge of who the Potters' attorney had been, but the goblin hadn't. So Tony was on a mission, as he put it, to find out who the Potters' attorney had been, and find out why he hadn't been contacted after their deaths. Harry was half terrified that the wills would reveal something that might take him away from Tony, whom he was coming to like quite a bit. He had to hope not. He had to hope that what Tony had said was true, that he was supposed to live with Tony if anything had happened to the Potters. Obviously, something had happened to the Potters, only Harry had ended up with Aunt Petunia rather than Tony, whom he would have called Dad in that case. Harry took another bite of ice cream, wishing he'd chosen something crunchier. A good crunch would at least fit his frustration level. Hey, Tony's voice pulled him back to the present. You order for us? Harry waved a hand toward the empty seats at his table. Mr. Fortescue said he'd bring them out as soon as you got here. What did you order? Steve asked as he took a seat opposite Harry. Same for all of us, chocolate and peanut butter, Harry said. Figured I'd play it safe. What would be not playing it safe? Tony asked as he took the seat to Harry's left. Strawberries with chocolate frogs, maybe, Harry asked. Something you wouldn't see in the mundane world. Chocolate frogs? Tony looked dubious. They jump around in the ice cream, Harry told him, then bit back a smile when Tony looked a little queasy. They're not real frogs, are they? Steve asked. Harry shook his head even as Mr. Fortescue emerged with 2 other bowls. Just enchanted to jump around a bit. The small ones in the ice cream really can't jump high at all. The chocolate frogs that come with the collectible cards, though, they've got a couple of really good jumps in them. I lost one out the window on the train to Hogwarts, first year. What did you want with the profit? Copies of every issue they've published since you were born, Tony replied. Figure that's enough to give me a working knowledge of this world we're both a part of. Harry frowned. Both? He took another bite of ice cream. Yeah, both. Why wouldn't it be both? Tony asked. You don't have magic, Harry pointed out. But you do, Tony said, as though Harry needed reminding, and you're part of my life now. I need to know about this world so I can try to be a good parent to you. Harry swallowed hard and managed a nod. Besides, Tony continued more seriously, I want to find out what happened when Lily and James. He broke off and took a breath before continuing. I want to find out why you weren't with me from the beginning. Harry swallowed hard and took a moment to collect himself before meeting Tony's gaze squarely. So do I? I want that more than more than almost anything. You want your parents back, Tony said softly. And the life you should have had with them. Not that I'm not grateful. And not that I don't want to live with you. Harry began in a rush, only to have Tony hold up a hand, stopping his protest before it got a full head of steam. I get it, Tony said quietly. I lost my parents when I was young, older than you, 21, but still young. The last words I ever spoke to my dad were in anger, and I've never quite forgiven myself for that. He paused and took a deep breath. So, yeah, I get it. And it's okay if you call them your parents. Even if I don't really remember them? Harry asked in small voice that he hated the moment it left his lips. Even if, Tony assured him. For now, I'm Tony. Maybe someday you'll feel comfortable with something more familial. Maybe you won't. Regardless, Steve put in, I hope I can be an uncle of sorts. Tony snorted.
Uncle Sam.
But, Harry protested, his name is Steve. Cultural reference. Tony put down his spoon and pulled out his cell phone. A few taps later, he extended it toward Harry.
Uncle Sam.
Harry took the phone and looked at the image. It showed a white-haired man in a blue suit coat with a white shirt and loose red bow tie. A white top hat with a blue and white starred band crowned a rather severe expression that was only compounded by the man appearing to point out of the image straight at Harry. The caption read, I want you for U.S. Army. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he just handed the phone back to Tony. A few more taps, and Tony was once again offering it to him. This time, the image on the phone was of a man in a costume with a blue cowl that covered the upper half of his face and his shoulders. A white letter proudly displayed on the forehead and a white star on the chest. He mimicked Uncle Sam's pose, though with a stars and stripes shield over his free arm. The caption read, I want you to buy war bonds now. Harry couldn't help chuckling. I see the resemblance. Steve held out his hand, and Harry passed the phone over. Steve glanced at the image and gave a wry grin. To be fair, I only wore that suit on the USO tours, he said and passed the phone back to Tony. If the flag fits, Tony said with a shrug, and Harry took another bite of ice cream to keep from laughing. So what's next? Something to secure his wand, Steve replied before Harry could speak. It's a weapon and it needs to be treated as such. Okay. Remind me where we go for that. Tony asked Harry. Ollivanders, Harry replied immediately. At the far end of the alley from the leaky cauldron. Start there. Then Tony decided, and work our way back to the pub for a late lunch. It made sense, so Harry didn't protest as he finished the last of his ice cream and they started down the alley. It was Harry's third visit to Diagon Alley and the first one where he could take in all the sights. Hagrid had rushed his first visit and his second had been interrupted by the scuffle between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy, not to mention the unplanned photo op with Gilderoy Lockhart. so Harry gawked almost as much as Tony and Steve did. To be fair, there was a lot to gawk at. The magical menagerie, Gamble and Japes, and a dozen other shops he hadn't seen before. Beside him, Tony was muttering under his breath at just about everything, while behind them Steve seemed to regard everything with respectful interest as they made their way to Ollivander's. Harry almost bumped into Tony when the man stopped outside Ollivander's. Makers of fine wands since 382 BC, Tony read. Gotta call bullshit on that. How can you possibly have records that far back? I mean, Alexander the Great, the Greeks, the Romans, more wars than I can count. Not that I particularly want to count them. How can records have survived that long? Family records, maybe? Steve said. Maybe. But Tony didn't sound convinced. He flung the door open and strode in. The shop hadn't changed much since Harry's first visit 2 years before, which was a shame, Harry thought as his eyes adjusted to the dimness. A little more lighting would make the shop more welcoming, especially to people who'd grown up in the non-magical world. Then again, illuminating the dust on the thousands of small boxes lining the walls might not be a good thing. Ah, Mr. Potter. The soft voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere in the shop, as Ollivander joined them. 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather. Unless it hasn't been broken, has it? The old man asked sharply. No, sir. Harry produced the wand in question and Ollivander examined it closely. It could do with a polishing, he said, but otherwise appears in fine shape. So what brings you to my shop today? Do you have a carrier or a holster for my wand? Harry asked. Carrying it in my back pocket doesn't seem like a good idea. Indeed it's not, Ollivander said. And yet, so few people ask about it. Why don't you just tell them about it? Tony asked. When they come in to buy their wands, suggest a holster or whatever. Upsell. An expression of horror settled on Ollivander's face. How gauche? He shook his head. No, people will ask for what they want. Will they? Tony asked. Kids who don't grow up in the magical world aren't told about holsters. Are they? Harry? I wasn't, Harry said. Neither was my friend Hermione. Ollivander sniffed. That's hardly my fault. What is your fault? Tony asked. Costing yourself a sale today. 2, Harry said, and shrugged at Tony's look. I plan to get one for Hermione too. 2 sales, Tony said. I'm sure whoever else sells wands will be happy to have them. There's no one else in Britain, Ollivander said. No one legal at any rate. Tony shrugged. I'm sure there's someone in America. I'm also sure they do mail order. I'm also sure that I'll be happy to pay shipping costs for any student who wants to buy one, just to make sure you don't get the sale. Tony's grin seemed wide and artificial to Harry, but that was okay. Harry's own grin was vicious enough for both of them. And I'm sure all my friends will hate to know how they're disadvantaged because you think letting them know they should have a holster is gauche. Have a nice day, Mr. Ollivander, Harry said and turned for the door. Wait, Mr. Potter and... I'm sorry, sir. I didn't catch your name? Ollivander said, attempting a politeness Harry hadn't seen in him before. Because I didn't offer it, Tony replied. And it shouldn't matter. Why should we wait, when you so clearly don't want our business? Surely we can smooth over this misunderstanding, Ollivander said. A 20% discount, perhaps? Tony turned to Harry. You're more familiar with this than I am. Do you think that's fair? Harry blinked, surprised to be asked, but pushed that aside to focus on the actual question. I think it's fair to me, but not to anyone else. What do you think is fair? Steve asked, and Harry could see he was genuinely interested in the answer. He thought quickly. Maybe, he paused to gather his words, maybe instead of having to actually offer the holsters because that would be gauche, he could simply post a sign that offers a 10% discount on holsters purchased with the first wand. Or something like that, that would let people like me know about holsters at all. They find out they need one, or at least that they can have one, and you make more sales. Ollivander blinked, and Harry bit back a smile. He might not have Ron Weasley's gift for strategy, but he did know a thing or two about dealing with bullies. And he couldn't see Ollivander's attitude as anything other than bullying, if more subtle than Dudley's version, no matter how hard he tried. Rule number 1 of dealing with bullies was, if you chose to fight back, you had to be prepared to be hurt a lot and in turn hurt back so badly that the bullies decided you were more trouble than you were worth. Rule number 2 was, if you chose not to fight back, Give the bully a reason to leave you alone. In this case, that meant offering more sales to a businessman, even if discounted. That's Ollivander cleared his throat. That's more than fair. You wanted 2 holsters? In the end, Tony had to play the guardian card to convince Harry to let him pay for Harry's holster and a second one for his other arm. No sense tipping anyone off where the attack's coming from, Steve said when Harry protested the second bracer. Harry had, however, paid for the holster for his friend. She's my friend. Do you even know her last name? Tony had given in with ill grace. He knew, but it rankled to be outsmarted by a 13-year-old. He'd eventually won the entire game, though when, over Ollivander's objections, he insisted on all the protections that a member of the magical military or police force Aurors, Harry told him would have. This is Harry Potter, who the lot of you so rudely call the boy who lived, Tony had said when Ollivander protested. The darkest jerk in a generation or more came after him personally, and you think you'll convince me he doesn't need military-grade equipment? So Harry was now wearing 2 leather wristbands, each one of them a holster, though only the one on his right wrist actually held a wand. For now, Tony told himself, redundant backups were always a good thing, so why wouldn't a backup wand be a good thing? Especially a backup few people knew you had. The only question was, how would he find an American wand maker? He dropped back a few paces, letting Steve and Harry lead the way back through Diagon Alley as he pulled out his phone and called up Jarvis. How may I assist, sir? Put out feelers, Tony said, or run a search algorithm or something. I need a witch or wizard, preferably American, but I'll take what we can get. For what purpose, sir? And only Jarvis could ask that without a hint of innuendo. I need a guide to the magical world, Tony replied. Someone who knows where Harry can get a backup wand, things like that. Very good, sir, Jarvis replied. I'll start immediately. Thanks, Jay. Tony shoved his phone back in his pocket and looked up to see that Steve and Harry were almost at the bookstore, Flourish and Blotts. Tony jogged a little and caught up with them just as Steve was opening the door. That's new, Harry muttered, gesturing to an iron cage. By the furor within the cage, Tony deduced that all of the books were the Monster Book of Monsters, and as torn pages flew everywhere, Tony wondered what kind of madman thought that was an appropriate book for 13-year-old students to use. Hogwarts? The abrupt question came from the clerk on duty, a man who looked far too harried for a bookstore. 3rd year? Yes, Harry replied, and the clerk came from around the till. Out of the way, he snapped, and Tony blinked in surprise at the man's tone. Then his eyes widened as he saw the thick, heavy gloves the man pulled on before heading toward the cage. Hang on, Harry said. I've already got that one. Profound relief washed over the clerk's face. Oh, thank magic. I thought we had it bad with the Invisible Book of Invisibility ordered. 200 copies, never actually found them. But this, I'm never stocking them again. Only the man's distressed expression kept Tony from laughing aloud. But he did have to cough to cover it. Right? The clerk said, visibly calming himself. So 3rd year. What are your electives? Let's make this easy, Tony said. 2 sets of the Hogwarts books for every year. Which subjects? The clerk asked. All of them, Tony replied, then frowned. How many are there? When the clerk didn't answer immediately, and that made Tony frown more deeply, because shouldn't the primary supplier of textbooks know what classes the school offered? Harry chewed his lip a moment before he spoke. Charms, potions, transfiguration, dada, herbology, astronomy, history of magic, for 1st and 2nd year, Harry said. So that's 7. Then starting 3rd year, we choose electives from Muggle studies, divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. That's 5. 12 total. 24 books, assuming 1 book per class. Tony shrugged. Even if there's 3 or 4 per class, shouldn't be a problem. 2 complete sets, he added to the clerk. Except that monster book in the cage. One of those is plenty. Of course, the clerk said. Anything else? Yes, Steve put in, and Tony quirked an eyebrow at him. Modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Those are the ones you mentioned, right, Harry? Right. Harry looked as surprised as Tony felt. But why dash? And, Steve continued, cutting off Harry's question, a couple of general history books covering the last century or so. 2 copies of those, too? The clerk asked. No, just one should be fine for those, Tony said, then looked at Harry. What else? That's it, I think, Harry said. Okay then. Tony looked to the clerk. Get those gathered, and shrink them in a way that Harry can unshrink them without violating the, the Decree for the Reasonable Restriction of Underage Sorcery of 1875, Harry replied. Right, that, Tony agreed. What's the damage? The clerk blinked and looked around. Damage? Was someone hurt? I think he means how much does he owe you, Steve said, then laughed. But with Tony, I'm never entirely sure. I resemble that remark, Tony said with a grin, before turning back to the clerk. So? How much? 446 galleons, the clerk said. Tony handed over the money and received in return a package about the size of a paperback book. Just open it, the clerk said, and the shrinking charm and featherlight charm will both wear off. You might want to have it on a table or floor when you do. Steve pocketed the package and they returned to the office of the Daily Prophet, where they received a similarly sized package with similar instructions. Alrighty then, Tony said as they emerged into Diagon Alley once again. Who's for lunch? Harry realized he hadn't been to Diagon Alley often, but even so, he'd never taken time to have a meal in the Leaky Cauldron. Instead, he simply passed through it. That changed today, though, because Tony Stark had decided to experience the magical world. He'd been mostly on mission, Steve's term, when they shopped, but once that was done, Tony looked at whatever caught his eye, which was everything. It was over an hour after they left the Prophet before they finally sat down to eat. They placed their orders. Harry chose shepherd's pie, the adults had steak and kidney pie, and Tony lounged back in his chair. Tell me about your classes, he said. Which one's your favorite? Anything but potions, Harry replied immediately. Which sucks, because I figured I'd like that one. Why'd you figure that? Steve asked. And why don't you like it? Tony added. I'm good at cooking, and making potions uses a lot of the same skills. And I don't like it because the professor hates me. Steve frowned. Hates you? That seems strong. Harry snorted. Not strong enough. My first class with him, he calls me their new celebrity. He was careful to emulate the pause and tone of Snape's original comment. Then he proceeds to ask me questions about a subject I'd never studied, hadn't even heard of until the month before, said that fame isn't everything, and then insinuated that I hadn't opened a book before I got to Hogwarts. And I did. I read a couple of them and looked through 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, but I wasn't expecting a pop quiz on the first day of class. Wow. Apparently he still resented Snape for that, and he'd apparently brought the conversation to a halt. The silence didn't have time to become oppressive, though, because Tom brought their meals. Did you complain about this teacher? Steve asked once Tom had gone. Harry gave a half shrug. A prefect told me that he has it in for everyone in my house. Well, everyone not in his house, really. It's been that way a while, so I didn't think complaining would help, and it might make it worse. House? Tony asked. You have class in houses? No, not that kind of house, Harry replied. He took a bite of shepherd's pie to give him a minute to consider how to explain it. He swallowed and said, when we get to Hogwarts, we're sorted into houses. The sorting hat, Tony snorted. Steve looked baffled, and Harry had to bite back a smile. Puts us into a house based on our personalities, and that's where we live for the rest of our schooling. Based on personality, Tony repeated. Like what? Harry took another bite before saying, like Gryffindor, my house, is for the courageous. Ravenclaw is for the intellectuals. Slytherin is for the ambitious and cunning, and Hufflepuff is for the loyal and hardworking. But most people have more than one of those traits, Steve said. Or at least, there's nothing contradictory about them. I mean, you can be cunning and courageous or intellectual and loyal. I think it looks for whichever's most dominant. Harry shrugged. But then, it wanted to put me in Slytherin, but I argued it out of it. What's wrong with ambition and cunning? Tony asked. Nothing, Harry said. It's just, well, when Hagrid brought me to Diagon Alley, he said there hadn't been a single witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin. And the wizard who killed my parents was in Slytherin. And he ducked his head. And I met a boy when I was getting my robes. He was a bit of an arse, still is, and he was sure he was going to be in Slytherin, and I didn't want to be in the same house he was. It's also more cunning not to be put in a house that's known for cunning, Steve said, and Harry joined in Tony's chuckle. Do you get resorted at any point? Tony asked. Because my personality wasn't the same at 15 as it was at 11. Yours probably won't be either. Harry frowned. I don't think so. I've never heard of it, but I've only been there 2 years. Something to ask about, Tony said, and took another bite. So what are your other teachers like? Professor McGonagall's great, she teaches Transfiguration. At Steve's frown, he added, turning one thing into another like a matchstick into a needle. Tony shook his head. I'll have to see that to believe it. What else do you like? Quidditch, Harry replied immediately. It's a sport, you play it on brooms. Brooms? Steve gave him a funny look. Isn't that cliché? Harry shrugged. Maybe. Tony snorted and coughed on his swallow of ale. When he'd recovered, he said, But you love Quidditch, right? Harry said, Flying is great except for long distances. Then, well, chafing, I guess, Steve said. Like on a bicycle? Exactly. Harry said. Magic can make it better, but it's still not, well, pleasant. Tony snorted again. Imagine not. So what's Quidditch like? It's brilliant, Harry said, and launched into an explanation of the rules and a description of some of his games that lasted through lunch. By the time they got back to Stark Docklands Tower, Tony wasn't sure how to feel. Clearly, Harry loved magic and the magical world. Though Tony wondered how much of that love was based in being away from his Uncle Vernon, and that love seemed to color all of his experiences there. That wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily, except that some of those experiences made Tony want to call Child Protective Services, the Board of Education, or both, or whatever the magical equivalents were. Assuming the magical world had equivalents, which Tony wasn't sure he could assume, based on Harry's stories of a corridor that students were instructed to avoid unless they wished a very painful death. Tony snorted at that. A warning like that would draw kids to it like flies to honey. A bully of a potions teacher who barely taught and obviously favored some students over others. A history teacher, a ghost, which was cool and unsettling at the same time, who droned on in a monotone about the Goblin Rebellion du jour. An astronomy class that was held at midnight on a school night. A forest just off the school grounds that was forbidden to students, except when they were ordered to serve detention there at 11 o'clock at night, again on a school night, when there was a known dangerous creature killing unicorns, ever more cool than a ghost, even if Tony would never meet one. Steve might, though, in it. That said, students were split up and unaccompanied by a responsible adult just made Tony want to blast something. A groundskeeper hatching a baby dragon, and really, if any more creatures from Dungeons & Dragons turned out to be real, Tony might have a breakdown in a wooden hut. On school grounds, without knowledge, let alone permission, of the school administration. Tony was proud of Harry for helping his friend, Hagrid, not get punished for that, but it was still a mark against Hogwarts safety. A teacher who ignored a student's warning about a possible dangerous situation and compounded that reaction by taking away house points. Tony had to add the house point system in general to his tally of issues, but really it was a minor annoyance compared to the biggest issue. The biggest issue was a teacher possessed by the shade of the man who'd killed James and Lily Potter, who had somehow gotten into the school and remained there without detection, until Harry and 2 of his friends confronted him, after getting past what might have been meant as deadly traps, but were really only somewhat more dangerous than a Tough Mudder, assuming the poison vials didn't really contain deadly poison. Tony wasn't sure whether that was a safe assumption. That Harry had, apparently unintentionally, killed that professor in self-defense made Tony more than slightly homicidal. And that was just Harry's first year. Tony wasn't sure he wanted to hear about second year, but he had to, and preferably before he met with Professor McGonagall. But that was an issue for later. Tony reminded himself as the driver pulled into the garage under Stark Docklands Tower. Now, he needed to get Harry and Steve inside, organize some kind of dinner delivery again, probably. He'd have to have someone stock the kitchen, and find someone who could actually cook the groceries they bought. He hadn't realized that having a child to care for came with quite so much work. He could only be grateful that most of the things he was considering took more effort to set up than to maintain. He hoped. Tony got out of the car, barely registering when the other two did the same, still thinking about everything that needed to be done, and moved to the trunk so he could retrieve the results of today's shopping expedition. A woof followed by an oof and a, "Hey, fella," from Steve drew his attention, and Tony looked up to see a large black dog wiggling and wagging happily as Steve scratched its ears. Then it left Steve and went to Harry, who looked like he was about to dive back into the car. The dog sat, making eager noises while its tail swept back and forth across the garage floor at blurring speed. "Are we getting a pet now, too?" Tony asked, and Steve turned to glance at him, careful to keep one eye on Harry and the dog. "I ran into him this morning when I went for my run," Steve said. Then he frowned. "And I think he's the dog I saw at Harry's uncle's place." The dog yipped, obviously trying to coax Harry to pet it. "You don't have to, Harry," Tony said, and would have sworn the dog suddenly looked dejected. "No, it's okay." Harry reached out a tentative hand to scratch the dog's nearest ear. I think he took a shuddery breath. "I seem to remember a big black dog from when I was very little. Not at the Dursleys, but maybe my parents had a dog?" He frowned. "I Taffy? Tatty?"
No, Paddy.
"I think that was its name." Tony gave an exaggerated sigh. "Then you want to keep him, don't you?" Yes," Harry said without looking away from the dog. "But you're doing so much for me already." Stop," Tony said gently. "Look at me." Harry turned, slowly, not stopping his rhythmic scratching of the dog's ears. "I'm the first to admit, I'm not a pet person," Tony said, then offered the best grin that he could. "There's a reason I surround myself with AIs, after all." Harry chuckled weakly, but he chuckled. Encouraged, Tony continued, "But that doesn't mean that you're just like me. Maybe you are a pet person, and now's the time to find out." "Really?" Harry asked. "Really," Tony assured him. "So here's the deal. We'll adopt him, but you're responsible for taking care of him. He's got the run of the roof, but you'll need to take him for a walk once a day while you're here. You'll feed him and clean up after him. If you don't, then he goes to a no-kill shelter, no questions and no protests. Deal?" Harry appeared to think that over. "I want to try to find someone to adopt him before he goes to a shelter." "Fair enough." In all honesty, Tony had expected more of a protest. Then Harry's expression changed to one of despair. "What happens when I go back to school?" Harry asked. "I won't be here to take care of him. We'll find someone to help out," Tony replied. "I can walk him," Steve offered. "We'll figure out the rest when we need to." "First, he needs a bath," Tony said. "Jarvis, find someone to come up and give him one, an employee, mobile groomer, whatever. If it's one of ours, give them an extra day's pay as bonus." "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. "Come on, then." Tony led the way to the elevator. "Here, boy." The dog woofed, its tail still wagging back and forth across the garage floor, but didn't move. "Come on," Harry tried as he started for the elevator. The dog, Paddy, unless Harry decided otherwise, barked and ran for him, making Tony tense and wish he had his armor on. But Paddy just fell into step with Harry, and moments later, 3 humans and a dog were on their way to the roof. They let Paddy out on the roof, and Harry told the dog he'd be right back. Tony was surprised that Paddy sat down, its head cocked and ears forward, and simply watched as the elevator doors closed again. Minutes later, he followed Harry and Steve off the elevator and into the conference room. Steve put the shrunken bunch of schoolbooks at one end of the table, and Tony took the shrunken back issues of the Daily Prophet to the other. Harry followed him, touched the stack with the tip of his wand, and said, "Unpack." The stack expanded to cover almost the entire table in stacks almost 3 feet high, and Tony stared at it. "Maybe we went overboard," Steve said. "Maybe a little." Harry sounded very amused, and for a moment Tony considered having him do the initial sort on which were the most important issues to read. He killed that thought dead with a reminder that the story of his parents' deaths was in the stack. He or Steve would sort through the first year's issues, and then Harry could help sort the remaining ones. It was still going to be a lot of concentrated work, and Tony suppressed a sigh as Harry started scanning the topmost page of each stack. "Books," Tony reminded him, and Harry repeated the tap and the incantation on the pile of books at Steve's end of the table. "Much more manageable," Steve said. "Right," Tony said. "Harry, 1 set's for you so you can set them up in your room. Decide where you want them and let Jarvis know. We'll have shelves put up by tomorrow." "Thanks," Harry said, and while many might think the single word inadequate, Tony heard the sincerity in it. Then he cleared his throat. "Do you have whatever you wanted me to send Hermione?" I thought I'd see if Hedwig's back. It should be upstairs, Tony said. We'll stop there and get it, then head to the roof, see if Professor McGonagall responded. 2. I'll get started here, Steve said. Jarvis, see if you can scan the newspapers, Tony said. It'll be a lot easier to search for anything we need in the future if they're scanned. Of course, sir, Jarvis responded. With the captain's assistance, that shouldn't be difficult. Just tell me what to do, Jarvis, Steve said. As Jarvis began to explain what he wanted, Tony jerked his head back toward the elevator and Harry joined him. A couple of minutes and one quick stop later, Tony followed his son onto the roof, a pair of boxes clutched in one hand. The dog loped up to them but stopped short of jumping on either one of them, choosing instead to sit and stare longingly at Harry. Hey, boy. Harry scratched its ear in passing. Let me talk to Hedwig, and then I'll see if I can find a ball. Gee? Tony asked. A case of tennis nerve is included amongst the items I ordered once you approved the dog as a pet, Jarvis replied. I expect the delivery within the hour. And the bath? Tony prompted. A cashier in the cafeteria offered to bathe the dog and give it a basic exam, Jarvis said. She is in her final year of veterinary studies. But she works in a cafeteria? Harry asked. Stark Industries is a leader in offering flexible scheduling and tuition reimbursement for all programs of study, Jarvis replied. Not simply those that will increase their value to the company. Harry turned wide eyes to Tony. But why? Why would you pay for people to train to leave you? If they're good employees, I'd rather have them here and happy as long as I can, Tony said. If they're bad, then I can get rid of them sooner. Harry's expression showed his bafflement. I guess that's something else the tutor will explain? Tony laughed. If they don't, I will. Is Hedwig around? A hoot sounded from above them, and Tony looked up to see Hedwig banking toward the gazebo. He urged Harry forward with his free hand, and a minute later Harry met the owl at the gazebo railing and was removing a letter from her leg. You'd think, Tony mused, that magic would come up with a more efficient mail delivery system. Hedwig hooted indignantly. No offense, Tony said to her, but I can send a message around the world in seconds. Minutes if the connection is bad. I think that brilliant owls like you would be reserved for, I don't know, messages from the Queen or something. Important, prestigious things instead of everyday stuff. That seemed to mollify Hedwig a little, because she set to preening Harry's hair while he bent over the letter to read it. She says that she'll be here at 10 on Saturday, Harry said. And so will Madame Pomfrey. Tony's brows slammed together. Who? Madame Pomfrey, Harry repeated. She's, well, the school nurse is the best equivalent. I'd asked for her to come with Professor McGonagall so she could heal me. Then Tom. Harry shrugged. And Tony couldn't help being glad for the leaky cauldron barman if it meant his son was free to move as he wanted. Makes sense, Tony said. And I'm not mad at you for inviting her. This is your place, too. Just let me know ahead of time. Okay? Harry's expression turned mischievous. I did. They won't be here until Saturday. As quickly as it came, that mischievous expression faded into one of uncertainty, even apprehension. Tony forced down another wave of anger at the Dursleys so he could laugh genuinely. Fair point. How about when you issue the invite next time? Okay. Harry was trying not to look relieved, and Tony judged it a passing grade, if barely. He swallowed and looked up at Tony. What did you want me to send Hermione? Let me check, Tony said, and hid a grin at his son's astonished expression. They're alike, he added as he tore open one of the boxes. Harry drifted closer to look over his shoulder as he revealed the latest Stark phone. The one that wouldn't be released until the end of September. Tony powered it on and checked the contacts. Yours. He offered it to Harry, who took it with a bewildered expression, and Tony held back an angry growl. Never seen a smartphone before? Not up close, Harry said. Uncle Vernon has one for work, and Aunt Petunia had a simpler phone to take with her for emergencies. It's reasonably intuitive, Tony said. Or so I've been told. Touch the icon labeled contacts. Harry did so, and Tony smiled as his son's eyes widened. TJ, Tony and Jarvis? Got it in one, Tony said. I'll answer if I can, but if not, Jarvis will. And Hermione? How'd you get her number? Harry asked. Didn't, Tony replied. Because I'm giving her a new one. He picked up the second box and handed it over. Your number's already programmed into it. Brilliant, Harry exclaimed. Then Tony frowned as a thought occurred to him. She's the only one of your friends you've mentioned. Should I get a phone for anyone else? Harry's expression turned contemplative for a moment. Then he shook his head. I don't think so. My other friend, Ron, he's magical born and raised, and he doesn't know how to use one. Really. He called me earlier in the summer, but Harry broke off and chuckled softly. What? Tony asked. It wasn't funny at the time, Harry said, but he kept yelling through the phone, even though I told him just to talk normally. He should have known better, because his father's in charge of the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. What? Tony asked again, as Harry's expression had shifted once again. I never thought to wonder where Ron got a phone to call me, Harry said. The Weasley family is all magical. And magical people don't know about telephones? Tony asked. Most of them don't have a lot to do with Muggles, non-magical people at all. The most disturbing thing about that statement, Tony thought, was that Harry didn't seem bothered by it at all. Before he could pursue that line of thought further, Harry said, I can send my letter, right? Oh sure, Tony said. As long as Hedwig can carry the box, too? Hedwig whacked his arm with her wing. I'll take that as a yes. Tony grinned at the bird, who shook her feathers before turning to Harry and sticking out her leg. 1 minute, Hedwig, Harry said. I need to add a PS to my note to Hermione. Hedwig returned her foot to the ground, and if she'd been human, Tony would have sworn that she huffed in irritation. Tony didn't like to think of himself as a snoop, shield databases notwithstanding, but he couldn't help looking over Harry's shoulder as he added, my number's in the contacts of the phone. I'm sure you know how to use it or can figure out how. Looking forward to talking with you. Once Hedwig was airborne, her cargo securely fastened to her leg. Somehow magic, Harry said with a grin when Tony asked. Tony reached into the inside pocket of his jacket and withdrew the letter James and Lily Potter had written to their son. Here, read it whenever you want, but you should have it. He held out the envelope. Harry took it with a shuddery breath, and Tony shoved his hands in his pockets. I figure you don't want me breathing down your neck while you read it, so come find me if you want to talk or anything. Or Steve, he's probably a better listener than I am. Jarvis can tell you where we are. Okay. Harry nodded wordlessly, and Tony patted his back awkwardly before heading back to the elevator. As he turned to step into it, he saw the black dog sitting beside Harry and leaning into Harry's leg as Harry opened the envelope. Tony could only hope the dog could offer more comfort than he knew how to. August 2nd, Captain Rogers? Steve woke instantly at the words, his feet landing on the floor before he registered that Jarvis spoke at a low normal volume, so it wasn't likely an attack. A glance at the clock beside his bed told him that it wasn't quite 2 in the morning. What is it, Jarvis? My apologies for waking you, Jarvis said. But Sir left instructions that he wasn't to be disturbed for anything short of another alien invasion. Steve chuckled and stretched. So what's up? If you'll direct your attention to the screen. Steve almost asked which screen Jarvis meant, but a section of wall above the dresser opposite his bed came to life, showing a view of the rooftop garden, where the dog Harry had adopted Patty wandered from bush to bush, sniffing each most thoroughly. Patty finally stopped and stretched, and when the stretch was complete, the dog was gone and a man as skeletal as the dog had been, with dark hair hanging almost to his elbows, stood in its place. Steve blinked. Could you run that by me again, Jarvis? Of course. Jarvis replayed the footage, and for a second time, Steve watched a dog become a man. He checked the timestamp on the video and saw that it was just a few minutes before. What is he doing? Walking around, Jarvis replied, and the image on the screen shifted to a real-time image of the man as he walked the paths built into the rooftop garden, swinging his arms and occasionally pausing to twist his torso. What's that he's wearing? Steve asked more to himself than to Jarvis, but Tony's AI answered regardless. He appears to be wearing prison stripes. And you want me to talk to him? Steve asked. Jarvis paused for a long moment. His actions do not suggest he represents a threat, but it would be best if someone could confirm that, right? Steve stood and reached for a t-shirt to pull it on. You have backup on standby? I am not entirely certain what constitutes backup in this instance, Captain, Jarvis said. I will, however, notify Sir if things go badly. Good enough. Steve slid his feet into shoes and his cell phone into the pocket of his pajama bottoms and started toward the elevator. Night blanketed the roof, but between the ambient lights of a city the size of London and the lighting installed throughout the garden, Steve could see fairly well. Shadows beneath shrubs and in corners, though those could hide a threat. He crossed to the gazebo before calling. "Patty? Here, boy." Steve had to call a second time, but eventually the dog strolled out of some shadow somewhere and plopped himself in front of Steve. Steve fought the urge to scratch the dog's ears 10 minutes ago. He wouldn't have hesitated. But now, knowing the dog could become a man, it felt wrong, presumptuous to do so. Finally, he blew out a breath and smiled down at Patty, or whatever his name really was. "I don't know where to start, and I feel like an idiot even trying. But here we are." Patty whined and laid down, looking up at Steve with an expectant expression. And how had Steve not noticed how intelligent and empathetic Patty was before now? "Okay," Steve muttered. "Probably best to rip the Band-Aid off in one pull." He met the dog's gaze without flinching and, he hoped, without aggression as well. "My name's Steve Rogers, and I know you're a wizard," he said, then shook his head. "That's not entirely true," he said. "I know you can change into a man. I assume you're a wizard." The dog went supernaturally still but didn't look away. "I'm gonna make a couple more assumptions," Steve continued. "I think you know Harry somehow and you want to be close to him, probably to keep him safe. If that's the case, I'd really appreciate it if you'd turn back into a man so that we can talk, because we want to keep him safe too." Patty just looked at him, head cocked to one side, looking somewhere between astonished and puzzled. Steve chuckled. "I should have known you'd need to be convinced. Jarvis, please send me the footage you showed me earlier." He pulled his phone from his pocket as it dinged softly to indicate a new message. A few taps later, and Steve had the footage ready to show Patty. "I feel like an idiot doing this," he said, turning the phone so Patty could see the screen before tapping the play button and letting the video run. When the video concluded, Patty whined, and if he'd been human, or in his human form, at least Steve would have thought he looked conflicted. "I won't hurt you," Steve said, "unless you try to hurt someone else. I don't know who you are or how you came to be here, but I promise you, as long as you want Harry safe, you're welcome here. I hope you can trust me enough to take a chance." For some time Steve didn't care to estimate. They sat together, or rather, he sat and Patty lay there staring out over London. A waning moon was just visible through a thin layer of clouds, and even with serum-enhanced senses, Steve could only make out the very brightest of stars. Eventually, finally, just as Steve was considering returning to bed for the last hour or so before dawn, Patty got to his feet. In the second or two it took for him to finish standing, he'd transformed into the man Steve had seen on the video. "My name is Sirius Black," the man rasped. "I'm Harry's godfather." Steve tensed at the name. He'd seen it in the newspapers he'd started skimming before bed. Black noticed. "I promise. I swear by magic itself. I don't want to hurt Harry," he said. "No more than I already have." "Explain," Steve said. Black winced. "I've no right to ask anything, let alone a favor. But may I please explain it to all of you just the once? You, Harry, and Mr. Stark? It's a difficult and embarrassing story, and I'd rather humiliate myself only the once." Steve considered the request. Without knowing specifics, but judging by the man's tone and posture that he was being honest, it wasn't unreasonable. "Fine," Steve said. "I hope you understand that I can't invite you inside yet." "I understand," Black replied. "I wouldn't let me in either if our positions were reversed." He offered a wry grin. "I probably have kicked me out, too." "Harry remembers you," Steve said simply. "Or I'm assuming it's you. I spent a lot of time with him before." "That night," Black replied, "in both human and dog form." "Patty?" Steve prompted. Short for Padfoot. "Is part of the whole story." Steve nodded, then frowned at the rooftop. "Is there anything I can bring you for the rest of the night?" "I'm good," Black replied. "That bath I had earlier helped more than I thought it would. But if I could borrow some clean clothes tomorrow, I'll pay you back when I can." "Of course," Steve said. "I'll come and get you when everyone's ready for breakfast." It had been an emotionally grueling few days, Harry thought as he made his way into his bathroom and turned on the hot water for a shower. Harry would rather the days had been physically grueling. He was used to that, after all. Then again, he supposed the day of the accident and the days after, until Tom had healed him at the leaky cauldron, were physically grueling. It was just the days after those that were emotionally grueling. He definitely preferred physically grueling. That could be helped with potions, salves, or just time and rest. Emotionally grueling days, though, those required more than just a little time, and he wasn't sure what that more might be. Maybe he could ask Tony. Or maybe not. He amended as he turned on the water. Maybe he should talk to Steve. Steve might not know any more about it than Tony did, but Steve had been in combat, and Harry had realized this morning during one of the times he'd woken after disturbing dreams, that's just what he had been in, too. There was no other way to describe what had happened with Professor Quirrell and the shade of Voldemort that had been possessing him, nor what had happened with the basilisk. At 12, Harry had seen deadly combat twice. It was a heavy realization, and one that had made falling back asleep after very difficult. As a result, he'd slept in this morning until almost 8, which would have gotten him at best a very loud scolding from his aunt, and at worst a thrashing from his uncle and a week locked in his room with 1 meal a day. The shower felt good on muscles that were still sore, despite Tom's healing work, and Harry let himself linger a little while under the spray. Not too long, though, before he really wanted to. He shut off the water, dried himself, and dressed quickly. For the first time that he could remember, Harry had nothing to do. No chores that had to be completed or else a tongue lashing from his aunt. No schoolwork to complete or else a mostly gentle nagging reminder from Hermione. Perversely, having nothing to do, though he should do his homework or at least make a significant start on it, before Hermione got back from France, made him want to do something. He'd decided that something was make breakfast for Tony and Steve, so he headed down the short hallway through the living area and into the kitchen. Where his aunt and uncle's kitchen held all dark walnut-stained cabinets and printed wallpaper, the kitchen Harry found himself in was sleek and modern, and at least twice as large as the one at Privet Drive, with stainless steel appliances, white cabinets, and a 6-burner stove that Harry stared at for a full minute before finally shaking himself out of his surprise and turning toward the refrigerator. "Good morning, Master Harry." Jarvis's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Good morning, Jarvis," Harry replied, opening the refrigerator door. He wasn't entirely comfortable with the disembodied voice. Mr. Weasley's words from their brief meeting after he'd rescued Ginny came back to him. Never trust anything that can think for itself if you can't see where it keeps its brain. But so far, Jarvis had been unfailingly polite to Harry, even formal, and Harry could only return courtesy with courtesy. "Might I inquire what you're doing?" Harry didn't reply immediately as he'd been struck dumb once again, this time by the contents of the refrigerator. Dozens of eggs, bins of fresh fruit and vegetables, an entire drawer full of cured meats and more cheeses than Harry knew existed, jugs of milk and cream, and a variety of condiments greeted him. "Master Harry?" Jarvis prompted, and for the second time in about as many minutes, Harry shook off his surprise. "Sorry, Jarvis," Harry said, closing the door so as not to waste energy. That was another of Uncle Vernon's requirements. "I came to make breakfast and I wasn't expecting, well, this." "The kitchen was restocked while Sir was en route from New York," Jarvis replied. "If there's something specific you want, I can tell you where it is." Harry appreciated the offer, but he had a more pressing question. "Jarvis, what does Mr. Tony, like to eat? Does he have any allergies?" "He has no allergies," Jarvis replied, "and I believe he will be quite happy to eat whatever you make." Which didn't narrow the options down at all, Harry thought. But there was one other question that might. "What time do you think he'll be awake?" "And Steve?" "Captain Rogers is awake and has completed his morning run," Jarvis said. "He is currently on the roof. Sir asked to be awakened when you got up." "I have done so, and he should be joining you within 20 minutes. "Right then," Harry muttered. "Full English, if I may," Jarvis said. "I believe Captain Rogers requires more calories than most. You might consider a double portion for him, at least. Frittata." Then, Harry decided and opened the fridge once more to retrieve eggs, milk, cheese, butter, and whatever vegetables caught his fancy. He worked diligently, absently humming under his breath, chopping and slicing onions, mushrooms, spinach, and tomatoes while the oven heated. A quick sauté of the vegetables later, and he was shifting the skillet into the oven just as Tony came into the kitchen. "You sure you got that?" Tony asked. "Cast iron's heavy." But it has two handles, Harry said, so I can manage. Tony started toward the coffee maker, and Harry mentally kicked himself for not remembering to turn it on. Then he frowned as Tony poured a cup. Maybe it was on a timer, or maybe Jarvis had started it. Either way, Harry was glad Tony had coffee, but still annoyed that he'd forgotten to turn it on. Tony said after draining what Harry supposed was half the cup. That brings up something we haven't talked about. Chores. Kids are supposed to have chores, right? At Aunt Petunia's, I cooked, cleaned, and weeded the garden, Harry said. Those were my regular chores anyway. Sometimes I had to do other things too. Tony blinked at him, and a second time, and Harry was oddly reminded of Hedwig when she didn't understand what her silly human was up to. That seems like a lot, Tony said finally. I was thinking of things like walking the dog and picking up after him, keeping your room clean, and putting away your laundry. Harry covered his embarrassment by turning to the drawer where the silverware was kept and pulling out knives and forks. Harry. Tony's voice was firm, but gentle at the same time. Don't be ashamed of where you grew up, you didn't choose it, right? I would have chosen someplace better, he thought, but decided instead on different. Well, you're someplace different now, Tony said, and his cheerful manner didn't seem at all forced. So, do those things sound all right? The dog, your room, laundry? Those sound fine, Harry said. The breakfast bar wasn't quite big enough for the three of them, so he crossed to the dining table and focused on laying out the place settings. Harry, Tony said again. Harry laid out the next knife and fork. Harry, look at me, Tony said more firmly. When Harry finally looked up, Tony offered him a smile. I'm new at this parenting thing, too. I don't think those chores are too much, except for the dog, they're what I had to do as a kid, but if you do, then you need to tell me and we'll figure something out. Together. Okay. Harry took a breath and let it out before nodding. Okay. I'm just not used to. He broke off, unwilling to finish that sentence. Tony smiled again, this time sadly. I get that, too. My dad wasn't around much, always stuck in his workshop, just like I probably will be, so you'll have to come and drag me out of there when you need me. Okay? And my mom. She wasn't exactly a mothering type. Not that they treated me as badly as the Dursleys treated you. Just that they weren't emotionally available that much. Tony's words brought back Harry's ruminations in the shower, but he shoved that thought aside as Tony said, So, we're okay on the dog, the room, and the laundry, at least for now? We can renegotiate as needed. Harry smiled. Brilliant. Harry finished setting the table, and he'd just put 4 slices of bread in the toaster when the oven timer dinged. Jarvis? He said. Would you please tell Steve that breakfast is almost ready? Of course, Jarvis replied. Harry took the frittata from the oven and put it on the table, then started another 4 slices of toast in the toaster. Before the toaster popped up again, Steve came in, Patty trailing at his heels. Is Patty joining us for every meal? Tony asked, and Harry hid a smile as he stacked the toast on a plate. He hadn't found a toast rack in any of the cabinets, so he'd folded a cloth serviette small enough to fit on the plate and hoped that would keep the toast on the bottom from getting soggy. It took Steve long enough to answer that Harry looked up. He was surprised to see Steve's uncomfortable expression. After a long moment, Steve cleared his throat. We should set the table for one more. Automatically, Harry turned to the cabinet where the plates were kept, but Tony's voice, sharper than it had been, made him look back. What's going on, Capsicle? Steve glanced down at Patty, then at Harry, and finally looked back at Tony. It's best if we show you. Promise you'll listen. To what? Howling? Tony asked, but blew out a breath. Yeah, I'll listen. Steve cleared his throat and said, Last night, Jarvis woke me up because he noticed something strange on the roof. Can you play the video, Jarvis? Of course, Captain, Jarvis replied, and after a moment, the far wall in the living room came to life. Harry watched the screen, amazed, as Patty transformed into a man with black hair that fell to his elbows. What the heck? Tony slammed his coffee cup on the table and shot to his feet. It's okay, Tony, Harry said. Or, well, my transfiguration professor can turn into a cat. The Patty in the room with them became a man and smiled, just a little, his eyes sparkling. Professor McGonagall's still at Hogwarts. Then? Yes, sir, Harry replied, and the man winced. Harry froze. Did I say something wrong? No, of course not, Steve replied quickly. You were very polite. The look Steve gave the newcomer said more eloquently than words that he, too, had best be polite. Or else, it's just, I'm your godfather, Harry, the man said. Hearing you call me sir when you used to call me Paddy because you couldn't say Padfoot yet. I wasn't expecting it. Godfather? Tony said, and Harry was glad that someone had said something, because he couldn't speak around a sudden tightness in his throat. Sirius Black, the man said and sketched a brief bow. At your service. I know that name, Harry said, though he didn't know why. I recognized it too, Steve said. From the Daily Prophet. You escaped from Azkaban. Harry cried at the same time. Sirius Black said, You knew? Is there a reason you brought an escaped criminal into my apartment? Tony said, his tone colder than Harry had ever heard it. To be fair, Steve said reasonably, I didn't know he was human when we adopted Paddy. Harry coughed to cover a snort of laughter, and Black flashed him a quick grin. Rogers, Tony said warningly, and Steve held up his hands. Palms out. Sorry. But after Jarvis alerted me to what he'd seen, I went up there and talked to him, Steve said. He asked if he could explain everything to us at the same time. He agreed to stay on the roof. I agreed to hear him out, and here we are. Harry watched emotions flit across Tony's face, unable to identify more than a couple of them. Disbelief and anger chief among those he could identify. Finally, Tony blew out a breath. Fine. Pull up a chair, have some breakfast, he said. But I swear to God, Rogers, he makes one wrong move, I'm going to put the suit on, and we're going to go a few rounds. I won't even fight back, Steve promised, and Harry laughed to himself at Black's expression. Then Steve gestured Black to a seat, and Harry remembered the plate he was holding. A serviette, knife, and fork later, Harry crossed to the table. Before he could put the items on the table, Tony took them from him and passed them over to Black. No offense, Tony said. None taken, Black replied as he arranged plate and utensils to his liking. Minutes later, they had all served themselves, and it looked like it was all Black could do not to rip into his meal. Black took a bite, and as he chewed his eyes widened. This is good, better than I expected. No offense, he added. None taken, Tony replied in the same tone Black had used. Harry made it. Black smiled at Harry. It's very good. Better than your mum made, and that's saying something. Harry ducked his head, wanting to ask about his mum. He'd spent all his life knowing nothing about his parents, nothing true anyway, and then when he got to Hogwarts, people told him a few stories of larger-than-life people that were more legends than anything else. Then there was Tony, who knew his parents, but only briefly, so wasn't a good source of stories about them. Now there was Sirius Black, who claimed to be Harry's godfather and spoke casually of Harry's mum, the way an old friend might. So, Tony said, you were going to tell us your story? How about you start by telling me what you know about James and Lily, especially how they died? Black said. Tony raised an eyebrow and looked at Harry. There was a dark wizard called Voldemort, Harry said as Black took another bite of frittata. And he attacked my parents' house one night. They died, he killed them, and I survived. That's it, in a nutshell, Black replied. Let me fill in a little more. Your parents were in hiding, their location protected by something called the Fidelius charm. In essence, it protects what it's cast on by making its existence and location a secret. Whatever it is effectively disappears. You can't even see it unless you know the secret. So the Fidelius charm hides things, even if you already knew about the thing? Harry asked, just to be sure he understood it. Close enough, Black said. Now, when the charm is cast, one person is designated the secret keeper, and only he or she can tell anyone the secret. In this case, it was that the Potters lived at number 7 White Willow Lane, Godric's Hollow. But if it's a secret, Harry began. How could you tell me? 2 possibilities, Black said. First, I could be the secret keeper. Second, if the secret keeper dies, everyone that person told the secret to becomes a secret keeper themselves. That, Tony said, sounds insane. In my admittedly limited experience, much of the magical world is, Steve said. There have to be other security measures, Tony muttered, his expression taking on a faraway look as he, presumably, rolled the Fidelius charm over and over in his mind. Tony, Steve said sharply, and Tony jumped a little in his chair. Sorry, Tony said, more to Black than anyone else. I'm a tinkerer. Give me a problem, and I'll start figuring out ways to solve it. You were saying? Black finished another bite of frittata before saying, James and Lily's secret keeper was a man named Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed their location to Voldemort. Harry sat forward, his own breakfast all but forgotten in front of him as he listened to Black's story. But, Steve said, according to the articles in the Daily Prophet, you betrayed the Potters. Black snorted. That rag. They quoted you as saying you killed them. Steve returned evenly, and Harry's heart clenched. Black claimed to be his godfather. How could he have betrayed his parents so thoroughly? I did as good as anyway, Black added, even as Harry saw Steve's muscles tense. They were going to use me as their secret keeper. James and I were like brothers, so who else would he choose? You said they chose Peter Pettigrew, Harry said. I convinced them to. The anguish in Black's expression was echoed in his tone. I thought it was smart change what everybody knew. Then everybody, Voldemort and his minions, would come after me, not Peter. I thought it was an extra layer of protection. Instead he paused, took a breath, and met Harry's gaze directly. Instead, Peter went running to Voldemort and told him the secret. And for that, I can never forgive myself. If I'd held the secret, I would have died before betraying your family, Harry. Before betraying you. Black smiled, though tears welled at the corners of his eyes. I was the first one to hold you after your parents, and when they asked me to be your godfather, it was the greatest honor of my life. And then I betrayed you twice. Harry frowned at that. Twice? By convincing your parents to name Peter their secret keeper. Black said. That was the first time. The second, he blew out a long breath. The second was when I ran off to track Peter down rather than take you someplace safe. Why? Tony's voice cracked across the table, echoing in the room. Why'd you do something so stupidly irresponsible? Harry eased back in his chair. That kind of anger from Uncle Vernon never presaged anything good. To his surprise, though, Black's shoulders slumped. Because I was young and dumb and arrogant, Black said quietly. We all were barely out of Hogwarts ourselves and thrown into a war, and I was grieving and angry, and I let those emotions guide me. I wanted Peter to pay for what he'd done, and I didn't trust anyone else to do that right. He laughed bitterly. Turns out I shouldn't have trusted myself to do it right, either. What would you do differently? Steve asked quietly. After I got Harry out of the house, I'd get him out of Britain as fast as I could. Black replied. Not anywhere in Europe. Too close to the UK. Too easy to get to. America, maybe, or Canada, at least as a stopover point. Request asylum for Harry and me as his guardian. Find a place, ward it to heck and back, and do everything I could to keep my godson safe. I should have done all that before, and I didn't. And I'm sorry, Harry. So sorry. The strong front Black had been presenting crumbled, and the man buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking, quietly sobbing. Harry lunged from his chair, intent on comforting the man who'd been his parents' friends, only to be caught by a firm hand. He tried to jerk free, but was held fast. He turned to yell at Steve, but found himself facing not his amiable, affable Uncle Steve, but rather Captain America. Don't, Steve said. He spun a good story, and I'm inclined to believe him, but that doesn't mean you should blindly trust him. But dash! Harry cut off his own protest, unsure how to put his urge to comfort Sirius Black into words. He's right, Harry. At those croaked words, Harry turned back to Black, found the man wiping his eyes with a serviette. I'd never hurt you, Black said, but you have only my word for that, so he's right. I shouldn't have your trust yet. I hope to earn it, all of you, he added, looking first at Steve then Tony. If all this is true, Tony said, why were you sent to prison? Didn't any of it come out at your trial? I'm sure it would have, Black replied. If I'd had one. Tony stared at Sirius Black, momentarily at a loss for words at the revelation that he hadn't had a trial. Even the worst mass murderers had trials, so how was it he hadn't? But that revelation raised a more pressing question. Why now? The others at the table stared at him, but it was Black who said, why now what? You say you didn't have a trial, and I'll believe you for now at least, Tony said. So you've been in Azkaban or wherever, Azkaban? Black said, right, that. You'd been in there 12 years. Why escape now? Because of this. Black reached into the pocket of his jeans and pulled out what looked like a folded piece of paper. He passed it across the table toward Tony. Tony took it and unfolded it to see the Daily Prophet logo and a headline in large type. Ministry of Magic Employee Scoops Grand Prize. But what really caught his attention was the photograph beneath the headline. The moving photograph, which Tony shouldn't find as interesting as he did. It was basically a .gif file in print, after all. It showed 9 people, all redheads, presumably the employee referenced in the headline and his or her family. 7 children, 6 of them boys. Tony winced in unwilling sympathy. That many kids had to be a challenge for anyone, and he'd bet the little girl was spoiled rotten by her family. He looked up, but before he could ask the question on his mind, Black jerked his chin toward the clipping. See the rat the youngest boy has? Tony flicked a glance back at the photo and shrugged. So the kid has weird taste in pets. Not seeing how that justifies a prison break. That rat is Peter Pettigrew, Black declared flatly. He learned to become an animagus with me and James, that's transforming into an animal, and his form is a rat. Scabbers? Harry looked completely gobsmacked. You think Scabbers is this Peter person? How do you know for sure this rat is him? Steve asked, sliding the newspaper clipping away from Tony to study it more closely. Look at his front paw, Black said. Harry craned his neck to see the picture, and Steve frowned. He's missing a toe. The largest piece of Pettigrew anyone ever found was a finger, Black said. Rat jerk cut it off before he ran away, the better to frame me with. Anyway, I saw that picture, recognized Pettigrew, and knew that he's at Hogwarts. He's the only chance I have of clearing my name. On top of that, he betrayed James and Lily and deserves to face justice for that. That wasn't all, was it? Steve asked, and Tony blinked at his gentle tone. He served Voldemort, Black said. And Harry, well, at the very least, Harry's the only person to survive being attacked by Voldemort. I couldn't be sure Pettigrew wouldn't try to hurt Harry himself. I had to escape. I had to protect Harry. Black's words were punctuated by the sound of a chair scraping along the floor as Harry shot to his feet. I could have done with that kind of protection before. Harry ran out of the dining room, and Tony blew out a breath. What the heck was he supposed to do with an angsty, pee-off teenager? Still, he had to try, so he levered himself to his feet, or started to, as Steve's hand landed on his shoulder. Let him get over the worst of the anger first. Then we can talk to him. Tony debated briefly, but since he really didn't know what to do with an angsty, pee-off teenager, it wasn't much of a debate. He sank back into his chair. Black cleared his throat. I've answered all of your questions. Time for you to answer some of mine. Just some? Tony asked, more focused on where Harry had run. At least he ran toward his bedroom, not the elevator, then the table. Black barked a laugh. The most important. Starting with, who are you, exactly, and what's your interest in Harry? Not that I'm at all opposed to you taking him away from Petunia's house. Yeah, about that. Tony steeled himself and met Black's gaze evenly. I'm Harry's biological father. Black's fork slipped from his fingers to clatter against his plate. How is that? Then he glared at Tony. Did you and Lily dash? Tony held up a hand. No. I wanted to, but no. My sperm donation involved my hand and a cup. He'd expected Steve to blush 1940s propriety if nothing else, but Black blushed almost as much as Steve did. After a long moment, Black cleared his throat and picked up his fork again. Why? They told me at the time that James had some kind of on-the-job exposure that made it so he couldn't have kids, Tony said, adding, you might know more about that than I do. Black took another bite of frittata and chewed, his expression thoughtful. After a moment, his expression cleared. He swallowed and said, James and I were Oris, Lily called us magical coppers, I think? Close enough, Steve said. We were investigating an illegal potion supplier, and James took a curse in the ensuing firefight, Black explained. It wasn't a curse either of us recognized, and James didn't seem to have any immediate effects. We got checked over after, and James said the healer couldn't identify anything wrong with him. Black blew out a breath. We went on with our lives, and James never said anything else about it. But now, looking back, and in light of what you just said, maybe that curse made him sterile. It was almost a year after that when Lily got pregnant. I've had DNA tests done that prove it, Tony said, and then wasn't sure whether to laugh or sigh at Black's confused expression. It's a test that determines how closely related you are to someone. There's no doubt Harry's my son. So why were you at Petunia's? Black asked. Why was Harry at Petunia's? His scent was strong, as though he lived there? That's a conversation best had with whiskey, and it's way too early for whiskey, Tony said. But I'll give you the Reader's Digest version. Condensed, he added before either Black or Steve could ask. Even the condensed version took nearly half an hour thanks to Black's guilt-ridden anger, or maybe anger-ridden guilt, but when Tony finally finished, Black sat apparently deep in thought, tapping the fingers of one hand against the table. Finally, he looked up at Tony. So what now? Now, I need to find the meanest, most vicious attorneys, solicitors, whatever the magical world has to offer, Tony said. Because whoever screwed over Harry's life and yours is going to pay for it in ways they can't even begin to imagine. Black's evil grin was a thing of terrible beauty. We're going to get along just fine. Harry closed the door to his bedroom behind him, just closed it, not slammed it. 12 years of the Dursleys had conditioned him to choose his battles, and slamming a door in a fit of pique was not a battle he'd chosen frequently. It certainly wasn't a battle he'd choose 2 days after meeting his father, let alone 2 hours after meeting a godfather he hadn't known he had. And that wasn't even taking into account the letter from his parents. Oh, there was nothing bad in the letter, mostly a recounting of things he already knew. Things like Tony Stark being his biological father, and Sirius Black being his godfather, though the bit about Alice Longbottom being his godmother was new. Harry wondered if she was related to Neville, somehow, and resolved to send a letter asking about that as soon as he calmed a bit. The worst part of his parents' letter was their expressed hope that if anything happened to them during the war with Voldemort, that the three of them together, Tony, Sirius, and Alice, could raise Harry. That hadn't happened, and it was more because of the sense of absolute betrayal than anything else that Harry had exploded at Mr. Black this morning. He'd apologized the next time he saw Mr. Black. He'd also, per the postscript in his father's James handwriting, ask Mr. Black about a map. For now, though, he needed time alone, time to deal with all that had happened and with his new knowledge. Was he still Harry Potter? Or would he be Harry Stark?
Potter Stark? Stark Potter?
Harry really wanted to talk it over with his friends. Or, well, really with Hermione. Ron wouldn't just be glad that Harry had a family now. He'd be 10 shades of green with jealousy and envy at Tony's wealth, and never see the, to Harry, better part of the deal, a family who wanted him and, he hoped, would grow to love him just as he'd grow to love them. He looked at the cell phone lying on his nightstand, debating whether to call Hermione. But she was on vacation. He'd never been on vacation, but he doubted he'd want his friends to call him up for anything that couldn't wait until he was back home. His news, however important to him, could wait a couple more weeks until Hermione was back in Britain. The cell phone rang, jarring him from his thoughts, and he reached for it with a frown. He'd had the phone less than a day. The telephone marketers couldn't have got his number already. Could they? Another thought occurred to him. Would Jarvis even allow a marketing call to get through? He'd have to ask Jarvis another time. For now, he checked the phone's display and couldn't help grinning when he saw that it read Hermione. He answered with a swipe of his finger and was still grinning when he said, "Hi, Hermione." "Hello, Harry," came his best female friend's voice, clearly and without the static and skips Uncle Vernon sometimes complained of. "Sorry it took so long to call." "Long?" Harry blinked. "Hedwig just left last night, and she got here just before we were going to bed," Hermione replied. Then she laughed. "And of course, once Dad saw the phone, he kept us up another hour or so raving about it." Raving? It had been a long time since Harry felt so wrong-footed in a conversation with Hermione. "What do you mean? Is there something wrong with it?" "Oh no, nothing's wrong with it," Hermione replied. "It's just not going to be available for sale until October." Harry hadn't even thought about that. He knew that Stark Industries made cellular telephones called Stark phones, but since the chances of him ever owning one were almost into negative numbers, at least until he graduated and had a job, he'd never paid attention to them. "So I guess your father works for Stark Industries?" Hermione said. Then he heard her breath catch. "I'm sorry, Harry. That was incredibly insensitive. I'm sorry about your aunt." Harry shrugged, even though she wouldn't see it. "It's not all right, really, but it doesn't hurt that much." Though Hermione said quietly. He'd thought Aunt Petunia was his last link to his parents, so he said by way of agreement. But then he forced that sadness aside. He had a father now and a godfather, and that was more than he'd ever expected. So I can ask then? About your biological father? Harry laughed quietly. You can ask. Does he work at Stark Industries? Dad really wants to know. Harry laughed a little more. You could say that. He heard Hermione say, though her voice sounded farther away than it had before, you're right. Dad, he works for Stark Industries. Then she spoke again, and her voice sounded normal. What department? Dad and I have a bet. I think marketing, he thinks engineering. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed, loud and hard, and kept laughing even when he figured he should probably stop before Hermione got impatient. Harry, apparently he'd misjudged. He got his laughter under control, though he was still huffing little chuckles when he said, Sorry, Hermione. It's just, I think you're both right. What? That doesn't make sense. How can both of us be right about where he works? Harry frowned at the question. While he supposed it was true that Tony marketed the company just by being himself, it was more true that he designed the things the company sold. Actually, thinking about it, I think your dad's closer. Tony designs things more than he sells them, Harry said. Hermione wasn't called the brightest witch of the age for nothing. Tony Stark? Really? Really, Harry said. Wow. Hermione was quiet for almost a full minute before. I want to hear the whole story. The long version or the short version? Short version for now, long version when we get back, Hermione said. Maybe you can come over the day before we go to Diagon Alley? Harry winced a little. I've already been. Tony wanted to see something magical, so I took him. He went a little crazy buying things. He knows? About magic? Hermione sounded, well, if Harry had to put a name to it, he'd say she sounded scandalized. He does, Harry said. But really, he just found out a few days early. Professor McGonagall's coming tomorrow. Well, Hermione trailed off dubiously. I guess if she's coming, but I still want to hear all about it. So you'd better come over when we get back. Harry laughed helplessly. And I haven't even told you the latest news, because I didn't know it until this morning. Should I be sitting down? She asked with a laugh. Maybe, Harry said. Well, it's both good and kind of horrible at the same time. That's different, Hermione said finally. But I was already sitting down, so spill. And Harry told her about the dog that was actually his wrongfully imprisoned godfather, and how he should have been raised with both Sirius and Tony, except for a series of clerical mistakes. Hermione was quiet for a long time, and when she finally spoke, her voice was more hesitant than he remembered hearing it before. I'm not so sure they were mistakes, Harry. What? I could be wrong, she said quickly, and I really hope I am, but it's something I'd like to think about before we discuss it in detail. Okay? I really wish you'd keep things you want to think about before we discuss it to yourself, Harry said, grumbling mostly with good humor. Now I won't be able to think of anything besides your not-so-veiled hints. I'm sorry, she said, but sometimes I talk faster than I think. And given how fast you think, that's saying something, Harry quipped. I'll have to check with Tony, but maybe you and your parents can come here? I'm sure he'll appreciate talking to someone in the same situation as him. Hold on a minute. There were sounds of muffled conversation, punctuated by a few startled exclamations, and then a few seconds of silence before Hermione came back on the line. That sounds good, Harry, she said. The only question appears to be when we'll actually get back. I thought it was the week before classes start? Harry asked, bemused by her words. That was before Dad knew your new dad is Tony Stark, Hermione said drolly, and Harry could see the roll of her eyes in his mind. Why does that matter? Harry asked. Ron was the one of the three with money envy, not Hermione. So why dash? Dad's a geek, Hermione replied. Or, as he calls it, a gadget guy. I practically had to pry my phone from his hands, my phone, so I could call you this morning. The chance to meet Tony Stark, well, Dad's half tempted to just drive to the airport and hop the next flight home. Harry chuckled. Tell your dad that Tony will be here for a while. We're still, well, talking things over. I can imagine, Hermione said seriously. I'll tell Dad we can come whenever, if that's okay? Should be, Harry replied. And if that changes, I'll call. Or text, Hermione suggested. Either one. I'll get Jarvis to show me how to text, Harry promised. He could feel Hermione itching to ask who Jarvis was, but continued before she had the chance to speak. But you should go do whatever you do on vacation. I have to go apologize to my godfather. For what? Hermione asked, clearly baffled. Then Harry could almost feel the shake of her head. Sorry, not my business. I kind of yelled at him, and I shouldn't have, Harry said. To be fair, it's been a rough few days. Oh, Harry. Hermione's voice somehow conveyed a hug that Harry was sure would bruise his ribs if she were close enough to administer it physically. I'll see you soon. Okay? Enjoy the rest of your vacation, Harry told her and ended the call. When he got back to the dining room, Tony had disappeared, but Steve and Black, or should Harry call him Sirius, since he was his godfather, lingered over coffee. Where's Tony? He asked as he came further into the room. His workshop, Steve replied, and smiled at what Harry was sure had to be the look of complete bafflement on his face. He's like his father. When he needs to think things through, he tinkers, putters, does something physical that keeps part of his mind busy while the other part works. Like I go flying sometimes, Harry said. Then he took a deep breath, summoned his Gryffindor courage, and turned to his godfather. I'm sorry I yelled at you, Harry said. Sirius, yes, that felt much better in Harry's mind, offered him the start of a smile. I get it, Harry. Steve told me what happened to Petunia, and how they treated you. You've had quite the time of it, haven't you? It's gotten better the last couple of days. Harry told him honestly. And having you here just makes it. He trailed off and finished lamely, more better? Steve chuckled, but Sirius let out a guffaw. I like that. More better it is. Then he sobered and met Harry's gaze evenly. I'm really glad Tony found you. Harry blinked. Huh? Why? Because I'm not myself, Sirius replied. Nobody would be after 12 years in Azkaban. Those Dementors, he broke off with a visible shudder. Staying in my dog form helped, but I need healing mind and body before I can be a big part of your life. But you want to be? Harry hated how small his voice was when he asked. Oh, pup, of course I do. Sirius glanced at Steve. I really want to hug him. Steve glared at him, but Harry thought it had less heat than it had before. If you do anything other than hug him, I'll do it to you twice over. Sirius just grinned at the other man, a little maniacally, then reached out his arms for a hug. Harry forced himself to step forward and accept his godfather's hug. He was getting better about it, but touching people or having people touch him still made him feel uncomfortable. Sirius' arms came around him and held him firmly, but not as tightly as Hermione had done. Harry felt Sirius' head resting against his own. I thought I was doing the right thing going after Pettigrew, Sirius said quietly. I'm so sorry. Harry risked hugging him back. I forgive you. He was surprised to feel Sirius trembling. He heard a sniffle and Sirius' voice was rough when he said, Thank you, Harry. I don't deserve it, but thank you. That seemed to be enough for both of them, because Sirius started pulling back in the same instant Harry did. Harry cast about for something to say before the moment could turn awkward. The best he could come up with on short notice was, What were you talking about? How to catch Pettigrew, Steve replied, and his expression showed that he, too, was relieved to have something to talk about. Scabbers? Harry said, suddenly remembering what they'd been talking about before he, ran off in a fit of pique, as Hermione would say. You called him that before, Steve said. Do you know him? Ron, the one holding the rat, he's my best friend, Harry said. Sirius' eyes gleamed as he sat forward. We need the rat, he said. He's got to pay for what he did to James and Lily and you and me. We need him alive for that, Steve said. Just showing a body and telling your side of the story won't answer all the questions people will have. The people, he added in a stern tone as Sirius started to speak, that will be dealing with your case. Sirius huffed a breath and sat back, crossing his arms over his chest in an exaggeratedly petulant manner. Fine, we take him alive, but I'm going to ask to throw his arse through the veil of death personally. After a Dementor sucks out his soul. Steve began, then stopped, frowning. There are so many bothersome things included in that statement that I don't even know where to start asking about them. I know where to start with the questions, Sirius said, straightening to regard Harry closely. How soon can we get the rat from the ginger? Harry blinked, surprised by the question.
Er,
He cleared his throat and started again. They won't be back from Egypt until the week before school starts. But he asked me to meet up with them to do my school shopping, which you already did, but will agree to go anyway. Steve asked, and Harry nodded. Then what? Sirius asked. You meet at the leaky? Ent? Harry slumped into a chair. I don't know. Ask to hold him? I've never done before, but I could. And once you have him, how will you keep him? Sirius pressed. He's a rat, remember. Stun him? Harry suggested. Lots of stunners? Tony can come up with something, Steve put in, and Harry was sure his wide-eyed stare at Steve was outclassed only by Sirius' gaping expression. What? You expect a muggle, no offense, to contain a wizard who can turn into a rat? Sirius said. Steve shrugged. Why not? It's impossible, Sirius declared. Then it'll just take him a little longer, Steve replied, and Sirius' expression turned into a puzzled frown. I don't understand, he said. I worked with some guys from the Ordnance Department of the Army once, Steve said. They had a slogan, the difficult we do immediately. The impossible takes a little longer. Howard, Tony's father, was like that, and he is too. It was Steve's absolute nonchalance about the matter that soothed Harry's concerns. If Captain America could be that blasé about it, then Harry didn't have to worry. Sirius, of course, didn't have the same assurance, and settled for sitting back in his chair with a huff. I'll believe it when I see it. It took Jarvis shutting off the music and the lights to pull Tony from the design schematic he'd been working on. His initial flash of annoyance passed quickly, and he said, I hope you saved my work. Of course, sir, Jarvis replied, his normally expressionless tone somehow conveying his offense at the implication he might not have done so. You have not eaten since breakfast, and that was at 8:45 this morning. It is now 7:30 in the evening. Tony stood, wincing as his muscles protested the sudden change in position, and stumbled around his workshop a bit, letting his body recover from staying in the same position far longer than anyone would consider reasonable. The others? Young Harry is doing homework. Captain Rogers and Mr. Black are watching Star Wars. A New Hope. Nope. Not possible, Tony declared, stretching and twisting his back to ease the tension that had settled between his shoulder blades. It's Star Wars, period. Tell me you put on the original, not the one somebody couldn't keep his hands off of? Of course, sir, Jarvis repeated, this time with a note of fond exasperation in his tone. I am fully aware of your preferences on the matter. I should hope so, Tony muttered. Then the implications of the time hit him. Dinner. We should do something about dinner. Indeed. Given the hour, and your lack of, shall we say, finesse in the kitchen, I suggest ordering in. We've done pizza already, Tony said as he started toward the elevator. How about Chinese? I shall order an assortment, Jarvis assured him. Thanks, Jay. Minutes later, he strode out of the elevator. Harry was sitting at the dining table, a bunch of books and papers scattered around him, with a quill in his hand. Tony looked over Harry's shoulder at what he was writing. His handwriting's worse than mine, but probably better than if I tried to use a quill, frowning at the title at the top of the page. Abraxan hare and Asian dragon hare. A comparison. I guess saying they're from different animals. And Abraxan's an animal, right? Is going for the low-hanging fruit? He said. Harry looked up and grinned. I should write that and turn it in just to see Snape's reaction. Then his expression fell. It wouldn't be worth the lost points and the detention, though. No sense of humor? Tony asked and got a resounding not at all in return. I always hated teachers like that. It's part of why I never got a doctorate. You were going to be a doctor? Harry asked, and it took Tony a couple of seconds to figure out what he meant. Not that kind of doctor, he said. American universities offer 3 types of degrees: bachelor's, master's, and doctorate. You could be a doctor of about anything, history, biology, whatever, but not be a medical doctor. Harry appeared to file that away for future use. Weird, says the kid who claims he can turn buttons into beetles, Tony shot back. Dinner's on the way, so find a good place to stop for a bit. K. Harry turned back to his homework and Tony continued into the living room, where the movie had ended and Steve and Sirius sat, talking about it. Tony dropped into a chair near them, unwilling to interrupt discussion of a specific point. Then again, Steve's inherent courtesy wouldn't let him leave Tony out of the conversation for long. Sure enough, it was barely 2 minutes before Steve turned to Tony. I'm sure you've seen this movie several times. What's your favorite part? 3PO, Tony replied immediately. He and R2 were a big part of the inspiration for Jarvis. I thought, Steve began, but broke off, apparently unsure what to say next. Jarvis was too, Tony said, then looked at Sirius, whose confused expression almost veered into caricature. Edwin Jarvis, he was Dad's butler, though that doesn't come anywhere close to describing everything he was and did. I guess the magical world doesn't have anything similar? Sirius thought for a moment. The closest we get to an all-around assistant like Jarvis would be house elves. They're magical beings who have powerful wandless magic. He winced. A lot of Muggleborns think they're slaves. Are they? Steve asked without censure. Maybe? Sirius blew out a breath. I mean, my family had one, but he was just there, you know? Since I was a baby. He shook his head. For all that I grew up in the magical world, there's a lot about it I don't know. Just like there's a lot about our world we don't know, Tony said. I mean, who has time to learn everything about 6,000 years of history? 6,000? Steve asked. Earliest written records date to about 4000 BCE, Tony said. But even if you want to limit it to the 1,000 years before Christ, that's still 3,000 years. What was going on in, say, the Indian subcontinent 3,000 years ago? How about Peru? If they are slaves, Steve said, is there anything you can do about it? Sirius snorted. Right now, we can order some books and you can read up on it. The suggestion came from Harry, who had joined them without Tony realizing it. I met a house elf last year. Oh? Tony straightened a little, suddenly interested. Tell us about it. You didn't grow up in the magical world, so you have a little bit of an outsider's perspective.
Okay.
Harry came around and sat on the floor by the coffee table. Tony wondered if the Dursleys had made him sit on the floor, or if it was just a preference. The one I met is called Dobby, and he belonged to Lucius Malfoy. That be a Sirius stopped himself when Harry looked up at him, curiously. He's married to my cousin Narcissa, Sirius said instead. The family loved him, of course. I can't stand him. I don't care for his son either, Harry said. Draco's a bully. But you were telling us about this house elf Dobby, right? Steve said, and Tony was glad for the redirection. There was so much to learn about Harry's world, and Tony wanted to learn it all. For right now, though, he really needed to focus on Harry and his needs. Harry took a breath. Dobby tried to save my life, or at least that's what he thought he was doing. He came to my bedroom and tried to convince me not to go back to Hogwarts, but he couldn't explain why. He'd been stopping mail coming to me, so I'd think my friends had abandoned me and I wouldn't want to go back. Harry sounded annoyed by that, and Tony couldn't blame him. I finally figured out that his master was going to do something bad at or to Hogwarts, but I was determined to go, so he did magic in the house. Made a cake fall on Mrs. Mason's head. Sirius interrupted with a hearty laugh. I don't know who Mrs. Mason is, but great prank. Harry didn't appear amused. And then the owl came from the improper use of magic office, telling me they detected hover charm, and further spell work on my part could lead to expulsion. Wait, what? Tony sat forward. They detected a charm and assumed it was you? They didn't investigate? Harry shook his head. No. And what's worse, he broke off suddenly to study his shoes. What, Harry? Steve asked gently, and once again Tony was grateful for Steve's compassion. Tony admitted he had very little of it, and it was reserved for people who hurt through no fault of their own. Which, of course, included Harry, but Tony's own feelings about Harry were still enough of a mess that he wasn't sure his compassion would come out untainted by anger that Harry might misconstrue as being with him instead of about him. Harry gave a one-shoulder shrug without looking up. Uncle Vernon read that letter. I hadn't told him I couldn't use magic outside school. It was the only thing. Protecting you, Tony finished. Jarvis, start a file. Sometime after we get Harry settled, remind me to buy whatever company Vernon Dursley works for and get his butt fired. Label it Phase 1 of Project Ruin Vernon Dursley. Noted, sir, Jarvis replied. Why wait? Sirius snarled. Because he just lost his wife, Tony said. And worse, his son just lost his mother. I don't give a flying darn for Vernon Dursley, but his son, however much of a brat, Pratt, Burke, bully, whatever he is, if he loved his mother at all, I know what he's going through. I know how I would have felt if Dad had lost everything right after that, and I don't want to put the kid through that if we don't have to. Sirius looked like he desperately wanted to argue that point, so Tony flashed him a grin. Besides, revenge is a dish best served cold, and with sufficient time to plan. Sirius stared at him for a moment, then laughed. I really like you. I don't swing that way. Black, Tony shot back, grinning to take any insult out of the words, even as Steve leaned toward Harry and stage whispered, "Does that scare you like it does me?" Harry giggled, positively giggled, and Tony was glad to hear it. From what he'd seen so far, Harry hadn't had much to giggle about in his life. Before the conversation could pick up again, the elevator dinged softly. "Dinner has arrived, sir," Jarvis said. Tony rose to go get the bags full of white cartons, calling over his shoulder, "Somebody get some plates, forks, and spoons to serve with." Harry hurried to do that while Tony opened carton after carton. Cashew chicken, beef and broccoli, kung pao chicken, Mongolian beef, sweet and sour pork, shrimp and black bean sauce, along with cartons of steamed rice, chicken chop suey and pork fried rice, soon loaded the coffee table. Piles of chopsticks and packets of soy sauce completed the buffet. He put the packet of fortune cookies aside for later. "What is all that?" Harry asked, wide-eyed, as he returned to the living room with a stack of plates piled with silverware. "Chinese food," Tony replied. "Or, well, a commercialized and anglicized version of Chinese food. Have you had it before?" Harry shook his head and passed a plate to each of them before sitting on the floor again. Uncle Vernon didn't like a lot of foreign food. "Well," Tony smirked, "we'll just have to introduce you to as many different types as we can." That Harry looked down. When he spoke again, it was with a whisper, "What if I don't like it all?" Tony shrugged as he scooped some rice onto his plate. "Then you don't. It's not required. But you're spending good money on it," Harry replied. "Look." Tony piled beef and broccoli onto his plate and sat back. "I'm not advocating waste. I'm saying try a bite or two of everything, then have a real portion of your favorites. Whatever's left over we'll have tomorrow night, Sunday night for sure if things run later than we expect tomorrow. If nothing you like is left, then you have breakfast for dinner. Deal?" "Deal," Harry said, looking at least relieved if not happy. And Tony's resolve not to hurt the Dursley child any more than necessary was sorely tested. "What about after Sunday?" Steve asked. "I'm pretty sure living on takeaway isn't a good thing." "It's worked for me for years," Tony replied, taking a big bite to emphasize his point. "I can cook," Harry offered. "I had to, and I learned how to make a lot of things." "You go to a boarding school," Steve pointed out. "And I don't want you to have to cook here," Tony added. "If you want to cook a meal because you like doing it, fine, but it's not required." "If I may, sir." As always, Jarvis' interruption was polite. "There are personal chefs who will cook for you." "That's an idea," Tony mused. "See if anyone who works for SI is interested in the position, will you? And figure out what the salary should be, high side of average for the industry." "Of course, sir." And just like that, Tony mused, he'd created one more job because whoever got promoted to personal chef would have to be replaced within SI, and the news media would never know. He chuckled to himself at the thought before returning to his beef and broccoli. They ate quietly for a few minutes. Then Tony looked up at Harry. "You know we're meeting with your professor tomorrow morning, and after that we'll be making some big decisions. Before that happens, though, I need to know something. What do you want going forward? Don't think about it, just give me your first answer, whatever it is." Took a moment, but Harry replied, "I want to go back to Hogwarts." "Why?" Tony asked. "What does Hogwarts offer you?" "Magic," Harry replied, more quickly this time. Sirius shook his head. "Oh pup. Hogwarts isn't the only magical school in the world. Besides Beauxbatons and Durmstrang on the continent, America has at least 2 Ilvermorny and Salem Witches' Academy." "Witches' Academy?" Tony repeated. "That sounds sexist to me. Tell me there's a wizards-only school, too?" Sirius shrugged. "Probably. I only know about those 2 because Lily got invitations to attend both of them for her newt studies." "Newt?" Steve repeated. "As in eye of newt and toe of frog?" "Nastily exhausting wizarding tests," Sirius said. "You have to pass them, sometimes with top marks, to get into some professions." As fascinating as that was, Tony refocused on Harry. "What else does Hogwarts have?" "Quidditch," Harry replied. "You play?" Sirius asked, his eyes brighter at the thought. Seeker, Harry replied. Youngest in a century. Sirius grinned at him. Your dad James played Chaser. It's okay if you call James his dad, Tony put in. I'm still a relative stranger. I get it. Both Sirius and Harry looked a little relieved at that, and Tony shoved his hurt at their expressions down. What he'd said was just the truth, and the truth hurt, as the saying went. Do American schools have Quidditch? Steve asked, smoothing over the moment before it could turn awkward. Maybe, Sirius responded. I know they play quadpot, which is kind of a jerk stepchild of Quidditch. But even if they don't play it professionally, I'm sure there are amateur leagues. If there aren't, I'll fund one, Tony said. What else, Harry? My friends. And there was the heart of the matter. The words came out hesitantly, barely audible, and Harry was looking at his feet again. Tony was sure his expression mirrored Sirius and Steve's identical heartbroken expressions. He cleared his throat. Anyone in particular? Hermione, Harry answered firmly. And Ron, but he has a big family you saw in The Prophet. Hermione's an only child like me, and, well, she's so smart that a lot of kids would pretend to be her friend just to get her help on homework. But not you? Steve asked. Harry grinned. I never said I didn't ask for help, sometimes. But no, I'm her friend because she's funny and brave and she got over the whole boy who lived thing really quickly. All four of them shared a grimace at the epithet before Tony came back to the subject at hand. With the understanding that you'll make new friends wherever you go, he said, and that you can keep in touch with these two Ron and Herm whatever. Hermione, Harry said. Right, her. Tony grinned at his son. What else? Harry frowned, obviously concentrating, then shook his head. Hedwig, my wand, my broom, the photo album Hagrid gave me for Christmas first year. That's all I really need. Tony studied his son for a long moment, but didn't sense anything except sincerity. Okay, he said. That's our goal. I'll say right now that after what you told me about your first year, I'm not exactly thrilled with Hogwarts in general. I know, he added, holding up a hand to forestall any protest. It's the first place you found out about magic, and it's where your friends are. But you have to admit it hasn't been exactly safe. Harry opened his mouth, maybe to protest anyway, but shut it and then shrugged. I can't argue that. Good. Tony grinned at him. Then we're prepared to beard the lioness in her den. Well, my den, but you get the point. One more thing, Steve said, and Tony sat back, waving a hand for him to continue. To his surprise, Steve focused on Sirius. I don't think you should be here tomorrow. What? The question came from Sirius and Harry, and it was only Tony's respect for Steve's tactical abilities that kept him from echoing it. As much as I'm not looking forward to facing two fully capable witches without magical backup, Steve said, I think the risk of them seeing you is too great. Tony mentally kicked himself for forgetting that their guest was a wanted man in the magical world. Having two witches around who didn't know the man never had a trial wasn't the best of ideas. I'd planned to be Padfoot, Sirius replied, and Tony nodded. That should solve the problem nicely. I'm not sure that's enough, Steve said. When I worked with wizards during the war, Voldemort's Blood War? Sirius asked. Steve shook his head. The Second World War and the Grindelwald War. The wizards I worked with then had all kinds of detection spells. All it would take is one bad roll of the dice, and you'd be back in prison or worse. Sirius' lips thinned, but after a moment he nodded. I wish I didn't, but I see your point. I'll make myself scarce. Harry's expression was as disappointed as Tony ever wanted to see it. But rather than reassure his son, his attention was focused on Steve. You're treating this like a hostile encounter. Steve blew out a breath. It has the potential to become one. Some of the stories they told, they're not above wiping all of our memories, if they think it's necessary, whatever that means. But Tony has the right to know about magic, Harry protested. Hermione's parents do. And where does that leave me? Steve asked. Most of the people I worked with are probably dead, so I don't have anyone to vouch for me. Maybe not, Sirius said. Magical people tend to live longer than non-magical people. Really? Steve actually sounded surprised, and an irrational wave of relief, swept through Tony. There was something about the magical world Steve Rogers didn't know. He was floundering almost as much as Tony was. Tony felt guilty for being comforted by that thought, but owned it regardless. Steve shook off his surprise and went on, which is another reason I don't want you here. When you come back, if they have wiped our memories, you can help us get them back. I don't have a wand, Sirius said. We'll get you one, Tony promised. Not sure how yet, but we will. How will you know if they've done anything? Sirius asked. Jarvis will be monitoring and recording the entire meeting, Tony said. He'll real-time archive it in several different locations. From what Harry said, they won't have any idea what's possible with technology. Sirius snorted. They sure won't. And I've been with you the last couple of days. To be fair, Tony said, you spent the prior 12 years in prison. A few gaps in your knowledge are to be expected. He didn't realize the words might be insensitive, even cruel, until they'd left his mouth. Fortunately, Sirius shrugged them off. So who's coming tomorrow? He asked. Professor McGonagall and Madame Pomfrey. Harry replied immediately. At least those are the two I invited. Anyone else is not welcome, then Tony declared. I won't let you be bullied in your own home, or anywhere else, if I can help it. They wouldn't, Harry protested. Tony shrugged. I'll take your word for it. But bringing along someone who wasn't invited without a fantastically good reason is a form of bullying, too. Harry looked somewhat stunned, and Tony figured he'd never thought about things like that. Harry appeared to shake himself out of his surprise and said, Take Hedwig with you. I'll call her when we're done, so you'll know it's safe to come back. Just don't go too far, Tony warned, and wondered when he'd started sounding like a father, and to a man who looked to be only a little younger than he was. Jubilee Park's not far, Steve said. I can tell you how to get there tomorrow morning. Great, Tony declared. Now that's settled. Who's up for a game of Monopoly? That's still around? Steve asked. I played it sometimes when it first came out. It's still around, Tony said. We just don't play it like everyone else does. A board, Jay? Almost instantly, a holographic depiction of the basic Monopoly board appeared on the coffee table, completely overlaying their dinner. So every takeout box is a hotel? Steve asked dryly. Just the mains, Tony quipped. The rice boxes are houses. Come on, help me clear this stuff away so we can play. Okay, spectacularly long chapter this time, but I really couldn't think of any place to break it. Sorry? Grin. August 3rd. I'm sorry, Tony. Tony looked up from the sofa where he sat reading advanced applications in arithmancy and frowned at Steve. For what? Watching Star Wars on the television instead of in a theater. Now that he said it, Tony remembered flatly refusing to show Steve Star Wars on a small screen, and that he'd sent out a survey of his employees as to the best movies to watch on the big screen. He felt momentary shame that he'd forgotten, and then reminded himself that he'd had a lot on his plate the last few days. Plate? No, he'd had a full platter of things to deal with. He could be forgiven for forgetting about Star Wars. Still, why did you? Because when we were deciding what to watch, Sirius saw that one and said it was one of Lily's favorites, but she'd never gotten the chance to show it to him, Steve replied. He really wanted to see it, and I thought it would be cruel to refuse, especially after suffering Dementor exposure all those years. Those are the things that suck your soul, right? That's what Sirius said they do, Steve replied. I don't know enough to know if that's actually true. And if it is, Tony waited, but Steve didn't seem inclined to share more, which probably meant it needed to be shared. If it is, what? Then I have to question everything I ever learned in church, Steve said on a heavy exhale, and wonder just what kind of society thinks that's a just punishment for anything. Sounds evil. A lot of what we've heard about the magical world sounds evil, Tony observed. But Sirius wasn't kissed, they call it, right? No, but he was around Dementors for 12 years, Steve said. Before Tony could ask, he added, just being around them makes you feel miserable. It's like they feed on happiness and happy memories. Tony could only stare at him. Wow. Cruel and unusual punishment. We're in England, Steve pointed out. I'm not sure that prohibition applies. Probably still grounds for a lawsuit, mental trauma and all that, Tony replied. But yeah, that was a darn good reason for watching it. Even on a small screen. There's nothing small about that screen, Steve said with a grin. It may be smaller than a movie screen, but that doesn't mean it's small. Tony chuckled. But the entire discussion had reminded him of the meeting that was only an hour or so away. Think I should have the armor on? Tony asked, only half joking. Since Steve had pointed out that this meeting had the potential to turn hostile, his anticipation had taken on a flavor of dread.
No.
Steve's immediate, certain reply had Tony relaxing, if only a little. They'll want to keep Harry here, sure, but there's no sense in antagonizing you right away, even with the memory wiping. And that was Tony's biggest fear, losing the memories of what he'd learned, what he'd created. Losing those would mean he'd lose everything that made him who he was. Even with, Steve said, these are teachers, remember, well, a teacher and a school nurse. They shouldn't have the authority to wipe your memories, and they may not even know how to do it. Tony nodded. That all made sense, even if it didn't completely ease his fear. But you'll stay close? I'll stay close. After more than 20 years of visiting the families of Muggle-born students to introduce them to the magical world, Minerva considered herself rather adept at navigating the Muggle world, from small family homes to grand manor houses to flats in the heart of London. None of those visits, however, had prepared her for the imposing structure that was Stark Tower at London Docklands. It towered almost 10 stories taller than its nearest neighbors, with the name Stark standing out, and she winced internally at her own pun, Stark, white letters against the rest of the building. Well, Poppy Pomfrey said beside her, the voice seeming to come from the air itself, as Poppy was, like herself, disillusioned. That's something. Indeed, Minerva said, privately grateful that she'd taken the time to explore the Docklands. It was new, and she'd barely thought of it until Mr. Stark's letter arrived before this trip. That exploration had yielded a safe apparition point, which is where she and Poppy now stood watching Muggles going about their daily business. Minerva studied the women passing by, comparing their clothes to the ones she'd transfigured for this visit. The Muggles wore lightweight clothing, showing arms and legs below the knee, certainly more skin than wizarding robes typically revealed. The clothing she transfigured, however, was a bit more conservative, with long sleeves and skirts that fell to mid-calf, and perhaps a heavier weight fabric than Muggles would choose for summer in London. Still, their visit was professional, not personal or friendly, so she judged the more conservative choice a good one. With a quick look around to confirm they weren't being observed, Minerva canceled the disillusionment charms and gave her companion a tight smile. Shall we? Poppy's return smile conveyed her nerves. I haven't been in the Muggle world in a very long time, Minerva. Please don't let me make a fool of myself. Nonsense, Minerva said briskly. It's only Mr. Potter. You've seen him several times. That's very true. Poppy drew a breath in and herself up. Let's go meet this Mr. Stark. Minerva hid a smile and started towards Stark Tower, holding Poppy back at busy streets and teaching her how to cross them safely. My word, Poppy said once they'd crossed a second street. Those contraptions do move quickly. I'm told that one striking you while moving at sufficient speed can kill you on impact, Minerva said. Thus, the safety systems the Muggles put in place. Safety systems? Poppy at least waited until they were fully across the street before staring around them dubiously. I don't see any safety systems. Just as we don't see safety charms on brooms, Minerva replied. But the lights, they're red, yellow, green? Those direct the Muggles on when to proceed. And there are limits to how fast they can go in any given place. The automobiles themselves are built to withstand impacts to a certain speed. They are quite safe as far as Muggle technology goes. What's technology? Poppy asked. Technology, Minerva corrected. It's the Muggle equivalent to magic. Poppy snorted, as if there could be anything equivalent to magic. But they had arrived at the entrance to Stark Tower, if the Stark Industries logo on the glass was any indication. The doors slid open as they approached, and Poppy exclaimed softly. Minerva only barely concealed a smile as she murmured, equivalent to magic. Poppy huffed softly but followed Minerva into the building. Ahead of them stood a crescent-shaped desk, its tips pointing further into the building. Behind it sat a young woman who didn't look old enough to have graduated Hogwarts. Her blonde hair pulled back into a neat twist, and her makeup more subdued than Minerva would have expected from someone her age. May I help you? She asked politely. My name is Minerva McGonagall, Minerva said. I have an appointment with Mr. Stark at 10. The woman girl, really, Minerva's initial impression being confirmed by closer observation, turned to a device in front of her, tapped something, and looked up. Mr. Stark is expecting you, she said. If you'll proceed to the far right lift, it will take you where you need to go. Thank you, Minerva said, glancing back as she passed the desk to see what looked like a miniature television. Or that's what she thought it was called. Except instead of moving images, this one displayed lines of text and static pictures in different boxes. Lift? Poppy asked. Exactly what it says, Minerva replied. It will lift us to higher floors in the building. Typically, a lift has a button for every floor, and you press the button for the floor you want. From what the receptionist said, this one, she added as they reached the furthest right lift and its door slid open, is set for one floor only. Poppy shifted nervously as the doors closed, then started sharply when the lift began to move upward. Some of our Muggle-born students live in buildings like this, Minerva said, hoping the explanation would help distract her companion. Though I say like in a most broad sense. The tallest building I've used a lift in before is 10 stories. This one has several times that. Amazing, Poppy said, and she seemed to be returning to herself. I wonder how the buildings stay up, without reinforcement and stabilizing spells? I don't know, Minerva admitted. Several times, I've thought of taking a sabbatical year and spending it in the Muggle world, just to see what they've come up with since I was a little girl. They had lifts then, of course, but I don't remember many buildings this tall. The doors slid open to reveal a well-appointed foyer, marble flooring and wood-paneled walls gleaming in the light. A corridor extended left and right, and a pair of double doors stood opposite them. Before Minerva could do more than wonder which way they were supposed to go, the doors opened and a tall, well-built man emerged. He wore dark blue trousers and a button-up plaid shirt that reminded her of the ancient Stuart Old Set tartan, and brought out the blue of his eyes. Mr. Stark? Minerva ventured. No, ma'am, the man responded with a brief smile. I'm a friend of Tony's. Steve Rogers. I'm Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva said. With me is Poppy Pomfrey, our matron. A pleasure, ma'am, the man said with a nod to her and then to Poppy. If you'll come inside, Tony and Harry will be just a minute. Inside turned out to be a conference room with windows that looked out over the city, drawing Minerva's attention to just how high up they were, and making her wonder with Poppy how the building remained standing. A large conference table, half covered in stacks of paper, dominated the room. The near end of the table, though, was clear with 5 place settings. To Minerva's right, a cabinet about as tall as the table lined one of the room's short walls, and atop it were silver-toned boxes on racks over small, contained flames. A ding behind her had her tensing as she turned, only to see the doors to the lift slide open again. A dark-haired, brown-eyed man striding out of it, followed by Mr. Potter. Minerva eyed him critically. I understood from your letter that you had several casts? I did, Professor, Harry said. But when we went to Diagon Alley, Tom fixed the worst of it. Said he'd done a fair bit of healing spells when the cauldron got rowdy. Chemef. Poppy made an annoyed noise beside her. He may be good with basic spells, but he's no healer. Let's have a look at you, then. She stepped forward and her wand slipped into her hand. We're new to magic, ma'am, Steve said, so if you'd explain what you're going to do before you do it, we'd appreciate it. Of course, Poppy replied. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Harry took a seat at the table and Poppy continued, the first thing I'm doing is a diagnostic spell. It will tell me all of Mr. Potter's injuries. She cast the spell and Minerva watched a series of colors dance over Potter's body. A rainbow of mostly greens, some purples, a couple of red lines at his torso, and most disturbingly, a black glob at the boy's forehead. Minerva took a step forward to get a better look, only to have her view blocked when Stark, for who else could he be, moved to stand beside Poppy.
Stark muttert.
Color association: green is healthy. Purple is damaged, bruising. Maybe red shows up in a line, not a wave, so maybe a bone fracture? Cracked ribs? Minerva couldn't see Poppy's expression, but she heard the surprise in her voice when she said, Most accurate, Mr. Dash?
Sorry.
Tony Stark. The man smiled at her briefly before turning back to Potter. What's that black at his forehead? A tumor? That's where he survived the killing curse, Poppy replied. The night his parents were killed. Stark frowned at her, but before Minerva could intervene, he was already speaking. How do you know that? Has anyone else ever survived the killing curse that you have records to compare it to? Poppy paused in her casting. Everyone knows that, Mr. Stark. Now I'm casting a bone-knitting charm to take care of those ribs. Stark frowned but stepped back to let the healer do her work. Once the charm ended, Poppy resized her medical bag and reached into it, producing a potion and a jar of salve. Potter scrunched up his face at the sight of the potion and Minerva hid a smile. She'd always suspected potion masters made their potions taste bad deliberately, though she'd never understood why. General health potion, Poppy said to Stark's inquiring glance, and bruise bomb. Think of the potion like a supercharged multivitamin, Potter said, along with a mild antibiotic. How do you know that, Mr. Potter? Minerva asked, surprised in spite of herself. The boy's grades in potions hadn't been anything exceptional so far. Harry shrugged. The first time I had to take one, Hermione went and researched it. That's her explanation, and it seems to fit. And bruise bomb? Stark said. Presumably reduces the swelling and discoloration? Precisely, Poppy said. But I thought you're a muggle? Stark scowled at that. Yeah, not a fan of that term. I'm not magical, but I'm not stupid either. Poppy returned her wand to its place and reshrunk her bag. Twice a day on the bruise bomb, Mr. Potter. I'll me if it's not better by Monday. Yes, ma'am, Potter said. Sorry to disturb you on the weekend. Nonsense. Poppy offered him a brief smile before turning to Minerva. If there's nothing else for me to do here? No, Minerva replied automatically. I believe that's everything. But Poppy's gaze had passed her and landed on Stark specifically, on Stark's chest, where a circle of blue lights shone through the artwork on his shirt. People wear art on clothing. Minerva gave a mental shrug, supposing it was no different than the magical animations Albus liked to wear on his robes. What Poppy asked is that. She jabbed a finger towards Stark's chest, but he took a step back before she connected. It's an arc reactor, Stark replied, as though the words were supposed to make sense. It's a miniaturized power generator, never mind. He broke off as he registered Poppy's completely baffled expression. Minerva was sure hers was no better. Stark took a breath and let it out. Long story short, it's a magnet. He paused, as though confirming they understood what a magnet was. Minerva and Poppy both nodded. Right. It's a magnet keeping shards of metal from riding my blood into my heart and killing me. Poppy's wand was in her hand in an instant and she cast the same diagnostic spell on Stark. Poppy studied the readouts, not just colors this time, but also arithmetic equations and runic symbols while Stark looked to Harry. Is that a good HM or a bad HM? He asked. Harry shrugged. It's an I'm thinking about this and don't you dare disturb me HM. Stark nodded, apparently accepting that, and stood quietly while Poppy finished her analysis. Minerva marveled at this muggle. No, he said didn't like that term, but what else could she use? Who apparently accepted magic to the point of allowing it to be used on him without protest. Well, Poppy said finally, it's too complicated for me, but the healers at St. Mungo's or St. John's could fix you right up. St. Mungo's and St. John's?
Stark repeated.
Magical hospitals here in London and in Paris, respectively, Minerva said, glad to finally contribute to the conversation. I suspect if you mention that you are Mr. Potter's guardian, they will admit you rather sooner than they might otherwise. Stark grinned at that and focused on Harry. How about that, kiddo? You're not piggybacking on my fame. I'm piggybacking on yours. Harry laughed, but to Minerva's ears it sounded weak, almost forced. And she had to wonder what fame Tony Stark had in the Muggle world. She'd find out somehow. If that's all, Minerva? Poppy asked. Minerva was about to thank her for her work when memory returned. One last thing, Poppy, if you will. Will you cast the kinship charm, please? It's more accurate if a healer does it. On whom? Poppy asked. Mr. Potter and Mr. Stark, Minerva replied. Mr. Stark claims to be Mr. Potter's natural father. Minerva would cherish this moment. It wasn't often that Poppy Pomfrey was caught off her guard. After all, this is like a magical paternity test, right? Stark asked, breaking the moment. To prove I'm Harry's father? Poppy shook herself and nodded briskly. That is correct, Mr. Stark. Do I have your permission to cast it on you and Mr. Potter? To Minerva's surprise, Stark turned to Potter. Harry, what do you want? To her further surprise, Potter looked torn. Finally, he blew out a breath. I believe you, but I'm not willing to show anyone else why I believe you. Stark nodded, as though that made sense, and Potter continued, so it's probably best if she casts the charm. Will the results be recorded so we don't have to do this again? Yes, the results will be recorded, Poppy answered. As to whether you'll have to do this again, that I can't say. If it's true that Mr. Stark is your father, then perhaps. Hogwarts won't require anything further, Minerva put in, hoping to curb the growing annoyance in both Stark's and Potter's expressions. But surely you can understand my caution in accepting your claim. Yeah, sure, Stark said. I do the same, heck, I did the same. Go for it, he added to Poppy. And if anybody else wants to cast it, we'll deal with them then. Poppy waved her wand in the air and murmured the incantation under her breath. A golden bond snapped to life between Potter and Stark, confirming the man's claim of being Potter's father, however improbable that might be. Poppy, though, almost dropped her wand, and Minerva winced. I must say, Poppy said, I wasn't expecting that. I trust that is protected under patient confidentiality? Stark asked. Yes, of course, Poppy answered immediately. I'll swear an unbreakable vow if you wish. Again, Stark looked to Harry for confirmation. At Harry's shake of the head, Tony said, we don't need it, unless you think you might at some point. The news will get out, Minerva said. You've indicated some familiarity with fame. I assure you, Mr. Potter is quite famous in our world. For all the good it does me, Harry muttered. Minerva glanced sharply at him, as did Stark. But Stark just rested a hand on Harry's shoulder. We'll get to that later, Stark said before regarding Poppy seriously. We don't need one of those vow things. Patient confidentiality is enough. Thank you, Mr. Stark, Poppy said with a warmer smile than usual. Then she turned to Minerva. Any other surprises this morning, Minerva? Only as regards to Mr. Potter's third-year curriculum, I expect, Minerva replied. Though you're welcome to stay for brunch, Stark put in. We have plenty. He gestured toward the silver boxes, and Minerva concluded that there must be food inside, and the flames were keeping it warm. Thank you for the offer, but I doubt I'd have anything useful to contribute, Poppy replied. So, if you'll excuse me? Thanks, Madame Pomfrey, Harry said. For everything. You're quite welcome, Mr. Potter. Enjoy the rest of your holiday. Poppy operated out with a relatively quiet bang. Stark stared after her for a moment but recovered quickly. Great, he said. How about we serve ourselves and we can eat while we talk? Minerva agreed, not least because Steve Rogers was already removing lids from the metal boxes. She drifted toward them and confirmed her initial conclusion, as there was one box filled with hotcakes, one with scrambled eggs, one with potatoes, and one devoted half its space to bacon and the other half to sausage links. Small pitchers of honey and syrup, along with jars of butter and jam, presumably for toast, though the bread set out wasn't already toasted. So how? She'd watch the Muggles and learn, completed the buffet. Ladies first, Rogers said with a smile, and Minerva stepped forward. Would you like some coffee, Professor? Potter asked. Or maybe tea or orange juice. A spot of tea would be lovely. Thank you, she replied as she added eggs, potatoes, and bacon to her plate. She would have preferred some toast as well, but perhaps Muggles preferred untoasted bread? When she turned from the buffet, Stark was standing behind one of the chairs, offering to help her sit. Rogers brings out all the manners Mom and Aunt Peggy tried to teach me, he said with a grin. Minerva's lips twitched in return, though she knew she wasn't getting the entire joke. Somebody has to be the good influence around here, Rogers shot back, but his tone was more amused than annoyed. You're both better than Potter broke off and appeared to focus completely on the tea he was preparing. It's okay, kiddo. Stark came forward and rested a hand on Potter's shoulder briefly before Potter brought her tea, and then returned to the buffet to take his own turn. When they had all served themselves and gathered around the table, Stark plunged right in. How's Harry doing in school? Quite well, Minerva answered with a smile at Potter. She withdrew his grade report and passed it over to Stark, who focused on it. His first year, he achieved an O in defense and charms, E in everything else except potions, for which he received an A. So that's an A in defense and charms, B in everything else but potions, which was a C, Stark muttered. Then he recollected himself and looked at Minerva. Sorry, translating your grades into the ones I'm familiar with. What about his second year? Minerva said. Second year? Exams were cancelled as a school treat. What? The exclamation came from both Stark and Rogers. Stark gestured to Rogers, who took a breath before continuing. Pardon our surprise, ma'am, but why would you cancel exams? Isn't the entire purpose of a school to educate children and to measure their education with exams? You are correct, of course. This past year, however, there were... Minerva paused, considering her words carefully. Extenuating circumstances. Must have been pretty darn extenuating, Stark said. What were they? Minerva hesitated. How could she possibly explain all that had happened the last year in terms a Muggle would understand? While she was still searching for words, Potter spoke. A basilisk got loose in school and petrified for students, a cat, and a ghost. And a student was possessed by the spirit of Voldemort, but nobody knew that until the end of the year, so you can't really hold that against them. A basilisk? Stark and Rogers chorused. Then at the same time, they looked at each other and said, How do you know about that? Minerva frowned at their uncanny, and probably unwitting imitation of the Weasley twins. But she could see that Potter was struggling to contain laughter. I've read the classics, Rogers said, including the Venerable Bede in the original Latin.
Stark frowned.
He wrote about basilisks, among other animals, Rogers replied. Da Vinci did too. How do you know about them? Dungeons and Dragons, Stark replied. I never played it, but at junior high there was only one recreational area for the students, which meant that after school, before Dad or Mom or whoever picked me up, I sat in a corner designing. Well, whatever struck me as interesting. Not far from me there was a group of kids playing.
Didi.
I couldn't help overhearing when they talked about creatures like basilisks, beholders, kobolds, owlbears, and, of course, dragons. Of course, Rogers said with a wry grin that faded quickly. How did one of those things get loose in a school? And the troll from first year, too? A professor modified the wards so the troll could get in, Minerva replied. Be assured we have corrected that problem. It now takes all 4 heads of houses to modify the wards, not just a single professor. As to the basilisk. Again she hesitated briefly before plunging on. We don't know how long the creature had been there. It may have belonged to one of the school's founders, as it was found in a chamber dedicated to him. Pardon me, Professor, Potter said, but that's not entirely accurate. It was in a chamber that could only be accessed by someone who shared his magical gift. Judging by the library there, it might have been Salazar Slytherin's personal quarters. And the basilisk, well, I wonder if it was his familiar. Minerva couldn't quite conceal her surprised inhale. Slytherin's
Familiar?
What an idea. Fascinating as that may be, Stark said. I was asking why exams were cancelled last year. As Mr. Potter said, Minerva said, students were petrified, along with the Gryffindor house ghost and the caretaker's cat. She finished the last of her eggs and reached for her tea, silently mourning the lack of toast to go with it. As she stirred a bit of sugar into her tea, a plate of toast appeared in front of her. Looking up, she saw Potter backing away. How dash? She began. Potter shrugged. I've seen you at breakfast. Not spying, he added quickly. Just sometimes when I'd be getting up or something. You always have toast with your tea. Thank you, she said. I admit, I'm not entirely certain how you made it, but thank you. The toaster. Potter pointed to a shiny box set somewhat apart from the boxes that had held their food. Minerva followed his finger and noted that the box he indicated had slots on its top. So that was what a toaster looked like. She'd remember that and eventually learn how to use it. Of course, she said, before focusing on Stark again. The headmaster decided that exams would be an unnecessary burden on the students, given the stresses of the year. The year?
Stark repeated.
Of course, with students being petrified throughout the year, and the uncertainty as to the cause. Uncertainty? Rogers said. If I understand you correctly, you're saying you didn't know it was a basilisk? How's that possible when 2 people from the mundane world recognized it immediately? And it was a Muggle-born who figured it out at school, Potter put in, then winced as Stark frowned. Sorry, Hermione's parents aren't magical. What would you call her? First-generation magical, Stark replied immediately. First gen for short. And it was a first gen who figured it out, Potter said obediently. Minerva had never had a conversation like this with muggles before, and she admitted privately that she was starting to feel out of her depth. She took a breath and said, "Basilisks are quite rare. I dare say no one at the castle had any experience with one before." "All right, fine." Stark threw his serviette onto the table beside his plate. "I'll accept that, not happy about it, but I'll accept it." "How long was the school closed?" Minerva blinked. "Closed? Why would we close?" Stark looked as astonished at her question as she felt at his. "Why? To protect the students while the professionals dealt with the threat. If a wild animal got loose in one of our schools, that's what would happen. Evacuate the school, close it temporarily, and let the animal handlers deal with the problem." That Minerva took a breath. While an excellent suggestion, there were complicating factors, not the least being that no one knew where the beast was until Mr. Potter found the Chamber of Secrets. "Which was?" Stark asked, looking at Potter. "A hidden chamber that you got to through a tunnel in the second-floor girls' bathroom," Potter said. "But only a Parselmouth could open it." "What's a Parselmouth?" Rogers asked, and Potter suddenly looked uncomfortable. "Someone who can talk with snakes," he said. "That's cool. But we're off track again," Stark said, and offered Minerva an apologetic smile. "Sorry. So exams were cancelled, finals, I expect? What about midterm exams? Or other exams throughout the year? Quizzes, even?" "I've brought Mr. Potter's essays," Minerva said. "Those demonstrate his understanding of the material rather well." Stark took the stack of parchment she passed him and flipped through them so quickly she'd be surprised if he could even tell her what their topics were later. "About the same as your final grades first year," Stark said. "Except these PS poor, right?" "What's that about?" Potter scowled. "Potions. Professor Snape hates me." "Surely not, Mr. Potter," Minerva protested. Potter toyed with the last of his streaky bacon, as Minerva's own had been. Perhaps Americans preferred it that way, dragging it through the dregs of syrup on his plate. "Harry," Stark said gently, "tell her what you told us about him." It was another moment before Potter finally looked up and met her gaze. "Our first day in class," Potter began, "he singled me out. Ah yes, Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." That was a surprisingly accurate impersonation of Severus Snape. Minerva frowned at the tone, however, and would have asked for more, except Potter spoke again. "Then he asked me questions about adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood, and where I'd find a bezoar stone, and the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. When I didn't know because it was our first day of class, he insulted me, saying fame wasn't everything, and thought you wouldn't open a book before coming." Potter?" Potter shrugged. "I had read the first chapter of our potions book, but the answers to those questions weren't in it. Not that it would have mattered." "Why do you say that, Harry?" Rogers asked, and Minerva found herself dreading the answer. "Snape bullies all of the students except the ones in Slytherin. He's head of house for them," Potter said. "He especially has it in for Gryffindor and me personally. When we were making our first potion, on the first day of class, remember, he'd just written the instructions on the board and told us to get started."
"No instruction?"
Stark asked. Potter shook his head before continuing. "Neville made a mistake with his, and Snape called him an idiot boy, before rounding on me and asking me why I didn't tell him not to add the quills. I was working on my own potion, how was I supposed to keep track of anyone else's, let alone know what they were doing wrong? Snape accused me of thinking it would make me look good if Neville got it wrong and took a point from me." Stark and Rogers had gone still, deathly still, the stillness of a predator before it attacks its prey, and for the first time in a very long time, Minerva found herself wanting to draw her wand against a muggle. She stifled the impulse as the two men visibly calmed themselves. "He hasn't gotten any better, has he?" Stark asked in a surprisingly gentle voice. Potter shook his head mutely. Stark turned his gaze to Minerva, and she found herself as petrified by it as if he'd been a basilisk himself. "I want Harry transferred to another teacher for his potions classes. There aren't any other potions professors at Hogwarts." That her voice was steady surprised Minerva, but she pressed on. "Severus Snape is a potions master, one of only a handful in Europe. I'm not questioning his competency in his field," Stark snapped. I'm saying I don't want him teaching my son. And if there aren't any other potions teachers at Hogwarts, we'll find a private tutor. Jarvis, make a note. Done, sir. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, and Minerva shot to her feet, wand in her hand, looking for the threat. It's okay, Professor, Potter said. Jarvis is Tony's assistant. Think of him like a house elf or a ghost, only not restricted by a body, physical or otherwise. Slowly, Minerva holstered her wand and returned to her seat. I see. I must admit, despite my many visits to the Muggle, the non-magical world, I've never encountered such a thing before. Jarvis is unique, Stark replied in a manner that closed the subject without being unduly rude before asking. So, what's on tap for next year? Same classes. We start electives next year, Potter put in. Talk to me about electives. What are they good for? Stark picked up a cup coffee, not tea, as he spoke. As he took a sip, Minerva blinked, again struck by the singular uniqueness of this visit. She'd never seen a Muggle so interested in their child's education before. But then, conscience forced her to acknowledge, she rarely visited Muggle parents after the initial visit. She cleared her throat to cover her slight hesitation. 5 are available to third-year students. Arithmancy, care of magical creatures, divination, Muggle studies, and study of ancient runes. Some electives are necessary for certain careers. And are the students told which electives are needed for which careers? Stark asked her, then whiplashed back to Potter. Do you know which electives are good for which careers? I don't know what I want to do for a career, Potter said. Stark waved that away. Of course you don't. You're 13, nobody knows what they want to do at 13. I'm pretty sure you did, Roger said with a grin. Exceptions to every rule, Spangles, Stark replied without looking away from Potter. Wasn't the question I asked, though. Did they tell you which electives are necessary for which careers? Well, no. Potter shot a look full of apology at Minerva, and she frowned a little back. The boy shouldn't apologize for being honest. So how are you supposed to know what to choose?
Stark demanded.
I asked around, Potter replied with a shrug. Percy Weasley was happy to offer advice, but, well, after explaining why Muggle studies was important, never mind that I was raised in this world, his advice was play to your strengths, Harry. Much as he had with Professor Snape, Potter had done a passable imitation of Percy Weasley. Minerva wondered if it was a magical gift of some kind or if he had learned it with his Muggle relatives. So what did you pick? Rogers asked. Divination and care of magical creatures, Potter replied. Why? Stark asked, his tone conveying more curiosity than accusation. What drew you to those 2 subjects? Potter looked away suddenly, swallowing hard. I picked the same ones Ron did, so I'd have someone who could help if I was lousy at them. Minerva dropped her knife, the bit of jam falling onto the table unimportant. Mr. Potter. The boy flinched but met her gaze warily. Stark and Rogers looked interested. You have 2 very good friends at Hogwarts, Minerva continued. Why you should think only one of them would be able to help you. She broke off and drew a breath, trying to calm herself before continuing. Why not choose the electives Miss Granger chose? I'm certain she's a better person to ask for assistance if you need it. Potter shrugged. She signed up for everything. I didn't think she'd have time to help me. Minerva felt her lips thinning. That was a problem. Not that Miss Granger herself was the problem. Far from it. No, the problem was that the girl had signed up for everything and seemed determined to proceed with the plan, despite its impossibility. In a weak moment, Minerva had promised to see what might be possible, and had even written a letter to the Unspeakables at the Department of Mysteries to inquire about letting Miss Granger use a time-turner to manage her course load. They had, quite rightly, refused. A draft of a second letter was on Minerva's desk, awaiting revision. Now, she wondered if pursuing that request was, in fact, the right thing to do not just for the lad before her, but for Miss Granger as well. Miss Granger's thirst for learning, for knowledge, was a wonderful thing, a trait that should be encouraged, but not at the expense of her health, and Minerva was absolutely certain that allowing the girl a time-turner would ultimately be bad for her health. Disappointing the girl wouldn't be easy, but at least Minerva had the letter from the Unspeakables to show she'd tried. Realizing that her thoughts had kept her too long from the conversation, Minerva blinked and offered Potter the best smile she could summon. She was afraid it wasn't a very good one. Miss Granger may have signed up for everything, as you say, but that doesn't mean her request will be approved. Potter blinked owlishly. What? There are only so many hours in a week, Minerva said. I won't allow her to risk her health by overloading herself with classes and homework. She'll be allowed 3 electives instead of the standard 2, and no more. Silence followed that pronouncement, and she found herself more amused than she ought to be by Potter's dumbfounded expression. Finally, of course, Stark was the one to break the silence. So, what careers are divination, and does that actually work for magical people? And care of magical creatures good for? A very few have the gift of the sight, Minerva replied. Divination works for them, but not the rest of us. As for careers, well, not a bloody one requires divination. Please forgive my language, she added as Potter looked shocked once more. And care of magical creatures is a prerequisite for veterinary healing and other careers working with animals. It's helpful for traditional healing, but not required. It sounds like you could have chosen more generally useful classes, Rogers said, again with a gentle tone and no accusation in it. Potter shrugged. I told you why I didn't. Tutoring is always available, Minerva said. 6th-year students often volunteer to help the younger years. Why 6th year? Stark asked. 5th-year students are studying for their OWL exams, Minerva replied, and 7th years are studying for their NEWTS. Tutoring others, while helpful for revision in the particular subject, is not the best use of their time. Pick subjects you think are interesting, Harry, Stark put in. If the 6th years can't help, Rogers and I can. Minerva snorted. She actually snorted, aloud, and her hand flew to her mouth as her eyes widened. Forgive my lapse in manners, Mr. Stark. But, well, you're a muggle. How can you possibly tutor Mr. Potter? Stark smirked. There was no other word for it. I read the arithmancy and ancient runes books last night. Neither of them require wands, so there's no problem helping Harry with them. Arithmancy looks fairly easy, actually. Easy? Minerva noted that Potter echoed both her word and her tone. But she spoke alone when she continued. It's considered one of the most difficult fields of study in magic. Hermione's hoping it challenges her a lot, Potter put in, only for Stark to snort. Without apologizing for that, Stark said, it'll challenge her just until she realizes that she needs a geometry textbook and a trigonometry book. Then she'll fly through it until she realizes that she needs vectors and affine transformations. That might challenge her, he allowed. Minerva could only sit there, stunned as though she'd been hit with a stunning hex yet somehow remained fully conscious. You look like you need a drink, Stark said. Any preferences? She swallowed. Glengoyne 18 if you have it. I'll check. Be right back. He rose and left the room, and Minerva was glad for a respite from one of the most baffling conversations she'd ever had. A respite which, unfortunately, didn't last long as Rogers sat forward. Mom? How is it you're not aware of non-magical school subjects? The International Statute of Secrecy requires us to remain hidden from the Muggle world. Minerva replied. Hidden? Why? Rogers looked genuinely puzzled. For our safety, Minerva replied. Surely the witch trials and burnings haven't been completely forgotten? Of course not, Rogers replied. But that was hundreds of years ago and is no excuse for ignorance. Especially not when you have first-generation magical students attending your school. Before Minerva could frame a response to that rather pointed and very awkward observation, Stark came strolling back into the room, a bottle in one hand and 3 glasses pinched together in the fingers of the other. No Glengoyne 18 or otherwise, he announced. But I have a Glenlivet Nadura you might like. Minerva accepted the glass and the dram he poured with a murmur of thanks, and then knocked back the pour in a manner she would later regret. One simply did not treat Wishbetha like that, but these were trying circumstances indeed. Another? Stark asked, and at her nod. He poured again before pouring one for Rogers and a final dram for himself and resuming his seat. So where were we? Stark asked, frowning briefly before his expression cleared. Oh, right, you being surprised that non-magicals might understand something magical. It's worse, Tony, Rogers put in. They're completely ignorant of our world. What? Somehow, Stark's deadly calm tone was worse than Rogers' genuine astonishment. Apparently, the witch hunts of the 1600s scared them so badly they went into hiding. Minerva frowned at Roger's summary but found she couldn't argue it around the sip of Glenlivet she was savoring. Hiding? Stark looked completely flummoxed. Why hide? Minerva frowned right back. The burning times, right. Stark waved that away with insulting lack of interest. You let yourselves be persecuted and then you ran away. But that was 300 years ago. Why stay hidden? The dangers to us are too great, Minerva said in the tone that caused students to quake in their robes. Stark, however, was not a student. Bullshit. Rogers turned to Potter. Don't use that word, except when provoked. Have I provoked you, Mr. Stark? Minerva asked. Your ignorance and stupidity continually provoke me, Stark replied without missing a beat. But you're missing the point. The point is that until very recently, say, the end of World War II, you could have come out of hiding in a position of strength. Minerva frowned. You don't understand. The Muggles attacked us, killed us. You have magic, Stark said, as though explaining something to a particularly dim-witted child. Until firearms became common, nobody could stand against a spell cast from a distance. Or, at the very least, distance spells were on par with bows and arrows. Firearms, well, based on what I've read so far, firearms have a significantly longer range than most spells. But that's offset by spells of wide area effect. And that's just combat-related spells. We won't even talk about the kind of covert warfare you could have used. So again I say bullshit. At least until the end of World War II. Roughly contemporaneous with the Grindelwald War, Rogers put in, and Minerva was grateful for the clarification. Still, why then? Aside from significant improvements in firearms. Because that's when we got the bomb. Minerva heard the capital letters in Stark's delivery. Muggles have had bombs for centuries. No, I mean the bomb. Jarvis, show her what I'm talking about. Minerva started again as the lights in the room dimmed and the windows turned opaque. After a moment lights flickered on one of the windows, resolving into a moving picture. A television in a window? She'd have to tell Arthur Weasley about it. The images showed a blinding flash of light and an explosion that resolved itself into a mushroom-shaped cloud of dust? Smoke? She couldn't tell. Text across the bottom of the image conveyed that she watched declassified footage of some of the atmospheric atomic tests conducted by the United States of America between 1945 and 1962. What Minerva began but paused as another set of images appeared. This, the same voice from everywhere and nowhere she'd heard earlier said, is a recreation of what happened when the atomic bomb codenamed Little Boy was dropped on the Japanese city of Hiroshima on August 6, 1945. Approximately 80,000 people were killed instantly and almost every building within 1 mile of the epicenter was destroyed. Ultimately, fires caused by the intense heat of the explosion destroyed much within a 4-mile radius. Residual effects, including radiation poisoning, cancer, and birth defects, still linger. For your reference, the mushroom cloud from Little Boy was some 60,000 feet tall or 18,200 meters, if you prefer. Minerva sank back in her seat as dim lights returned. Blessed St. Andrew. So, yes, Stark said. We've only ever detonated 2 of those things in wartime, both in World War II, but they exist. Less than a dozen countries have or profess to have them, but that's still more than enough to deal with any magical threat, should worse come to worst. Minerva had no words, so she reached again for the Glenlivet. It wasn't as smooth as her preferred Glengoyne, but it was more than tolerable, especially in light of what she'd just learned. She let it burn down her throat before fixing Stark with her sternest glare. And you think we should come out of hiding to face that? No, I said coming out of hiding before that would have put you in a position of strength, Stark replied. Now, not so much. There have been opportunities for you to rejoin the real world with little acrimony and a lot of appreciation. But you've been too busy hiding to notice them. Opportunities? Minerva wasn't entirely certain she wanted to know, but felt she had to ask the question regardless. A couple of months back comes to mind, Stark said in a quiet, deadly voice. Show her, Jay. The footage you are about to see is compiled from many videos posted to various social media platforms. Jarvis, whoever or whatever he was, told her, as though she'd understand any of it. Much of it is shaky, some of it is blurry, but it should suffice. What followed was a sequence of images, a moving collage that was the stuff of nightmares. Creatures Minerva had never dreamed might exist, some like a cross between humans and dragons, and some like a giant scaled flying worm, poured through a hole in the sky over a city that she only recognized as New York thanks to the Empire State Building. Even Hagrid, she thought, would have difficulty finding any affection for these things. More and more followed, and Minerva recognized an invasion, not just an attack. Initially, the invaders appeared to be winning, overwhelming the city's defenders by sheer force. But then, she let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding when a man in red and gold armor. She approved of the color scheme, flew in and started firing some kind of weapons at the invaders. The battle continued, more and more invaders, and the man in red and gold armor was joined by a large man in a red cape carrying an oversized hammer, as well as a green-skinned man about Hagrid's size and a few others she couldn't quite make out save for the red, white, and blue uniform one wore. Finally, the armored man flew upward, some cylindrical thing on his back, and the image shifted to, she assumed, the maw that spat out invaders. Ahead of, she further assumed, the man in armor, a large ship or house floated in space. A moment later, she saw the cylindrical thing heading toward the structure, which then receded in the distance. Then there was a flash of blinding light, much like the ones in the first pictures she'd seen today. When her vision cleared, she saw the ship falling apart, and then falling away. The screen went dark. That happened in May, Stark said. We could have used your help. We would have welcomed your help, and honestly, after finding out that aliens are real, finding out that magic is real, kind of loses its impact. So I've got to ask, where were you 2 months ago? Where were you? And not just you, but all the magical people in the US, Canada, anyone who could have gotten there to help defend our home. Where were you, Tony? Rogers rested a hand on Stark's shoulder. Stark shrugged it off, lurched to his feet, and stumbled to the coffee service. Just so you know, Professor, Potter said quietly. Tony was the man in the armor, and Steve was in the red, white, and blue suit. There wasn't much else Minerva could say except, thank you. She had much to think about when this meeting concluded. Shortly after Jarvis had finished the impromptu modern history lesson for Professor McGonagall, Tony let Harry go. Pretty sure you'll be bored with the rest of our talk, Tony said. You and I will talk later. It was only after he said it that he realized the words could be threatening, but Harry didn't seem to register them that way, and for that Tony was grateful. They'd been getting along well enough so far, and he really didn't want to accidentally cause a major setback. But Harry simply said, I can get started on my transfiguration essay, offered a shy smile to McGonagall, and headed off to his room. And you don't need me either, Steve said. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. When the other two had gone, in Steve's case, just to a small sitting area outside the conference room, Tony turned to the stern-faced woman again. I'll just say it, he said. I have concerns about Harry returning to Hogwarts. The woman bristled. Hogwarts is the best school of witchcraft and wizardry in Europe. Maybe not. I don't have enough information to offer an opinion on that, Tony added, hoping to soothe whatever feathers he'd ruffled with his initial statement. McGonagall nodded once, sharply, accepting his explanation. But what I do know is that you're not preparing him for life in the non-magical world. McGonagall's astonished expression would be funny as heck if it weren't also disappointing as heck. Tony stifled a sigh and waited for her to form words. Why ever should we? She demanded. Because maybe he won't want to stay in your world. Tony strove for a reasonable tone, rather than an accusatory one. I mean, given the dangers he's faced in your world, it's understandable that he might not want to stay there. But he's a hero, McGonagall protested. So am I, Tony pointed out, and for once it was something he could accept and just say without being arrogant. So's Cap Steve. So's everybody who fought beside us against the Chitauri. What does that have to do with anything? I fail to see why Mr. Potter would choose to leave the magical world for the Muggle world. Darn. That haughty tone wouldn't be out of place from a queen. Thankfully, the only queen Tony had ever met had been polite and gracious, not at all like the woman before him. He shoved that thought aside to focus on the conversation. Yes, you probably do, Tony replied, which doesn't really matter. What matters is that Harry has a choice of where to live, or, rather, he should have a choice of where and how he lives when he's an adult, and you're taking that away from him by denying him a mundane education. McGonagall's lips pressed together so tightly they almost disappeared. What does the Muggle world have to offer that we don't? Science and technology, among other things, Tony said. Buildings like this one. My suit. The chance to travel into space and find friendly aliens as opposed to those invaders you just watched. But none of that matters. What matters is you're taking away Harry's ability to choose, and I won't allow that. McGonagall frowned, almost scowled. The International Statute of Secrecy and other laws mandate that magical children who don't complete their magical education have their wands snapped, their magic bound, and their memories of everything to do with magic removed, she said. Surely you don't intend to condemn your son to that tragic fate? Tony stared at her. You do realize how barbaric that sounds? He shook his head. Does the law require that he attend Hogwarts? Or will any magical school or private tutor do? She offered him a shrewd look. How will you know if I answer truthfully? Tony shrugged. I'm pretty good at reading people. And I have other resources. McGonagall quirked an eyebrow and her lip twitched. Tony would bet good money she was itching to ask him what other resources he might have. She disappointed him by saying only when Harry passes his OWL exams he will have full wand rights. How and where he prepares for them is not restricted. Great, Tony said with a grin. So, persuade me to send Harry back to Hogwarts next term instead of hiring private tutors or enrolling him in a school that doesn't neglect his non-magical education. It was almost 2 before McGonagall finally left, and neither she nor Tony was entirely satisfied with their discussion. McGonagall still couldn't seem to grasp, or didn't want to grasp. Tony wouldn't rule out either possibility. That the mundane world was just as interesting as the magical one, and Tony refused to acknowledge the magical world as superior to the mundane. McGonagall also didn't want to allow that maybe, just maybe, the mundane world would largely accept the existence and presence of magical people without much rancor. Even when Tony pointed out that the longer the magical world tried to stay hidden, the worse mundane people would think of them when it was finally revealed, and it would be revealed sooner or later. Revealing themselves and all they could offer non-magical people, magical healing alone would be a benefit for everyone. Before that discovery would go a long way to easing hard feelings. And speaking of hard feelings, I apologize, Tony said. McGonagall's brows creased. For getting angry with you about what happened in May. We're all still dealing with not just the invasion but the implications of it, and I'm still peeved that your society chooses to stay hidden because it's your planet too, and when it's threatened we should all be fighting for it, Tony offered by way of explanation. But you're a teacher, and it's not your job to fight for it. Sorry for implying otherwise. I assumed that when you asked where we were, you were speaking of the magical world in general, not me in particular, McGonagall replied rather stiffly. No apology is necessary, but it's accepted regardless. There's one other thing, as it's now past the 1st of August, Harry's tuition for Hogwarts this year cannot be refunded. Well, if he doesn't attend, maybe you can use it to outfit all of the Quidditch teams with new brooms, so none of the houses would have an unfair advantage over the others, Tony replied, and that was a state of affairs he only knew about because Harry had griped about it to Steve, who had then passed the information on to Tony. They ended, or rather, abandoned, the discussion with Tony's promise to let her know as soon as he could what Harry's plans for the year were, and McGonagall teleported away with a bang like a crack of thunder. Jarvis, Tony said when she was gone, remind me to ask what determines how much noise they make when they teleport like that. And tell Harry that he can call Hedwig and Sirius back. Done, sir, Jarvis replied, and Tony rose from his seat to examine the stacks of newspapers on the far end of the conference table. And how was it that they had newspapers but everything else seemed to be on parchment? Tony gave a mental shake of his head and chalked it up to just one more way the magical world was weird. Thanks to Erskine's serum that amplified all of him, Steve had paged through thousands of issues of the Daily Prophet overnight, with Jarvis scanning the pages as he did so. While all 5,000, thereabouts, issues were in Jarvis's memory systems, Steve had set aside the issues that seemed most relevant. It was to that smaller stack that Tony turned now. Steve had arranged them in chronological order, which meant that the one on top was the one announcing the defeat of Voldemort and James and Lily's deaths. Not that the prophet was honest enough to say that. Instead, their headline read, WHO defeated. Harry Potter survives killing curse. Superstitious bunch, Tony muttered as he scanned the article. Not once was Voldemort referred to by name, and for the life of him he couldn't imagine why. After all, as Confucius said, the beginning of wisdom is to call things by their proper names. Presumably that extended to people too. The article didn't tell him anything new, and in all honesty, Tony preferred both Harry's and Sirius' more direct manner. The flowery, almost gushing, prose in the prophet made him feel like he was at a party full of sycophantic used car salesmen, and he wondered idly what it would take to set up a competing newspaper, one that stuck to clear reporting of events. Tony let the thought slide by almost before it was fully formed. There were plenty of opportunities to make money in the magical world if he chose, not least of which was figuring a way to introduce magical versions of mundane technology to a population that would love them. He frowned at that. Certainly the British magical population would love whatever gadgets he came up with, but what about the American magical population? Were all witches and wizards as backward or quaint, as Aunt Peggy would probably insist on calling it, as the British? He really hoped Jarvis could find some more magical people. Sirius tried to help, but 12 years in prison meant that whatever connections he might have had were unreliable at best. Still, he'd encouraged the man to reach out to anyone he knew who might be willing to talk with Tony about the magical world. A crack from the foyer made him jump, and he whirled to look through the glass wall separating the conference room from the foyer. He relaxed only a little when he saw the healer Pomfrey standing there. Steve was on his feet, tension limbing his body, and Tony was grateful he hadn't gone far. What the heck? He all but yelled as he hurried from the conference room. Don't you people knock? Or call? Or anything to let someone know you're coming? I would have, she replied, but you don't have a flu, and this may be the only chance I have to speak to you without someone else listening. Is that a concern? Steve asked. Before I visited this morning, I would have said no, Pomfrey replied evenly. However, I found something in my scan of Mr. Potter that I'd like to revisit. And you couldn't do that when you were here before? Tony asked.
Ethically, no.
While Mr. Potter had informed Minerva of his injuries when he wrote to her, he has not, to my knowledge, mentioned to her the other things I found during my scan, Pomfrey said. Will you ask Mr. Potter to join us? That made a lot of sense, and Tony was just grateful that at least some aspects of the magical world resembled the mundane one. Jarvis? Already done, sir. Sure enough, it was barely a minute later before Harry emerged from the elevator, wand ready in his hand. Tony, what's Madame Pomfrey? What are you doing here again? Pomfrey was frowning at Harry when she answered. I do hope you weren't planning to use magic outside of school, Mr. Potter? To defend my family? Yes. Pride swelled in Tony's chest at Harry's defiant declaration, but he kept his tone moderate when he said, Thanks, kiddo, but it's not necessary this time. Good. Harry's wand disappeared from his hand, back into its holster, presumably. So what's going on? I want to know how you have the remnants of both basilisk venom and phoenix tears in your system, Mr. Potter, Pomfrey replied, managing to be both stern and kind at the same time. Harry's hand came to rest on his right arm, just above the elbow. The basilisk bit me in the Chamber of Secrets. Fawkes cried into the wound and saved my life. And just like that, Tony felt homicidal again. He blew out a breath. Translate that for the non-magicals in the room. When Pomfrey spoke again, it wasn't to answer his question. Instead, she scowled. And why am I only hearing about this now? Miss Weasley came to see me at the end of May. Why have you waited 2 months? Harry shrugged. Headmaster Dumbledore told me to go to the feast. And, well, the wound healed. Pomfrey exploded. And just when did Albus Dumbledore become a Mediwizard, let alone a full healer? Never, that's when. He had the sense to send Miss Weasley to me, but not you? Of all the asinine, harebrained. She stopped and took a breath, visibly striving for control. When she spoke again, her tone was carefully neutral. It would have been best if I had examined the injury at the time, Mr. Potter. As that didn't happen through no fault of your own, will you allow me to conduct a more thorough examination now? Harry looked uncertainly at Tony, and Tony realized this was one of those moments when he needed to be a father. Please do. I believe Harry when he says he's healed, but this is all new to me, and I'd like a professional opinion. Thank you, Mr. Stark. She'd barely finished before her wand was in her hand and she was waving it in an intricate pattern, muttering something that sounded like Latin. Tony would ask Jarvis later to tell him what she said. Well, Pomfrey stowed her wand with a frown. There appear to be no lingering physical effects from the basilisk venom, though there is something different in your magic. I don't believe it's entirely detrimental, she added quickly, but it is beyond my ability to deal with at this time. I strongly suggest you visit St. Mungo's for a thorough magical exam. Is that a visit now or a visit sometime before school starts? Tony asked. It's not urgent if that's what you're asking, Pomfrey replied, though I wouldn't suggest too long a delay. They might also be able to do something about the scar. Speaking of that scar, Tony said, there was black around it too when you did your initial diagnostic. What does that mean? It's believed, Pomfrey said carefully, that he received that scar when he survived the killing curse. It's believed, Tony repeated. Do you believe it? She shrugged. It's as good a theory as any, but it's beyond my capability to diagnose and treat. I'm a medi-witch, not a healer. When you consult the healer, you can also consult about that. Tony offered Harry a wry grin. Looks like you and I have a doctor's appointment. Then he frowned. Do we just show up? Or how do we make an appointment? I'll them, of course, Pomfrey said. St. Mungo's is here in London, so the reply shouldn't take very long. As if on cue, the elevator doors slid open and Hedwig soared into the room. Behind her, Tony thought he saw someone standing in the shadows of the elevator car, but when he focused, the car was empty, except for the large shape of a black dog bounding toward Harry, who was soon staggering under the weight of Hedwig on his shoulder and dog Sirius against his legs. But Harry was laughing, and given the conversations they'd been having, Tony took that as a win. Pomfrey was smiling, too. This beautiful lady can help with that, I'm sure. Wrong adjective, Tony said without thinking, drawing an angry bark from Hedwig and frowns from Pomfrey, Harry, and Steve. Not that you aren't beautiful, he added to Hedwig, but it's crass to compliment a lady's beauty first unless that's all you want from her. This stunningly intelligent lady can help with that, I'm sure, he finished with a grin. His grin grew wider as Hedwig gave a shake of her feathers and settled back on Harry's shoulder. He could almost hear her in his head saying, About time you noticed. Pomfrey chuckled softly. Fortunately, Mr. Potter makes it a habit to be friends with stunningly intelligent ladies. Oh? Tony glanced from her to Harry. Do tell. Harry shrugged the shoulder Hedwig wasn't perched on. Hermione's the smartest witch in our year. Maybe the entire school. Tony recognized the name, of course, and was still just wary enough of the magical world after his conversations with McGonagall not to say more than, showing good taste already. I like it, which made Harry blush, which only made him grin his fool head off. If he'd known being a dad could be so much fun, he'd tried it years ago. That realization froze him mid-thought. Not just that he'd had it, but the implications it brought with it. Would he have given it a try years ago? Or did he have to get to here and now for even thinking of being a dad not sending him screaming back into his workshop, never again to emerge? He shook himself free of his uncomfortable reverie and found that Steve had, while ruffling dog Sirius' ears, apparently asked Pomfrey where this St. Mungo's place was, and was repeating directions back to her. Shortly after that, Pomfrey cracked away again, and Tony shook his head. Teleportation, great. Sonic booms every time? Not so great. Wait till you walk through a fireplace, Harry said dryly. Sirius transformed back into his human form, and Tony scowled at him. Didn't realize she'd come back, Sirius said in response to Tony's unasked question. I saw her just as the doors opened and shifted as quickly as I could. Do you think she saw you? Harry asked, his tone clearly conveying how worried he was at the thought. Sirius shook his head sharply. She would have said something if she had. What do you think, Tony said, about this St. Mungo's or whatever? Mungo's, Sirius corrected. I can't say it's a bad idea. Unless you've already been? He added to Harry, who shook his head. I've never seen any magical healer except Madame Pomfrey, Harry said. Or, I don't remember seeing anyone else. Maybe somebody took me after. Tony could fill in the rest of that sentence as easily as anyone else. After my parents were killed. And just like that, the decision was made. Write to them, Tony said. Ask for appointments for both of us. Sirius frowned. Both of you? No offense, but St. Mungo's is for magical issues. Tony shrugged. Pomfrey suggested they might be able to help with this. He tapped the arc reactor. Figure it can't hurt to ask. Sirius looked like he wanted to object, but eventually just shrugged. Worst they can do is say no. Harry took almost an hour to write the note to St. Mungo's. But finally it was ready and he took it out to Hedwig's perch in the rooftop garden. Are you up for a trip? Harry asked her. Is here in London. Hedwig gave a quiet peck and offered him her leg. He fastened the note to her leg and stroked the feathers at the top of her head. Thanks, he said quietly. Not for taking my letters and things, but, well, for being a friend. I don't have a lot of those, and I probably should be more appreciative toward the ones I do.